Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
So imagine this. Our boy Lin Yu is just vibing on stage, prepping for his drama club performance, when out of nowhere a cute schoolgirl in sailor uniform confesses to him. Sounds wholesome, right? Nope. She pulls out a gun, drops a John Lennon reference, and straight up shoots him dead on stage. But here's the twist. Death isn't the end. Lin Yu wakes up in a pitch-black void, bloody words floating in the air. Welcome to the death game. Want another chance at life? Play. He's thrown into a creepy castle with 6 strangers. The rules? Classic werewolf vibes. 2 are secret outsiders. The rest are humans. Find them or get killed trying. And Lin Yu's role? He's not a soldier, not a healer. He's the fraudster. His ability? If people believe his lies, those lies literally come true. Now he's got to act, bluff, and outsmart everyone, because in this death game, trust gets you killed, and deception might just save your life. Senior Lin Yu, I like you. The words echoed in the silent theater. It was late at night at Jiangxing Communication University's drama club. On stage, under the dazzling spotlights, stood a shy schoolgirl in a sailor uniform. Her twin tails bounced lightly, her delicate makeup glowed, and in her hands she carried a bouquet of champagne roses. Lin Yu froze. He hadn't expected anyone, much less a girl like her, to appear during his private rehearsal. Dressed in his British detective costume, deer hunting cap and gloves, he had been preparing for tomorrow's performance. This stage was his sanctuary, his ritual before every play. No one was supposed to disturb him here. But here she was, smiling, eyes full of admiration. It's rehearsal time now. Lin Yu frowned, his voice cold. I don't plan on falling in love. Sorry. Her smile didn't fade. Senior, don't misunderstand. I don't want to date you. I'm your fan. A devoted fan. Lin Yu sighed. If you want photos or autographs, wait until after tomorrow's show. There will be an event. She shook her head, still smiling. No, Senior. I'm not that kind of fan. I'm the fanatic kind. Like Mark Chapman. The name jolted Lin Yu. Chapman, the man who shot John Lennon. The girl laughed, bright and chilling. With a sharp motion, she tore the bouquet apart. Orange petals scattered like splashes of blood beneath the stage lights. And from within the bouquet, she pulled out something cold and metallic. A gun. Beretta M9. The name slipped instinctively from Lin Yu's lips. His whole body went cold. It wasn't a toy. He saw it in her eyes, the calm, predatory stare he knew from playing countless roles. Murderous intent. Boom! The shot tore through a falling petal and into his chest. Pain surged. Blood poured. His strength left him as he collapsed onto the stage floor. Above him, her voice shifted, no longer playful but solemn, almost devout. May you be seen by the gods. Darkness swallowed him. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, there was no stage, no theater. Only emptiness. A cold void stretching into nothing. Am I in hell? Or the netherworld? He muttered. Then, blood-red words appeared in the air before him. Welcome to the death game. The dead with strong desires to live are given another chance. Participate, and you may be reborn. Lin Yu's chest still ached with phantom pain, but his mind sharpened. He knew this setup. He'd read enough novels and watched enough anime. A cruel game created by something beyond human. Did he have a choice? I'll participate. The letters shifted. Welcome, player Lin Yu. Initial profession, fraudster. Ability. When your lies are believed, they become reality. The blood words pulsed once more. Game. Who is the outsider? Survive or die again? Dong. A heavy bell tolled in Lin Yu's ears. The suffocating void was gone. Instead, he now sat in a vast, decayed hall, cloaked in the faded splendor of a medieval castle. Thick carpets rotted under layers of dust. Chandeliers dangled with cobwebs and old stains, black and red, clung to the walls like dried blood. Moonlight slipped through a tall window etched with moon phase carvings, giving the room a cold, ghostly glow. At the long wooden table's head sat Lin Yu. Around him, 6 strangers filled the other seats. 4 men, 2 women, different ages, different temperaments, but all wore the same expression: confusion and unease. 7 in total, just like the system said, the players. Lin Yu stayed silent, eyes moving from one to the next. Years of acting and studying psychology helped him read their faces. Nervous, clueless. None seemed prepared for what was happening. A brown envelope rested in front of each of them, including his own, but he didn't move. Better to observe, not stand out, especially when his role required deception. The silence cracked when a middle-aged woman with glasses whispered nervously, "After dying, did anyone else see those words? That strange game." Her question stirred murmurs. A chubby boy with thick glasses quickly answered, voice trembling but excited. "This is just like the novels and anime I read. People die, then a god picks them to play cruel games. It's brutal, but also a chance to change our fate." "Bullshit." A scarred man slammed the table, rage twisting his face. "I didn't ask for this. I already died. Why drag me here for more punishment?" The timid young woman across from him lowered her eyes, whispering, "Still, at least we're not completely gone. Isn't this better than nothing?" Scarface sneered. "What if that so-called god is just toying with us?" His glare shut her up instantly. As they argued, Lin Yu silently judged each of them. The fat one, naive, overeager. Scarface, violent, quick-tempered. The women, one serious, one fragile. The 2 silent ones, a shifty young man, licking his lips nervously, and the tall soldier type beside Lin Yu, calm and watchful. These weren't allies. They were unknown pieces on a dangerous board. The soldier-looking man finally spoke, his voice steady. "Stop bickering. Whatever this god wants, we're all tied to the same rope now." "No," Lin Yu thought coldly. "Not the same rope. Not even close." His thought was cut off by a sudden scratching sound. Every head turned as lines of blood began scrawling themselves across the cracked walls. One after another, searing red words carved into the stone until the hall was drowning in them. "2 outsiders have infiltrated among the 7 of you. Find them. Expel them. 2 outsiders have infiltrated among the 7 of you. Find them. Expel them. 2 outsiders have infiltrated among the 7 of you. Find them. Expel them." The words pulsed like curses. The air turned cold, and for the first time since arriving, real fear spread across every face at the table. Accompanied by the strange sound of rustling, lines of scarlet writing were spread all over the surrounding walls, as if countless innocent souls were writing their resentments with blood. The 7 people present were all shocked. The weak girl was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. After a few seconds, the bloody words gradually faded away. "It's a game tip." Lin Yu knew it in his heart. Then he looked around and calmed down quickly when he saw the man with the Chinese character face. This guy is indeed a professionally trained soldier. Lin Yu was thinking in his mind, and the man with the Chinese character said in a cold voice, "Everyone calm down. It's not a big deal. The words that appear on the wall now are probably tips about this game." After saying that, he looked at the fat man wearing glasses before and asked, "You said you have read similar animations and novels. Do you have any clues?" "Expel the 2 outsiders hiding among us." "It feels like some kind of game, like finding an undercover agent." The fat boy wearing glasses coughed lightly. "But the explanation of this game is too simple. What I saw just now, the words written in blood and the words written in blood on the wall, are incomprehensible." At this time, Lin Yu also spoke at the right time and said, "In these envelopes on the table, I think there should be clues to this game. I think we should take a look at what is written together." Lin Yu chose not to speak before because he didn't want to be the focus of everyone. But if he continued to remain silent at this time, it would be a bit suspicious. Lin Yu had noticed that several people began to secretly look at him and the short young man who had never spoken. After Lin Yu's reminder, everyone present also suddenly realized, "Indeed, I almost forgot about this envelope," the tall man with the Chinese character said, reaching out and opening the envelope in front of him. Seeing this, others followed suit. The scar-faced man hesitated for a moment, but still opened the envelope in front of him. Lin Yu slowly opened the envelope, but did not rush to take out the contents. Instead, he first observed the state of these people when they read the letter. He found that when these people looked at the letters in the envelopes, some of them frowned, some looked nervous, and some were uncertain. And they didn't read the letters as quickly as they thought. It seems that the game is not that simple. Later, Lin Yu opened the envelope. The content of the letter appeared in front of Lin Yu. "Hello, my fellow humans. No matter why you are here, I want to tell you something about the castle. We left a lot of boxes in this castle. There are some things you can use in them. Open them when you encounter them. But be careful except for the red boxes, because those boxes belong to werewolves and contain werewolf weapons. Humans can't open it, so be careful who can open it. In order to maintain the normal operation of the castle, remember to do the things on your schedule every day. Otherwise, the castle's mechanisms, poisonous fog, and severe cold may kill everyone. Every night at 7 o'clock, it is the time to hold a meeting. You can banish anyone outside the castle by voting. The meeting room is sacred, and no one can be evil in the meeting. So, it is best to use the meeting to banish anyone outside the castle. They banish. Of course, if 2 people have the same number of votes, no one will be banished. If you find a body, you can choose to immediately hold a meeting for the day in advance. After it is activated, the time will come to 7 o'clock in the evening, and no one is allowed to move freely. They must go to the conference room immediately for a meeting. During the evening break, you must gather in the conference room until 7 o'clock the next morning. Of course, during this time, you cannot commit murder in the conference room. Be careful. Werewolves are cunning and good at disguise. They usually look exactly like humans, but they are full of hatred and murderous intent towards us. Even werewolves have no way to directly confirm that each other is a werewolf. My fellow humans, I hope you can eliminate all the werewolves hiding and survive smoothly. As long as there are humans alive after 7 days, even if the werewolf is not found, you can leave here. The handwriting of the letter was rather hasty and appeared to have been written by a person under a time crunch. In addition to the letter, there was an identification card inside the envelope. Lin Yu took out the card. Your identity is human. Lin Yu looked at the card in his hand and raised his head silently. Before he could clearly see the expressions of the others around him as they read letters and cards, there was a sudden click sound in his hand. The crimson flames rose up. Although it was not hot to the touch, it was enough to startle Lin Yu and subconsciously let go of his hand. After letting go of his hand, the burning identity card, envelope, and letter paper were all burned up before they could fall to the ground. Not even ashes left. Balls of flames fell and went out. But this time, no one screamed in surprise, because after reading the letter, everyone could not help but feel a little silent. Combined with the bloody words on the wall just now, everyone has realized they are indeed not grasshoppers on a string. This is a player versus player game. Finally, the middle-aged woman wearing glasses took the lead in breaking the silence. This letter, what do you think? Among the crowd, the little fat man with glasses pushed his glasses and whispered, I almost figured it out. This is a game similar to Werewolf. Everyone present nodded slightly. The oldest person here is the middle-aged woman with glasses, who looks to be in her 30s or 40s. Obviously, although many of them may not understand virtual works such as death games, but they're not old people who never go online. They have at least heard of Werewolf, a game that is popular all over the country. The little fat man with glasses saw that everyone understood and continued. We are divided into 2 camps, humans and werewolves, 5 humans and 2 werewolves. Humans need to complete tasks and open boxes to ensure that they survive for 7 days, and at the same time find the so-called outsiders, that is, the players who got the werewolf, while werewolves need to hide themselves, find the werewolf box, and get weapons. Use weapons to kill humans. Let humans die within 7 days. After the little fat man finished speaking, no one refuted him. Obviously, his statement coincides with the thoughts of most people. Scarface scratched his head and said unhappily, damn, the rules of the game are so complicated, and they even have to write a letter for people to translate. No one will play this game if it is released outside. The short young man next to him finally spoke for the first time. That's why that damn god tied us dead people here. Otherwise, no one would play this unlucky game. The short young man said in a joking tone. Although it is not a good occasion for joking, everyone still laughed when they heard it, and they all felt that the atmosphere was a little relaxed. Lin Yu looked at the short young man. This guy is a bit suspicious. Lin Yu knew that it was some people's instinct to relieve awkward and tense atmospheres. But this is a werewolf game, and it's a werewolf game that kills people. Does this kind of game really need someone to adjust the atmosphere? What's more, this short young man had been silent, and his eyes were flickering, but now he made such a glib joke. Lin Yu instinctively felt that something was wrong with him. However, this is just Lin Yu's intuition. He was not yet able to judge intuitively that this short young man was a werewolf. After all, the other person might just be a fool. But no matter what, this happy atmosphere was something Lin Yu didn't want to see. So he cleared his throat, but we have to play this unlucky game now. So let's discuss the strategy on how to play this game. The gentle and weak woman heard Lin Yu's words and said softly, I mentioned the box just now. I remember that the letter said that the red box can only be opened by werewolves, which means that as long as it depends on who opens the red box. Don't you know who the werewolf is? Scarface snorted coldly. The werewolf also knows this, and he will definitely not be stupid enough to open the box in front of everyone. Then we can also watch secretly, the woman retorted in a low voice. Scarface's face was gloomy. What the hell are those bitches mumbling over there? Lin Yu quickly smoothed things over and changed the subject. Okay, there's no need to discuss so much now. In a game like Werewolf, it is impossible to find out the person who is hiding his identity in the first discussion. Only as the game progresses going on, we can slowly identify the werewolf based on everyone's behavior. The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment and said, but if that happens, people will probably die. As the game progresses, the werewolves will certainly be exposed. But this is done at the cost of human life. Lin Yu heard this and said slowly, that's why this game is called the Game of Death. Except for our lives, we have nothing. In fact, even this life has been borrowed in advance. Everyone in front of the round table fell into silence when they heard Lin Yu's words. The atmosphere, which had relaxed a little just now, became solemn again. That's right. Although it's called a game, it's not just playing house. They are a group of dead people competing for the chance to come back to life. This may be the most brutal competition in the world. An uneasy atmosphere prevailed. Lin Yu, who also showed a solemn expression, did not have any emotional fluctuations in his heart. Very good. The current atmosphere should be enough for some of them to realize that in addition to their life, they have someone to rely on. Lin Yu's words just now were intentional. He didn't want to see the happy and relaxed atmosphere. Lin Yu needs to induce everyone to think in this serious atmosphere. For this reason, he even used some lines recitation techniques to enhance the appeal of his words. Sure enough, in this solemn atmosphere, the previously active little fat man thought of something again and said with some surprise, wait a minute. Actually, the situation may not be that bad. In addition to our lives, we actually have a career. Before coming here, I acquired a profession. The aunt just now also said that the word in blood she saw also had career in it. So, you should all get your own careers. These will definitely help in the game. The little fat man said excitedly. Hearing this, the man with the Chinese character also nodded slightly. We can take turns introducing our professions and abilities first, and then based on everyone's abilities, we may be able to formulate a more reasonable game strategy. Lin Yu felt much relieved after hearing this conversation. Things turned out exactly as he expected. After getting the profession of Fraudster and entering here, Lin Yu was thinking about how to use his ability. After some simple thinking, he made a decision. That is pretending to be another profession. But this requires him to listen to what other people's professions and abilities are. When the others heard this, their expressions also changed. Indeed, they all have a professional trump card. Seeing that no one had any objections, the man with the Chinese character took the lead and said, "I'm here first. My name is Yulongwa. My profession is soldier. My physical fitness has been increased 5 times." His voice is full of confidence, which shows that this professional ability is indeed simple, rough, and powerful. In addition, the scarred man glanced at Yulongwa in surprise, and then a smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that there is such a profession. It is really useful, but do I need to introduce my name?" "It's necessary, because this is a game where werewolves are bound to lie," Yulongwa said to him coldly. "So telling some basic information in your self-introduction will also help me judge whether you are lying." The scar-faced man sensed Yulongwa's bad attitude, shrugged and said, "Okay, it's okay to introduce these. My name is Bao Lu, my profession is rogue, and my ability can ignore the one-time rule. Although my profession does not, soldiers are so simple and rude, but don't mess with me casually, I can ignore the rules," he said, giving everyone a sinister look. Lin Yu observed these 2 people, and he found that the professions obtained by these 2 people seemed to be closely related to themselves. The man named Yulongwa was strong and sturdy, with a resolute face. His temperament looked like he was a soldier or had been a soldier. His occupation in the death game was also a soldier, and this scarred Bao Lu had obviously exuded a sense of ruffianism from the beginning, and his occupation was ruffian. It was the turn of the middle-aged woman with glasses. She adjusted her glasses and said, "My name is Su Xiaomei, and my occupation is teacher. My ability can obtain some relevant information in this game." The others nodded slightly after hearing this. Although the ability of teacher does not sound too strong, it at least has a certain effect. Everyone was thinking about the role of each person's ability itself. But only Lin Yu, after hearing Su Xiaomei's occupation, had a vague judgment in his heart. It is indeed like this. Although Su Xiaomei was not as obvious as Yulongwa and Bao Lu, Lin Yu could still see it after careful observation. She wore relatively simple clothes, had the habit of clearing her throat when speaking, and had thick calluses on her index finger and thumb. The other party should indeed be a teacher. In other words, the profession in this game is likely to have a strong relevance to everyone's real profession. While Lin Yu was analyzing, the exchanges with other people on the field continued. After Bao Lu heard Su Xiaomei's introduction, he immediately asked, "What information did you get? Is it additional information for this game? Tell us." Su Xiaomei hesitated. The soldier, Yulongwa next to him, stretched out his hand to stop Bao Lu. "Don't worry, she doesn't need to tell us the information she got. After all, no one on the field knows who the werewolf is. If such important information is rashly exposed, it is likely to be detrimental to us humans." "Ruffian," Bao Lu said with some dissatisfaction. "What if she herself is a wolf?" At this time, the other woman, who looked gentle and weak, glanced at Bao Lu again and still said softly, "You are so anxious to get information from Su Xiaomei. I suspect that you are the wolf." These words refreshed Lin Yu's understanding of weak women. Although she looks soft and weak, there is something hidden inside. From the beginning of the game, Bao Lu has been targeting her to show his ferocity, possibly for the purpose of establishing his authority. But no one expected that she would return it during the self-introduction session. When Bao Lu heard this, his eyes widened with anger. He slammed the table and pointed at the woman and shouted, "Don't fucking slander me." "Are you slandering me?" Seeing that the situation was out of control, Yulongwa stood up directly and said seriously, "Stop arguing. There is no point in arguing about this now. It is better to wait until everyone has introduced themselves before discussing." The pressure brought by his tall body and the powerful ability of the soldier made Bao Lu dare not make any mistakes. He could only put his hands on his chest and snorted coldly, leaning back slightly and leaning on the back of the chair. He pointed at the fat guy wearing glasses and said, "It's your turn." The fat man cleared his throat and said, "My name is Chinjua, and my profession is otaku. My abilities are kept secret." "Keep it secret?" Several people were a little surprised. Bao Lu said fiercely, We have already said that we will keep it a secret when it comes to you. You are special, aren't you? Chunjua shrank his head slightly in fright, but still made a very mysterious look, shook his head, and whispered, "No, that's right. My ability is so special that I can't describe it to you in words here. You'll understand after you see it." Although Chunjua chose to conceal his abilities, his occupation as an otaku still made others think. What abilities can an otaku have? Otakus generally like to stay at home and watch anime and novels. What abilities can such a profession bring? Chunjua's words made people confused about otaku. But looking at his appearance, no one bothered to find out what Chunjua was capable of. After all, everyone has a vague judgment in their hearts. Even if Chunjua is really in the opposite camp to himself, this little fat man probably doesn't pose much of a threat. Although he has been giving everyone useful information at first, but it is precisely because of Chunjua's behavior of pouring out everything he knows just now that it makes people feel that he has no scheming and no threat. If he were a werewolf, he would probably have self-destructed. Even Lin Yu felt that this boy was a bit naive. If the other party is acting, then it will probably not be difficult for him to become an actor in the future. Next, it was the short, thin man's turn. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My name is Yao Jingya. My profession is thief. My ability? I don't want to say." At this time, several other people frowned slightly. Bao Lu smacked his lips. "Damn it, I don't want to say it. You are also very mysterious?" As he said that, he glanced at Chunjua fiercely. "Look at how well you got off to a good start." Chunjua shrank his neck, but still did not dare to speak. Yu Longwo remained silent and thoughtful. Although Yao Jingya also concealed his abilities, the thief ability is obviously related to stealing. In this case, it doesn't matter if he doesn't mention it. Everyone present has more or less guessed about his thief ability. Then it was the turn of the gentle-looking woman, and she said, "My name is Xia Yu. My profession is veterinarian, and my ability is to treat small animals. TCH, treating small animals is useless. Are there really animals in this castle?" Bao Lu said disdainfully. Because Xia Yu stepped on her before, Bao Lu felt a little unhappy when she saw Xia Yu. Who knows? Maybe the owner of this castle likes to keep pets here. Chunjua answered, "Even if there are animals in the castle, what will happen if this girl is treated?" Bao Lu turned to stare at Xia Yu and said, "Do you expect animals to help you find outsiders?" Xia Yu tilted her head slightly this time and ignored him. After she finished the introduction, in the end, only Lin Yu was left. Everyone's eyes also turned to him. "You are the only one left, young man." Yu Longwo said, "What is your occupation?" "Yeah, it's my turn." Lin Yu put his hands on the table and crossed them lightly. "It's your turn." Lin Yu had already listened to everyone's careers and introductions. His profession is that of a fraudster. There is no doubt that if one's profession and abilities were made public, they would be of no use. So, as the name of this profession goes, it is a profession that requires fraud. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose, then looked at everyone again. His eyes became sharp and calm. "Before I introduce my profession, I think everyone has more or less discovered a little bit. The profession you drew is more or less related to your identity and profession in reality, right? This brother you has the temperament of a soldier. Chunjua, you also look like a complete otaku. Xia Yu, you're even wearing a white coat. Ms. Su Xiaomei, you should also be a teacher in reality, right?" Su Xiaomei nodded slightly. "Yes, I am a middle school teacher." She whispered. Lin Yu snapped his fingers. "That's right. It seems that my reasoning is completely correct. Is fraud lying? Lin Yu thinks, including but not limited to. At least the above words, he said, are all the truth, analyzed just now. But after the analysis just now, Lin Yu is also thinking about one thing. If this pattern is indeed correct, then what does the profession of fraudster have to do with a college student like himself? He has never engaged in telecommunications fraud and is not even good at lying. But Lin Yu quickly thought of a sentence his professor said during class. The essence of acting is actually deception. You have to deceive yourself and the audience and make everyone believe that you are the role you play. Lin Yu is indeed not good at lying, but he is very good at acting. That is a more advanced and more useful form of deception than lying. Now, he is going to start performing. In the castle room, everyone at the long table turned their attention to Lin Yu. It's like a spotlight on a stage. Lin Yu was sitting at the table with his hands crossed and a very confident expression on his face. As long as you believe me, this game is actually not difficult to win. Bao Lu looked at Lin Yu, frowned and said, "Why should we trust you? Just because you analyze that each of our professions is related to what we do in reality. You're going round and round just to say that I'm just a gangster in reality, and this Yao Jingye is just a thief." Bao Lu pointed at Yao Jingye and said unhappily. Yao Jingye's face on the side was indeed quite ugly. "You mean we are not good people in reality, so you could just vote for us and be done with it?" Sure enough, after Lin Yu finished speaking, the two people reacted very violently. Others looked at the two of them with a little more caution. Lin Yu shook his head. "Both of you, I deliberately didn't mention your profession just now, just to prevent misunderstandings. I say this just to make you believe that I do have the ability to lead you to win the game. Not just my own reasoning ability, but also related to my professional ability to... The tone is good and the lines are good, thanks to my insistence on practicing improvisation." Lin Yu glanced at everyone and adjusted his costume. British-style clothing is elegant and decent, giving people a smart impression at first glance. "My name is Lin Yu, and my profession is detective, and my ability is to check the identities of everyone here." Lin Yu said calmly and opened his hands. "What?" After hearing Lin Yu's words, the expressions of the other 6 people changed slightly. "Check identity?" Chun Zhuo was the first to exclaim. "What a prophet! Impossible! How can you be so shameless?" Bao Liuyi slammed the table and said loudly, "I think you were just talking nonsense and sowing discord." Veterinarian Xia Yu also immediately spoke. "You said your ability is to check identity? But this game is called Who is the Outsider? It is a game related to identity. Your ability completely matches this game. I think you are lying." Teacher Su Shumei nodded slightly after hearing this. "Didn't our professions be obtained before this game started? Logically speaking, professional abilities should not be directly related to the content of this game." Yu Longwa looked at Lin Yu. Although he said nothing, there was some scrutiny in his eyes. They were really shocked when they first heard about Lin Yu's abilities. This is an identity game in itself, and then you say that your ability is to check other people's identities? There is no such thing as a coincidence. Only Chun Zhuo vaguely believed it. However, werewolf-killing games generally do have a profit with the identity. The little fat man muttered. Lin Yu felt a little nervous when he saw everyone's different reactions. He was feeling whether he had the ability to check identity that he just mentioned. According to the ability of the Fraudster, if they all believe it, he should have acquired the ability of detective. However, Lin Yu didn't even feel anything now, and he didn't have the ability to check other people's identities at all. It seems that the players present did not believe what he just said. In other words, the level of belief is far from enough to allow oneself to obtain this ability. However, although Lin Yu was nervous, he was not panicked. Although it was a bit surprising, it was also expected. These people are really not that easy to deceive. Lin Yu breathed out. Before he said it, he actually knew that there were loopholes in what he just said. However, Lin Yu was a little surprised when half of the people chose not to believe him in an instant. That ruffian is not stupid. And the 2 women and the soldier are also smart people. Lin Yu thought quickly in his heart. But the good thing is, his performance is exquisite enough. The temperament reflected in Lin Yu's eyes and small movements just now is enough to make everyone believe that he is a detective. Then the next step is to fill in the loopholes in the statement just now. Lin Yu was thinking quickly in his mind, but his face remained calm. He straightened his deerstalker hat and looked calm. "Yes, my ability is indeed not to check identity. But the reason why I say this is because my ability can indeed do this. What's the meaning? My ability is actually to know a hidden secret of the other party. If you put in this game, wouldn't it mean that you can check your identity?" Lin Yu's tone was neither urgent nor slow, and he looked very calm and composed. Everyone had different expressions after hearing this. Su Xiaomei frowned slightly. But why didn't you tell the truth at the beginning? Lin Yu was already prepared for this. Because I think the idea of being able to pry into other people's secrets would make people more defensive, wouldn't it? Lin Yu said calmly. And this reason is indeed enough to convince everyone. I see. Xia Yu said thoughtfully. No wonder you said that in the first place. Knowing someone else's secret is very consistent with the profession of detective. Yu Longhua also nodded slightly. It sounds much more reasonable to say it this way. In this kind of identity game, the detective profession seems to be very powerful. Bao Lu smacked his lips and suddenly felt that his profession seemed to be of little use in this game. At least it was much worse than Lin Yu. Chunjua said with a smile. That's for sure. This kind of prophet profession must lead the team in the werewolf game. It's easy to win by surrounding him. Everyone nodded slightly. The ability of detective does have a unique advantage in this game related to identity. But Lin Yu looked at the expressions of the 5 people, except Chun Zhuo looking at him, and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, no one likes the feeling of having their secrets peeped. Although his ability is very helpful in this game, but, except for Chun Zhuo, the remaining 5 people looked at him with more or less wariness. Even, some of their eyes contained disgust. No one likes the feeling of having their secrets peeped. However, disgust and caution also mean they believed what Lin Yu said. At this moment, Lin Yu was bathed in the gazes of the crowd, and he could clearly feel that he had an innate ability. It was as if he could peek into other people's brains. As long as he wanted, he could now choose anyone present and directly explore the secrets hidden in the other person's heart. It could be the identity of this game or other secrets. He would choose the general direction of this secret. The ability of the fraudster officially worked. Lin Yu's performance fooled everyone present. After gaining the ability, Lin Yu also felt a little more relaxed. But he still didn't relax. Yes, the ability to check identity is indeed very powerful in games like Werewolf. Just as Chinjua said, as long as the game is played around Lin Yu Lai, the human camp can win relatively easily. And werewolves realize this too. In other words, Lin Yu now puts himself in a very dangerous position. As long as there is a chance, the werewolf will definitely try every means to kill him. Unless he keeps working together with others and doesn't give the werewolf any chance. But Lin Yu knows very well that this game will not allow this to happen. Beep, beep. A rapid siren sounded above the heads of everyone in the room. Lin Yu raised his head and found that the alarm sound seemed to be coming from the room above the ceiling. The sound sounded like it was coming from the 2nd floor. He reminded everyone aloud. Otaku Chunjua was a little panicked. What does this alarm mean? Is the werewolf going to start killing people? Before Lin Yu could say anything to comfort Chinjua, Soldier Yu Longhua immediately spoke in a deep voice. Don't panic. This is not a signal for werewolves to kill. Do you still remember what the letter said? There's a schedule in this castle with things that need to be done every day. If you don't do it, someone will kill you. Our agency. After he finished speaking, Chunjua was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly said, Isn't this still going to kill me? Where's the schedule? Lin Yu pointed to the wall beside him. On the wall where the blood word appeared just now, there was a schedule posted near the door, which was not hidden. Chunjua hurriedly ran to the schedule, and others followed him. The schedule is packed with words. Day 1 to-dos. Repair the generator, located in the engineering room on the 2nd floor. Estimated completion time, 10 minutes. Countdown, 15 minutes and 49 seconds. Add fuel to the equipment, located in the equipment room on the 3rd floor. Estimated completion time, 3 minutes. Countdown, 17 minutes and 22 seconds. Cleaning, located in the library on the 1st floor. Estimated completion time, 15 minutes. Countdown, 21 minutes and 6 seconds. The schedule is clearly written on it line by line. There are already more than 10 tasks with a countdown of less than 3 hours. And behind each task, there is a corresponding location and a constantly beating countdown. Although I don't know what the consequences will be if I fail to complete the task and what kind of mechanisms will appear, but no one wants to play with their own lives. So many tasks. What are you doing? I've never worked outside, so I'm just leaving this game to go to work. Bao Lu couldn't help but cursed. What he said also expressed the thoughts of others present. Lin Yu understood even more clearly in his heart. There are really too many tasks, and the locations are extremely scattered. If you huddle together, you won't be able to finish the job. If you want to clean up the above tasks as soon as possible, the fastest way is to group them and work on them separately. And this is probably how this game prevents the human camp from staying together. After tallying up the existing tasks, Lin Yu did some simple mental calculations. If we divide into two groups, one group of 3 and one group of 4, and plan the route, we should be able to complete it. Lin Yu silently thought about how to complete this task with the smallest number of groups. But before he could calculate the route, Bao Lu spoke first. I think we should split up to do the task immediately. I will be responsible for repairing the generator, he said, making a gesture to leave. Others present didn't seem to have any objections. Lin Yu frowned slightly and stopped him. Wait a minute, you can't just leave like this. Bao Lu looked back at Lin Yu and said in a fierce tone, Boy, what do you mean? Haven't you seen that these times are decreasing? Do you want to kill us all? Don't think that you are great just because you are that detective. Faced with Bao Lu's aggressive attitude, Lin Yu said calmly, Do you want to act alone? Aren't you afraid of being killed by a werewolf if you act alone? Although these tasks are urgent, if all 7 people act alone, this will completely give the werewolves a chance to attack. Even if they want to act separately, they must be grouped. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Chunjua quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, the most taboo thing in the werewolf game is to leave alone. Bao Lu was stunned for a moment and was about to retort. But Yulong was said in a deep voice, I also agree with grouping. There are 7 of us, so let's group them into pairs. Lin Yu looked at Yulongwa and was about to say something. But Yulongwa spoke again. I know what you're worried about. If we act in pairs, if a human and a werewolf are assigned together, wouldn't the human be in danger? But don't forget, if something happens to someone, then the person who teams up with him will be the biggest suspect. So, from this perspective, everyone in the team is safe. Without giving others any chance to refute, Yulongwa continued. Okay, time is tight. Let's group them into 2 groups. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and said with some concern, But we only have 7 people, and we will be divided into 2 groups. Doesn't that mean the last group? There are 7 players in total, and they will be divided into 3 two-person teams and a lone traveler. Yulongwa interrupted her without question. I will act alone. I am very confident in my ability. Even if it is a werewolf with weapons, I have the ability to fight him. After listening, Chunjua touched his chin thoughtfully. I agree that Brother Yu's ability can bear the responsibility of going alone. Yulongwa's plan seems to have been recognized by everyone present. Lin Yu did not object. It's just that he felt even more strange. Yulongwa's statement sounds reasonable. In many werewolf-like games in reality, grouping in pairs and taking responsibility for each other is also a very common strategy. This grouping method will speed up the game process and allow everyone's identity to be determined more quickly. But the smaller the number of people in a group, the greater the risk humans have to bear. This is essentially using human life to guess everyone's identity. Although they are participating in the death game, this is not a real game. Compared with winning the game, and the faction wins, shouldn't everyone's first thought be, survive? But why didn't anyone object? Lin Yu's mind was in a mess, but the urgency of the countdown on the schedule made it impossible for him to calm down and think. At the same time, a vague sense of uneasiness made Lin Yu feel that he had better not raise this question now. At this time, someone beside him pulled his sleeve. Lin Yu turned his head to look to the side, only to see Xiaoyu standing beside him with her lips pursed. Detective, I want to work with you, is that okay? Faced with Xiaoyu's request, Lin Yu naturally had no reason to refuse. The two naturally formed the first group. Of the remaining 4, Chunjua and Su Xiaomei did not want to be in the same group with Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. So, after Xiaoyu invited Lin Yu, the grouping of the 7 people was automatically completed. The first group was Detective Lin Yu and Veterinarian Xiaoyu. The second group was rogue Bao Lu and thief Yao Jingya. The third group was homeboy Chen Zhua and teacher Su Xiaomei. The fourth group was soldier Yu Longhua acting alone. After the 4 groups were completed, everyone claimed the tasks on the schedule in order. After confirming the tasks they were going to do, the 4 groups hurriedly left the meeting room. After all, there was not much time left for them to do their first tasks. Lin Yu and Xia Yu also hurriedly looked for the engineering room mentioned in the first task. After leaving the conference room, the corridor outside the room also has a slightly exaggerated decoration style, with wolf heads carved on the iron candlesticks and dark red heavy carpets inlaid with golden silk threads. Looking out through some broken windows in the corridor, you can see that the outer wall is made of stone, and the style is probably an ancient castle. The conference room is at the end of the first floor of the castle. After leaving the conference room, go forward along the corridor and soon see a spiral staircase. Lin Yu and Xia Yu walked up quickly and came to the corridor on the second floor. Just next to the stairs, Lin Yu saw a wooden door with a metal nameplate. It's the engineering room. Lin Yu read the words on the nameplate. And behind the wooden door, sharp alarms kept ringing. This was the source of the alarm they heard downstairs. We found it. There's still plenty of time. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then stepped forward and reached out to hold the wooden door handle and turned it gently. The door was not locked, and the two entered the engineering room easily. In a huge room, an old-fashioned generator was running slowly, with many halogen lamps on it. One of the lamps had turned red and emitted a loud beep alarm. The generator was also connected to some other devices, but these devices were all running normally and did not seem to need repair. Lin Yu and Xia Yu approached the generator. As a weak girl and a veterinarian, Xia Yu obviously did not know much about machinery. She said in some distress, "How can I repair this? Isn't there an instruction manual or something?" Although the name of the death game is a game, you can't automatically enter the game by pressing and holding a key to complete the task. For tasks like repairing the generator, you still need to troubleshoot the fault yourself. But Lin Yu is not nervous. The estimated time to complete this task is 10 minutes, which means it doesn't have any major faults. It seems to have only a minor problem from the appearance. And this is a game like Werewolf, after all. These tasks are probably just a means to break us up. They shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Yu thought. His eyes fell on the storage cabinet next to the generator. On the top of the cabinet was a toolbox with some wrenches and screwdrivers. And under the toolbox was a booklet. Lin Yu gently lifted the toolbox and pulled out the booklet. The booklet was thin and covered with black oil, with some curled pages. The cover read, Wolf 3 Generator Instruction Manual. Isn't this the clue? Lin Yu reached out and flicked the booklet gently, smiling confidently and speaking. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yu with admiration. You are indeed a detective in reality. Even if you don't have ability, you are sharp enough. Lin Yu shrugged non-committally and then opened the book in his hand. 3 indicator lights. If this indicator light turns red, it means that the engine is not lubricated enough and needs to be replenished with lubricating oil. It is stored in the utility room on the first floor. This booklet was as straightforward as Lin Yu imagined, and he easily found the problem and the solution. You need to go to the utility room on the first floor to get the lubricant, right? I'll go get it, Xia Yu said. I saw it on the way to the utility room. Faced with Xia Yu's proposal, Lin Yu frowned slightly, his expression a little grim. But we are divided into groups of 2 to avoid acting alone. Xia Yu put on a smile on her face. But the mission time is very tight. You stay here and continue to study this machine. What if you get the lubricant by then, but can't find where to add the lubricant and cause the mission to fail? Don't worry about my safety. This is a very dangerous game. And I said, anyway, this life has been picked up. She said with her hands behind her back and her head tilted slightly, her tone relaxed and her expression playful. Lin Yu heard Xia Yu say this and then nodded. Okay, according to the task allocation, there are only a group of otakus and teachers on the first floor now. You may be fine if you go and come back quickly. Try to control the time within 5 minutes and 30 seconds. If it exceeds this time, you'll be in danger. Lin Yu said calmly. As for why it was 5.5 minutes, He did not explain to Xiaoyu. It will definitely be quick. There is a countdown. Xiaoyu said with a smile, left the engineering room, and closed the door. Lin Yu was the only one left in the room. The calm and conceited expression on Lin Yu's face disappeared instantly. He rubbed his face vigorously. Until the moment when he was alone with Xiaoyu just now, he was still acting. He was playing a conceited and smart detective who liked to control the situation. Why 5.5 minutes? Lin Yu just said it casually. In his opinion, the sooner Xiaoyu came back, the better. If I could really gain super observation and logical analysis skills by making others think I'm a famous detective, Lin Yu rubbed his forehead with a headache. He believed that he was not stupid. After all, Jiangxing Media's performance department was also in the top 3 in the country, and the admission score was very high. It was also easy to study performance courses and self-study psychology. Because he participated in the drama club and often performed on stage, his psychological quality was also relatively strong, and he could force himself to calm down quickly. In fact, Lin Yu felt that he did have a certain advantage in analyzing others. But in such a game where people can die, Lin Yu still clearly felt that his intelligence and calmness were far from enough. After all, Lin Yu is only a sophomore student in the Department of Acting, and his biggest advantage was that he had a lot of experience in drama performances. He couldn't grasp everyone's movements, nor could he really see through everyone's thoughts and directly point out who the werewolf was, and he couldn't remain completely indifferent between life and death. In fact, Lin Yu had vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this game from the beginning. From the rules to the reactions of other people, there were some abnormalities in all the details. But he couldn't figure out how to explain these abnormalities. However, even if you're not smart enough, you have to play hard. Lin Yu adjusted his mentality. Don't think about the problems you don't understand. These 5 minutes of solitude must be used well. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's eyes began to search in the room. Compared to others, Lin Yu trusted Xiaoyu more. It would be better to say that among the current 6 people, Lin Yu felt that the person with the least possibility of being a werewolf was Chanjua, who looked a bit silly. The second place may be this week's Xiaoyu. But no matter what, Lin Yu couldn't completely trust Xiaoyu. Just like Xiaoyu doesn't seem to trust herself completely. What's more, in order to maintain the persona of a confident and conceited detective, it was inconvenient for him to start looking here and there in front of Xiaoyu. But Lin Yu really did have something he was looking for. The letter mentioned before that there are boxes in the castle, but the boxes are divided into 2 types, human boxes and werewolf boxes. Lin Yu began to search in the engineering room, wanted to see if there were any boxes here. In addition to the engine, there are some other equipment and facilities in the engineering room, which is a bit messy. According to the content of the letter, there should be materials and props in the human box, which would be of great help to the human camp. If he could find a box and get some useful props out of it, Lin Yu would feel confident. Lin Yu took a rough look around and found that although the engineering room looked full of clutter and messy, in fact, those debris are really useless. But Lin Yu can't say that he gained nothing. The smell of incompletely burned diesel fuel from the generator filled the air, the constant ringing of alarms in his ears, and the choking old ashes raised by rummaging through piles of debris, giving Lin Yu a painful experience of dizziness and brain swelling. 2 minutes have been wasted. No, we can't waste it in this room. Lin Yu opened the door of the engineering room. After walking out, he suddenly felt refreshed. He then locked onto the room opposite the stairwell. This door looks quite big, Lin Yu muttered. There are a total of 2 staircases in the castle. One is a spiral staircase in the center of the castle that runs through the entire 3 floors of the castle. The other one is the zigzag staircase at the edge of the castle. The castle is very large, with more than a dozen different rooms or secret rooms on the entire 2nd floor. Time was running out, so Lin Yu could only choose the nearest one. This is also the reason why they have to be divided into groups, because the castle is too big. If they're all piled up and running around, even if they have planned a route, they will be very nervous and the error tolerance will be very low. After approaching the door, Lin Yu also saw clearly the name of the room written on the door number. Kitchen. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and opened the kitchen door. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Lin Yu smelled a faint fishy smell. Damn it! How long has it been since this kitchen has been cleaned? Lin Yu couldn't help but wrinkled his nose. No wonder there's an item at the end of the schedule that is cleaning the kitchen. But I don't know what mechanisms will be triggered and what dangers will be incurred if you don't clean the kitchen. There were some black and red marks on the kitchen wall, which looked a bit like blood that had dried for an unknown period of time. There was more blood on the ground, and it was very dirty. On the table, there were not only a lot of broken raw meat, but also hanging stumps. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu felt a chill, especially the stumps, shriveled and twisted, a bit like humans, but not quite. It gave Lin Yu the Happy Valley effect. Why is the kitchen like this, with these mutilated limbs and flesh left unattended? The owner of this castle must be too harsh. If you live in such a big house, can't you afford to hire a cleaner? How about finding a chef who loves cleanliness? Lin Yu suppressed his nausea and moved closer to the stump to take a look. It was covered in blood and was already somewhat rotten and dry. Lin Yu was really not sure what kind of creature it was. From a distance, it looked a bit anthropomorphic, but up close it doesn't look like it. Lin Yu didn't want to stay here too long and left directly. But after leaving the kitchen, he discovered that there was a brown box placed in a corner next to the kitchen. It's a brown box. Lin Yu was a little surprised. The red box belongs to the werewolf. That's what the letter mentioned. Since he is a human being, you may not be able to open the werewolf's box. But the box in front of me is brown, which means it is a box that humans can open. Lin Yu stepped forward and flipped the switch on the box. As if the box was sensing him, the switch clicked and the box opened. Inside was a well-wrapped piece of bread and a bottle of water. It's food. It seems that the person who left the box also knows that the kitchen was so empty just now, and there is enough food in this castle. Lin Yu picked up the bread, tore open the package, and ate it all with water. After eating and drinking, he walked back to the engineering room. He didn't want to expose the fact that he had opened a human box in front of Xia Yu. Although humans were a good identity, but the most important thing was that the two werewolves probably didn't know each other's identities. This is also hinted at in the letter. A werewolf's disguise can often fool even his own kind. In other words, in this game, the werewolf doesn't know who his other teammate is. Therefore, Lin Yu did not need to open the box to prove his identity as a human being. This is not good for him. Assuming Xia Yu is a werewolf, then she will definitely not take action before she is sure whether she is a wolf teammate. But why hasn't Xia Yu come back yet? No, that time is running out now. Lin Yu has been estimating the time in his mind since just now, and Xia Yu has been gone for about 8 minutes now, more than 2 minutes more than the 5.5 minutes he estimated. This makes the time to complete the task even more urgent. If Xia Yu doesn't come back, they may not have completed their mission. Did you encounter some accident? Lin Yu was already wondering whether he should go to the first floor to find Xia Yu. But before Lin Yu could make up his mind to leave, boom! The door to the engineering room was opened. Xia Yu appeared at the door panting, holding a small bottle of lubricant in her hand. Her hair was messy, there was some sweat on her forehead, and her white coat was dirty. Xia Yu walked forward quickly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. The lubricant is placed a bit high, so I spent a lot of time getting it." After getting closer, Lin Yu found that Xia Yu's face was also a little flushed, and she kept grabbing the collar of her crewneck shirt under her white coat to fan herself, looking quite endearing. Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to comfort her, but he immediately realized, my current self is a cold and conceited detective. Therefore, Lin Yu, an experienced actor, entered the scene in a second and just snorted coldly. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. As he spoke, he took the lubricant, found the fault location of the engine on the side that needed to be lubricated, and completed the task easily. After completing this task, Lin Yu and Xia Yu left the engineering room without stopping. The next task assigned to the two was still on the second floor, but in the prayer room on the other side of the second floor, the task content was to arrange the offerings and light candles. Although there was plenty of time to complete the next task, neither Lin Yu nor Xia Yu wanted to waste extra time. However, after completing a task together just now, the two seemed to have become more familiar with each other. Especially Xia Yu, this weak and beautiful girl, seemed to have developed some feelings of dependence on him Because of the suspension bridge effect caused by being in the death game, coupled with Lin Yu's efficiency and reliability in completing the task, Lin Yu felt that she seemed to have some feelings of dependence on him. Even though Lin Yu's attitude towards her just now was a little cold and bad, she didn't seem to take it to heart. While rushing to the next task on the way, Xiaoyu even took the initiative to talk to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, speaking of it, have you activated the ability of detective now? While speaking, Xiaoyu put her hands behind her back and walked briskly in front of Lin Yu, completely exposing her back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was somewhat alert when he heard Xiaoyu's question. However, because of Xiaoyu's defenseless attitude, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and still answered her. I haven't started yet. Lin Yu answered her truthfully. Xiaoyu turned around and kept walking backwards and continued to ask curiously. Why not? How do you plan to use it? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, the information bit of detective that can determine the direction of the game must be the primary target of the werewolf. Maybe for you, it doesn't matter if I check the good guy on the first day. In any case, it helps you reduce one suspect. But for me, if I can't find the werewolf and vote him out on the first day, if there are 2 werewolves on the field on the second day, and they recognize after a day, my situation will be extremely dangerous. Even your situation will be extremely dangerous. Lin Yu analyzed it in detail, and Xiaoyu was a little confused. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then waved her hand as if giving up. Okay, then how do you plan to use it? I plan to save the first day's inspection for the last meeting session. At that time, I will make careful inferences based on their speeches, and then find the most suspicious guy to lock his identity. Lin Yu said seriously. Xiaoyu laughed when she heard this. Her eyes curved like crescents. You are so amazing, detective. I feel that this game will be much easier with you. Xiaoyu said seriously. The two of them walked while talking. They had already walked most of the way and passed the spiral staircase in the middle of the castle. And on the stairs, there were footsteps and voices. Damn, this task is too pitfall. It made me bum my hand. Indeed, Six brother, this task is really fucking bad taste. Where's the next task? Forget it. Let's go find other people first. From the sound, it was obviously Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. As the voices and footsteps of the two people got closer and closer, Lin Yu quickly pulled Xiaoyu and hid behind the corner of the stairs. Being held by Lin Yu like this, Xiaoyu was startled. She was about to shout out subconsciously, but Lin Yu covered her mouth. Be careful, they might be 2 werewolves, Lin Yu said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu with some confusion and surprise. This castle is really fucking big. Yeah, you said that the owner lived here and got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. So he must have emptied his pants pocket. I'm not saying, has anyone really lived in this ghost place? The voices of Bao Lu and Yao Jingye gradually faded away, as if they were going to the first floor. Lin Yu then let go of the hand covering Xiaoyu's mouth. Xiaoyu quickly got out of Lin Yu's arms, grabbing the corner of her clothes a little at a loss. Let's go. She continued to walk shyly. After walking with Lin Yu for a while, Xiaoyu finally whispered again, that, Detective, why do you say they are werewolves? Bao Lu and Yao Jingye's first task is to add fuel to the equipment room on the 3rd floor, and the second task is to the sanitary room on the other side of the 3rd floor, and the estimated completion time for both tasks is more than 15 minutes. It is unlikely that they can complete 2 tasks in the time we can complete one, but if they have not completed the 2 tasks on the 3rd floor, what are they going to do on the 1st floor? Lin Yu said calmly. Xiaoyu recalled what Bao Lu and Yao Jingye said just now, and subconsciously replied, It seems that they're looking for someone. Is it necessary for humans to look for someone? Lin Yu interrupted her. Xiaoyu's face finally changed slightly. In other words, these 2 people are likely to be werewolves? Lin Yu did not deny. At least in my opinion, their behavior is suspicious. However, Lin Yu is so sure now, just because he should be like this as a detective. In fact, Lin Yu still has some doubts in his heart. How could it be such a coincidence that 2 werewolves were assigned to the same group all of a sudden? Moreover, the werewolves in this game did not know each other's identities from the beginning. So even if we are assigned to the same group, can we really confirm each other's identities so quickly? Suppose I am a werewolf. Lin Yu thought about it from another perspective, and he couldn't think of how to find out whether the people in the same group as him are teammates in a short time. The doubts and sense of disharmony in his heart increased a little. When Lin Yu was doubtful, Xia Yu's voice sounded again. "Detective, we are here." Lin Yu raised his head suddenly and found that he had almost walked through the door of the prayer room. "Sorry, I was a little distracted just now," Lin Yu said, and then pushed open the door of the prayer room. Compared with the shabby and dirty rooms in the castle, this prayer room was unexpectedly clean. The room is not large, and the windows are completely covered by heavy curtains, and no light can penetrate. Only the candlesticks on the wall are burning faintly, and the whole room is very dim. On the wall opposite the door of the room, there's a shrine more than half a person tall, with a relief of the moon phase engraved inside. There is a tall, human-shaped statue in the shrine, naked, with muscles full of power and wildness, but the head of the statue is missing. Right below the shrine is a round altar full of offerings and 2 kneeling pads. When Xia Yu saw the altar, she suddenly cried out, "Ah!" She pointed at an offering in the middle of the altar with a horrified look on her face. It was a somewhat shriveled, irregular ball. Originally, Lin Yu thought it was some fruit, but with Xia Yu's exclamation, Lin Yu saw the appearance of the offering, and his heart skipped a beat. It was a horrifying human head with facial features cut off. After seeing clearly that the sacrifice was a shriveled human head, Xia Yu was naturally frightened. She stood holding the wall with a pale face, obviously unable to complete the task of arranging the sacrifices and lighting the candles. In contrast, although Lin Yu was also shocked, his behavior was much calmer than Xia Yu's. On the one hand, it was because Lin Yu had been scared in the kitchen before and already had a rough understanding of the urinary nature of this game. On the other hand, although Lin Yu was a little scared, someone still had to do this task, so he deliberately looked indifferent. Performing can sometimes bring you some positive psychological hints. In the end, Lin Yu actually didn't feel so scared anymore. Soon, Lin Yu completed this task. Just change the position of the head and place it directly in front of the shrine, then pick up the matches on both sides of the shrine and light the 2 extinguished candles. Fear and physical discomfort are probably the entire difficulty of this task. After completing this task easily, Lin Yu quickly took Xia Yu out of this uncomfortable room. In the corridor, Xia Yu was full of gratitude to Lin Yu, who had completed a task alone. "Thank you very much, detective brother." "You're welcome. It's just a piece of cake. We're all in danger if we don't finish it anyway." Lin Yu pretended to be relaxed and said, "Just put more effort into the next task." "That's right. As the saying goes, men and women can work together without getting tired." Xia Yu leaned against the corridor window and spoke with a smile. The crow sitting on the dead tree outside the window kept chirping. But Xia Yu was more forced to smile at this time than before. The shriveled head, just now, undoubtedly reminded her again. This game is based on the theme of death. That is definitely not a false prop, but the remains of a real life left behind. The 2 people walked to the end of the corridor and prepared to go to the 3rd floor for the next task. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the stairs below. Xia Yu and Lin Yu became alert again. But this time, before they had time to hide, they came face to face with someone coming up from downstairs. It is the combination of Chun Zhuo and Su Xiaomei. The little fat man Chun Zhuo looked at Lin Yu and Xia Yu and immediately stopped. "Be careful, Teacher Su. These 2 people seem to be squatting on us." Chun Zhuo bravely protected Su Xiaomei. Su Xiaomei also looked at Lin Yu and Xia Yu warily. Lin Yu is helpless. "Whoever squats on you here, we have to go up the stairs too." On the other hand, if I remember correctly, the tasks assigned to you are not upstairs. "What do you want to do upstairs?" He also questioned the 2 of them in turn. When Lin Yu pointed out the problem, Chun Zhuo immediately retorted, "We have no obligation to tell you what we are going to do." With that said, Chun Zhuo pulled Su Xiaomei down the stairs again. Lin Yu observed the 2 people's movements, combined with his previous observation of the structure of the castle, and guessed that the 2 of them were probably going to change the stairs to the 2nd floor. Not just a thief and a thief, but the combination of an otaku and a teacher is also very strange. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. The two combinations he encountered one after another were acting suspiciously, which made him wonder if there was something wrong with the game itself. Xiaoyu was a little curious. What's suspicious about the two people I met just now? Is it because they were going somewhere other than their mission? Yes, and the strangest thing is that they're going to a place other than the mission together, Lin Yu said seriously. If you think about it from your perspective, if I tell you now that you're going to a place other than the mission, will you agree? Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and then she thought seriously, I don't know. It may depend on what reason you give me. If the reason is sufficient, I will agree. Lin Yu nodded and asked, let's put it another way. Assuming you want to persuade me to go somewhere other than the mission now, can you think of any perfect reasons, not only to let me go, but also to make me completely trust you? Lin Yu's question immediately stopped Xiaoyu. After pondering for a long time, she smiled bitterly. It's really strange to say that. Yes, especially that otaku. He had clearly heard about my identity and abilities as a detective before, and he still trusted me. But this is also a good thing. It is precisely because of the abnormality that I can better find out who the werewolf is. Lin Yu looked at Xiaoyu, who was a little worried again, and changed the topic to comfort her. That's right. As long as you're here, detective, there's nothing to worry about. Xiaoyu also cheered up again and said, let's continue with the task. Just wait until the meeting time in the evening for you to show off your skills. Lin Yu also nodded and continued to complete the remaining tasks with Xiaoyu. But because the other two groups of people they met before were acting suspiciously, Xiaoyu and Lin Yu couldn't help but be more cautious. In addition, those tasks were tedious, and after a whole day of busy work, both Xiaoyu and Lin Yu felt very tired. I'm really exhausted. It's even more tiring than working. After finishing the last task on today's schedule, Xiaoyu breathed out and said, at this time, the originally dark sky outside the window had completely darkened when the heavy bell rang, which meant that the time was approaching the starting point of the evening, and it was time for them to return to the conference room. Let's go. Lin Yu was also a little exhausted, as if he had to rehearse a play at night after reviewing, and it was like a hell of a final week. The two people dragged heavy steps back to the conference room where they started. After pushing the door open and entering, they found that except for the two of them, the remaining 5 people were already seated in the conference room. Yulongwu raised his eyebrows when he saw Lin Yu and Xiaoyu coming in. What a surprise! There really wasn't a single dead person today. As soon as he said this, Baolu looked at Yulongwu and asked, Hey, soldier, what do you mean by this? Xiaoyu was also a little unhappy. After she and Lin Yu sat down together, she also looked at Yulongwu and said, Isn't it good that there are no dead people? Of course it's a good thing, Yulongwu said coldly, but it also means that the werewolves are more tolerant than I thought. If they can't help but kill people today, there will naturally be a breakthrough at this time grouping in pairs. Isn't that the greatest meaning? But your statement is too cruel, Xiaoyu said angrily. Yulongwu sighed. Don't be too naive, little girl. Haven't you realized that this is a death game? To take a step back, even if werewolves really don't kill people, humans must at least survive in order to survive. Eliminate 2 werewolves, and elimination means death. This is a game where at least 2 people will die. Yulongwu said. Xiaoyu was speechless. Not only Xiaoyu, but others on the field were also somewhat silent. In the end, it was Chunjua who broke the silence. Okay. I think we humans have a great chance of winning now. Although the werewolf refrained from using his sword, maybe he didn't find a good opportunity, but in any case, in the werewolf killing game, this is equivalent to a waste of 1 werewolf's turn. Because of the presence of detectives, good guys can lock down a person's identity every day. So as long as the detective activates his ability, the werewolf is actually at a disadvantage now. After Chun Zhuo finished speaking, everyone naturally turned their attention to Lin Yu, who had been silent. Lin Yu's previous strategy was exactly as Xiaoyu said. Find someone who looks the most suspicious and activate his ability directly. But at this moment, after 2 encounters during the day and listening to the speech at the meeting just now, Lin Yu now thinks everyone is suspicious. Yao Jingye and Bao Lu are sneaking together and are suspected of looking for someone everywhere. Chunju's attitude towards him suddenly changed, and he didn't know what Su Xiaomei said to him. And this soldier, Yu Longhua, who walked alone, since he proposed grouping in pairs when grouping today and was very anxious to promote the grouping in pairs, this guy has been particularly suspicious in Lin Yu's eyes. Especially when the last group can obviously act together with 3 people, he insisted on going alone. What on earth does he want to do? And Lin Yu didn't even trust Xia Yu, who had been acting with him for a whole day. Afterwards, when they went to the first floor to handle the task, Lin Yu estimated, the utility room is too close. No matter how much delay and procrastination, it is impossible to go there for so long. Moreover, even if it was really nothing was found, would searching make Xia Yu so tired? Everyone was suspicious. Lin Yu felt that his thoughts were in a mess. Forget it. I can't use my ability. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to find a random person to use his ability. Let's use Bao Lu. Lin Yu thought about it, and then activated his ability. After obtaining the detective ability, he seemed to know how to use it instinctively. Lin Yu silently recited Bao Lu's name in his heart, and at the same time thought about Bao Lu's appearance. As he approached, he had a mysterious feeling, as if the soul of Bao Lu was in front of him. He only needed to think about it, and he could spy on the secrets hidden by the other party. Whether it was related to this game or other secrets of Bao Lu, he could easily know it. I want to know Bao Lu's identity in this game. Lin Yu thought about it, and then a memory picture appeared in front of him. The picture was Bao Lu's first-person perspective. He covered his ID card with a piece of letter paper and checked it carefully. And the text on the ID card was, "Your identity is werewolf." Then, the picture disappeared. Lin was a little surprised. Bao Lu is really a werewolf. So, he and Yao Jingye are likely to be 2 wolves? Hey, detective, who did you check? Tell us the information quickly. Bao Lu's urging voice also sounded at this time. Lin Yu raised his head, looked at the people around him, and opened his mouth. The best strategy now is undoubtedly to directly tell everyone that Bao Lu is a werewolf, and then throw Bao Lu out together. But, is it really so? Lin Yu exhaled and made up his mind. I use my ability to verify a person's identity, but I'm sorry, everyone, I can't explain my verification results now. When Lin Yu said this, everyone on the field changed their expression slightly. Chunjua, the most simple-minded otaku, naturally got anxious. No, buddy, just tell me what you found. Why don't you tell me what it means? Why are you so mysterious? Are you a Riddler? Lin Yu didn't answer, but just looked at Chunjua calmly. After Chunjua finished speaking, Yulongwa also echoed Chunjua with an unhappy look. Detective, what do you mean? Whether you find a werewolf or a human, reporting it is the best choice, right? Bao Lu also spoke with a gloomy look, but he didn't echo Chunjua and Yulongwa. You, a detective, are still whining and hiding when you find something. You really don't look like a good bird. And you, a dead otaku, I fuck you. You are the one who started the Riddler, and you are hesitant when you talk about your ability, so the detective now has a reason to hold his fart here. And you, a soldier, you come back from a day of walking alone and pretend to be cool. I hate people who pretend to be cool the most. Fuck. Bao Lu scolded all 3 people indiscriminately. After Bao Lu finished scolding, Lin Yu spoke slowly. Do you really think that it is beneficial for me to make public everything I find out? Think about it carefully, idiots. What if I find out that the person's identity is human? Relying on his arrogant detective personality, Lin Yu directly attacked back and attacked everyone indiscriminately. After saying this, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, and then remembered what Lin Yu said during the day. Werewolves don't know each other's identities. Xia Yu suddenly realized, indeed, if the person found is a human, then reporting it may not be of much benefit. Chunjua was puzzled. How is it possible? This is equivalent to giving us a golden water, opening our vision and eliminating a wrong option. How can it be useless? Xia Yu patiently explained on behalf of Lin Yu. However, this is very different from the ordinary werewolf game. You may not have noticed that the werewolf does not know who his teammates are. Chenjua was stunned for a moment. So what? Lin Yu leaned back slightly and spoke in a lazy tone. On the first day, the werewolf did not kill anyone. Is there a certain reason? Is it because he was afraid of killing his teammates? After Lin Yu said this, Chenjua finally reacted. So that's how it is. Not only the good guys in this game have a narrow field of vision. The werewolves are the same. So you didn't tell me, detective, because you were afraid to set a safe target for the werewolves to kill and narrow the range for the werewolves to find their teammates, right? Lin Yu chuckled. It's not that stupid. Then what should we do today? Su Xiaomei frowned and asked. My suggestion is not to nominate anyone. Lin Yu naturally led everyone again. The day is Christmas Day, and the night is Christmas Eve. Wait for my inspection results tomorrow to make a decision. How about it? Lin Yu said, and the meeting room fell silent again. Yu Longhua said coldly, what if the person you find tomorrow is still a human? I will also announce it if I find human. 2 werewolves among the remaining 5 humans are always a good deal. Not to mention that if you believe my inspection results, it is equivalent to acknowledging that I am a good person, Lin Yu said casually. Besides, maybe I will find a werewolf tomorrow. He said this with a smile, somewhat optimistically. Su Xiaomei poured cold water on him. The probability of 2/5 is not low, but it is more likely to find a human. Lin Yu shrugged without comment. Theoretically, the probability of finding a werewolf today is only 1/3, but didn't he catch Bao Lu in one go? But thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. Wait, is this really because of luck? This kind of illusory thing is exactly what Lin Yu doesn't believe the most. Because Lin Yu did not reveal the verification information, everyone agreed that there would be no voting today. The first day's meeting ended in silence. According to the letter, they need to spend the night in the conference room. The conference room is absolutely safe, and werewolves cannot commit crimes here. So they don't need to worry about being attacked by werewolves while sleeping. There are several sofas in the conference room, enough for them to rest. However, even so, no one really slept. Everyone was obviously full of worry. Some people were sitting and some were lying down. But everyone chose a place alone and did not get too close to others. Yu Longhua leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest, not knowing whether he fell asleep or not. Bao Lu half closed his eyes and rolled his eyes slightly, observing the others from time to time. Chenjua did not sit down, but kept wandering around the conference room, looking like he was racking his brains for thinking. Can you please stop leaving? Su Xiaomei said softly. Although Chenjua's footsteps were not loud, they still affected the rest of others in the quiet conference room at night. Okay. Chenjua sighed softly and found a place to sit down. Xiaoyu was lying on her side on the sofa, seemingly the only one sleeping. Yao Jingye was huddled on the sofa in a corner, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Yu randomly found a sofa to sit on and did not sleep. Instead, he kept looking at the clock on the wall. He was waiting for 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Just at the end of the meeting, Lin Yu had a vague guess that could be called crazy. But unfortunately, this crazy conjecture can explain almost all the things that he finds weird. Soon, the heavy bell rang, announcing the arrival of 12 o'clock. Lin Yu's ability as a detective has also been refreshed. He got a new opportunity to explore other people's innermost secrets. Lin Yu breathed out and then immediately activated his ability. I want to explore the secrets of Yu Long country. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart, and the appearance of Yu Longhua appeared in front of his eyes. The mysterious feeling appeared again. Lin Yu seized the time and chanted silently. Explore Yu Longhua's hidden identity in this game. The scene when Yu Longhua opened the envelope appeared in front of his eyes. Unlike Bao Lu, Yu Longhua noticed the identity card immediately, glanced at it very naturally, and then put it away. The speed was so fast that Lin Yu almost didn't see it clearly. However, he still saw it. The identity card has the word werewolf written on it. It's a werewolf again. At this point, Lin Yu has detected 2 werewolves. According to previous inferences, the game seems to be over. But Lin Yu didn't react at all. He exhaled, feeling that his crazy guess was getting more and more confirmed. But as of now, it's still just a conjecture. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Wait until tomorrow to confirm whether my guess is correct or not. And no matter what the outcome is tomorrow, the guess is correct or not, this game will all come to an end. Of course, it is also possible that he died during the confirmation process. After all, that verification method may be a little dangerous. Lin Yu thought and slowly fell asleep. A night of silence. The next day, the grand bell rang again, waking up everyone who had been sleeping lightly. When Lin Yu got up from the sofa, Soldier Yulongwa had already walked to the schedule. Today's mission has been refreshed. Let's continue to act according to yesterday's grouping. As Yulongwa said, naturally no one raised any objection. Bao Lu cursed and dragged Yao Jingyao over, while Chun Zhua and Su Shumei were already standing together. Xia Yu yawned and approached Lin Yu. Good morning, detective brother. Morning, vet's sister. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. He was obviously a little nervous last night, but now he is completely relaxed. He said, Xia Yu curled her lips. The vet girl is so ugly. Is this any different from detective brother? Of course it's different. The two people whispered, which aroused Yulongwa's dissatisfaction. Okay, stop chatting privately. Let's quickly assign tasks. The area each group is responsible for should be the same as yesterday, so that they are familiar with the terrain structure and can be more familiar with the road. I took a look and found that the number of tasks is quite average, and there are some repetitive tasks. As Yulongwa said, Lin Yu and Xia Yu also stepped forward to receive the task. After receiving the task, everyone filed out, left the conference room, and rushed to their respective areas of responsibility. Lin Yu and Xia Yu once again stepped onto the stairs in the middle of the castle. In the early morning, a layer of mist shrouded the windows of the castle, and the number of crows in the dead trees was reduced by half, but the remaining few were still facing the castle, seeming to be peeping at something. Listening to the footsteps of other groups of people walking away, Lin Yu suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Xia Yu condescendingly. What's wrong, detective? Xia Yu tilted her head and said. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and stared at her for a long time. He looked at Xia Yu carefully for the first time and found that this girl was even more beautiful than he thought. Although she has no makeup, her skin is very delicate. The eyes are also watery and have double eyelids. He has so much hair that even a college student like him is envious. And she works as a veterinarian, so she must also love small animals, right? Feel sorry, Lin Yu said in his heart, and then looked at Xia Yu. He was silent for a long time, and then spoke seriously. Xia Yu. He did not call the other party's profession as a pronoun, but called the other party's name. Such a serious call made Xia Yu a little surprised. Why did you suddenly call me that? Do you want to? I actually detected a werewolf yesterday. Lin Yu interrupted Xia Yu's words. Hearing this, Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, and then a look of shock appeared on her face. It's true, brother detective. Then why didn't you say it last night? Can't we just vote out the werewolf? Lin Yu sighed, with an unbearable look on his face. Xia Yu, of course it's because the person I found is you. He whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Anyone who listens to this will feel that there is a war between heaven and man in his heart. Xia Yu heard it and froze on the spot. You are mistaken, detective brother, she said first, but Lin Yu didn't respond, just raised his head and looked at her. After a long time, Xia Yu sighed, with a little sadness on her face. What a pity. I actually have a crush on you, and I'm not ready to kill anyone either. Although she said that, Xia Yu lifted up her white coat, took out a dagger from the belt on her back, and held it in her hand. I'm really curious. When did you start to doubt me? And why did you doubt me? Xia Yu asked softly. Lin Yu stood in front of Xia Yu, his face expressionless, and he spoke in a calm tone. Maybe it's because your acting skills are so bad, vet girl. Even when faced with the dagger, Lin Yu still looked calm. But this is just because his expression management and line skills are too good. Lin Yu now felt his scalp numb as he looked at the cold dagger in front of him and Xia Yu with murderous intent in his eyes. That crazy conjecture was really confirmed. The werewolves now include Bao Lu and Yulongwa. And Xia Yu. The number of werewolves is not 2 at all, but 5 people. Lin Yu actually never trusted Xia Yu from the beginning to the end of the team formation. As he just said, Xia Yu's acting skills are really bad. When she was alone with him, the innocence, timidity, and liveliness she showed all had strong traces of acting. Lin Yu could see through this amateur's poor performance at a glance. So, Xiaoyu was very suspicious. After all, her performance was obviously covering up something. But Xiaoyu was not the only suspicious one. From the first day of grouping, there were too many suspicious people in this game. Yu Longhua, who was anxious to let everyone group in pairs, and the other 6 people who did not oppose this proposal at all. Next, it was Bao Lu Yao Jingye who inexplicably deviated from his responsible area during the mission, and Su Xiaomei and Chen Zhua, who suddenly changed their attitude towards him and clung to each other. The most important thing was that last night, after I proposed not to report the inspection results, everyone instantly accepted it as a matter of course. Although Lin Yu's words were very reasonable at the time, he knew very well that it was a statement full of fallacies and could not withstand any praise at all. Aren't they afraid that they, as a detective, could not report the inspection results and would be directly stabbed today? The most important thing was that Lin Yu proposed not to vote, and everyone agreed happily. Even no one checked their respective schedules for today. It seemed that everyone was tacitly unwilling to mention this. At that time, Lin Yu suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind. Could they all be werewolves? If these people were all regarded as werewolves, their behavior could be explained. Everyone expected to disperse their actions and plan to fish in troubled waters at the meeting without reporting any information. But Lin Yu's first reaction at the time was, how is this possible? The rules of the game will not go wrong. At the moment when this thought came up, Lin Yu suddenly realized something with a chill. From the beginning to the end, there was no game rule that said there are only 2 people in the werewolf camp. The so-called game rules were all summarized by them in the game. He immediately recalled the details of the entire castle. Lin Yu's elective course stage setting also ranked first in the major, so he was extremely sensitive to these environmental details. Wolf elements can be seen everywhere on the candlesticks and paintings in this castle. This sacrifice that obviously looks like a human limb in the kitchen, and the sacrifice that is obviously a human head on the altar. And human supplies, all piled up in a place that is incompatible with this castle, like materials temporarily placed here by later people. Coupled with some human warnings in the letter at the beginning, Lin Yu suddenly discovered a misunderstanding. The 7 people participating in this game naturally thought that werewolves were outsiders. But is the owner of this castle really human? Lin Yu brought in the perspective of stage setting. If he built such a castle as a landscape, then the people living in it will never be human. Then, if we continue to think based on this point, the bloody words, there are 2 outsiders among you that they saw on the wall at the beginning, did they refer to werewolves or humans? There was also the title of this game that was seen before entering this game before the bloody words. Who is the outsider? This is just like a hint. At this moment, Lin Yu finally confirmed his guess through the reaction of Xiaoyu. In this game, humans are outsiders. So, there are 5 werewolves and 2 humans. The fact that the werewolves don't know each other's identities is not a random setting for this game, but a necessary condition for the game to proceed. Whether it is a human or a werewolf, whoever first realizes the true meaning of outsiders will gain a huge advantage. Lin Yu exhaled, and a smile appeared on his face. Now, he has a huge advantage in this game. Hey, detective brother, why are you still laughing? But then, Xiaoyu's words brought Lin Yu back to reality. The girl in front of him was standing at the bottom of the 3 stairs with a dagger, looking at Lin Yu with a smile. Even if you know the most important truth of this game, the danger in front of you still exists. However, although Xiaoyu showed the dagger, she still didn't do it. This was also within Lin Yu's expectations. So, he looked at Xiaoyu and said confidently, "Of course, this is because I already know who the 2 werewolves are, and I activated my ability again this morning and already know who your other werewolf teammate is. Even if you kill me, I already know the truth. In a sense, I also win." Lin Yu knew the reason why Xiaoyu didn't take action. She really didn't know who her other werewolf teammate was. Because everyone looked suspicious and too much like a werewolf. Xiaoyu must be confused. She must want to use Lin Yu's ability to know who the other werewolf is. At least one option must be eliminated. Therefore, Lin Yu's words hit the mark of Xiaoyu. The arrogant detective character that she had been creating finally worked. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled. Is that so, detective brother? But how did you figure out my other teammate? I have no idea at all. She was trying to get the words of Lin Yu, the conceited detective. But unfortunately, Lin Yu's character was completely acted out. Moreover, his acting skills were much better than Xiaoyu's. Looking at the curious and excited Xiaoyu, Lin Yu whispered, "It's very simple. Although your teammate disguised himself well." Halfway through his words, Lin Yu turned around and ran upstairs. Xiaoyu reacted quickly. She was only surprised for less than a second, and then rushed towards Lin Yu. Xiaoyu was also on guard against Lin Yu's escape. I must not let him run away, she thought to herself. After all, in Xiaoyu's view, once her identity was exposed by Lin Yu, then it would be over. Even if Lin Yu was killed, the remaining 4 humans would throw her out. With Lin Yu's corpse, there was no need to wait until 7 o'clock in the evening, and humans could directly hold an emergency meeting. But Xiaoyu didn't know. Lin Yu didn't want to run at all. After running only 2 steps, Lin Yu suddenly turned around and kicked Xiaoyu in the lower abdomen. Bang! Xiaoyu, who was running at full speed, lost her balance in an instant and was kicked down the stairs. Ouch! Xiaoyu screamed in pain, although she consciously adjusted her landing posture. But the difference of 7 or 8 steps still made Xiaoyu feel severe pain in her back and buttocks, and her eyes went black. She struggled to get up, but her right hand suddenly felt a sharp pain. Crack! Ah! The crisp sound of bones breaking sounded. Xiaoyu screamed, and the dagger fell to the ground. Then, her screams stopped abruptly. The dagger pierced her chest. She looked in front of her. Blood gushed out of the wound, staining her white coat red. The body lost strength instantly. Xiaoyu used her intact left hand to use the last bit of strength to tightly grasp Lin Yu's left wrist holding the knife, her eyes full of unwillingness. Lin Yu watched Xiaoyu's vitality fade away bit by bit, trembling all over, and whispered, "Sorry, this is the only way I can think of to win." Based on the prerequisite that there are only 2 humans and 5 werewolves, Lin Yu was able to get a new inference. There are 2 ways for humans to win the game. One is to mislead the werewolf, making the werewolf mistakenly think that he is voting for a good person and then vote for his other werewolf teammates. The other is hunt werewolves in the game, just as no game rules have ever explicitly stated that werewolves are outsiders. Although this game has always emphasized that werewolves are more powerful and have weapon boxes, no rules have ever said human beings must be the prey. Xiaoyu was afraid of exposing the fact that she was a werewolf, but Lin Yu was actually more afraid of her being exposed than Xiaoyu. Because once Xiaoyu is exposed, Lin Yu does not have for human teammates to follow the vote. Maybe it will make other werewolves realize that there is something wrong with the number of werewolves. Therefore, Lin Yu could only kill Xiaoyu here. He got up from the ground, looked at Xiaoyu's body and the blood splattered on his body, and started retching while holding onto the railing. Later, after noticing with his peripheral vision that the sneaky little figure peeping at him at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor disappeared, Lin Yu also instantly stopped this performance of being a little disgusting after killing someone for the first time. Sure enough, thief Yao Jingye is also a werewolf. Then my teammate can only be one of Chen Zhihua and Su Xiaomei. He expressionlessly wiped the blood from the dagger on his sleeve and turned towards the 1st floor. Of course, he still had some turmoil in his heart. No matter how much you comfort yourself, this is to survive. Xiaoyu did it to her first. She is already a dead person. This is killing after all, killing with your own hands. But it was these waves that made Lin Yu realize something very clearly at this moment. He wants to live. I want to be on stage again. I want to be an outstanding drama actor. I want to give a touching performance. Also, I want to find out why that inexplicable schoolgirl wanted to kill me. Even if he kills people, he will not hesitate. Lin Yu walked down the stairs, put the dagger away on his belt, and hid it behind his British-style coat. As soon as he got down to the first floor, Lin Yu bumped into Chunjua and Su Xiaomei, who were walking out of the restaurant. Chunjua was still very alert when he met Lin Yu again. But this time, he seemed to have some confidence and took the initiative to talk to Lin Yu. "Hey, Lin Yu, why are you alone? Where is Xiaoyu?" Lin Yu spread his hands. "I don't know. I got separated from her, and I'm looking for her too. If you see her, remember to ask her to come to me on the first floor." Lin Yu said. Chunjua frowned. "Separated? How could that happen?" But Lin Yu ignored him, turned around, and left in a hurry. Then, he heard Chunjua pulling Su Xiaomei up the stairs. Lin Yu breathed out and walked towards the conference room. At the same time, he began to count down silently in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before his countdown was complete, he heard the rapid ringing of the bell. Dang, dang, dang. As the bell rang, the sky outside the window suddenly darkened. Lin Yu knew in his heart that this was the bell ringing for an emergency meeting. Someone discovered the body. As expected, Chunjua and Su Xiaomei should have discovered Xiaoyu's body on the stairs. He walked to the end of the corridor and opened the door to the conference room. On the schedule in the conference room, the time for all tasks has stopped. The clock on the wall read 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu swaggered back to his seat. Not long after, Yulongwo was the first to push open the door and enter. He glanced at Lin Yu and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is this an emergency meeting you called?" "No." Lin Yu shook his head and said concisely. Yulongwo was about to ask something more, but before he could speak, the door to the conference room was opened again. Boom! Bao Lu opened the door with great momentum, and behind him, except Yao Jingya, they were actually followed by Chunjua and Su Xiaomei. The four of them came in together. When Yulongwo saw this, he understood instantly. "It seems that the vet is dead," Yulongwo whispered. The four people who came and took their seats one after another, and Chunjua said with a pale face, "That's right. We found the corpse of the veterinarian." Chunjua was obviously greatly shocked. Su Xiaomei took over the conversation and narrated the incident completely. "Chunjua and I completed the task on the first floor and were about to go to the second floor. Then we discovered Xiaoyu's body on the stairs. She had a stab wound on her heart, which should be the cause of death." After Su Xiaomei finished speaking, Chunjua finally came to his senses and looked at Lin Yu fiercely. "That's him. Not only was he the one who acted together with Xiaoyu, but Teacher Su and I found the body in the middle of the stairs in the middle of the castle. We had just bumped into him coming down the same stairs a few minutes before we found the body. I thought it was strange and asked him why he was acting alone. In the end, he just vaguely said something about being separated from the veterinarian and then left on his own." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Lin Yu. Chunjua's speech undoubtedly locked the suspicion on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu heard Chunjua's speech, he also laughed exaggeratedly. "Ha ha 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 ha." He stood up, supported the table with both hands, and said coldly, "Everyone, I didn't kill anyone. This fat guy slandered me. I did get separated from Xiaoyu, but how could I kill her? If I were really a werewolf, would I choose to attack the veterinarian in the same group first? Just now, when this idiot fat guy accused me, I had already checked him." Lin Yu pointed at Chunjua and said coldly, "His identity is exactly what I expected. He is a werewolf. He killed Xiaoyu, who was in the same group with me, and framed me just to frame me, the prophet with the identity of the highest in the field." Lin Yu's tone was impassioned, and his words were mixed with a lot of personal attacks on Chunjua. Chunjua was naturally so angry that he trembled all over. "What the hell are you talking about? I've always been working with Teacher Su. That means you two are twin wolves. Good people, listen to me. This round, all votes will be cast away. Tomorrow night, send the teacher away according to the rounds. The game is over," Lin Yu said very bluntly. The logic of Lin Yu's speech is nonsense, but his momentum is very strong. In addition, Chunjua was so angry that he couldn't think of how to refute Lin Yu for a while. In the end, Chunjua took out a palm-sized instrument that looked like a walkie-talkie from his trouser pocket. "Okay, detective, you said you didn't kill Xiaoyu. Do you dare to say it again to this lie detector?" The information obtained by Teacher Su's professional ability is that there are two key props in the human camp. We just found one of them, which is this lie detector. Lie detector? Lin Yu was a little surprised when he saw the gadget that Chunjua took out. But soon, Lin Yu realized that the appearance of this thing was actually beneficial to him. Lin Yu immediately looked at Chunjua and said sternly, "Okay, it's a lie detector. I'm still afraid you won't succeed. You turn it on now." Chunjua snorted coldly. "Okay, let's see how hard you talk later." Su Xiaomei added at the side, "Don't try any tricks later. This lie detector can only test one sentence a day." Chunjua was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Xiaomei. "Teacher Su, why are you telling him this?" Su Xiaomei seemed to have just realized that she had made a mistake and was a little apologetic. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was afraid that he would mess around and waste this precious opportunity. But if he talks about it for a while, you can just assume that he doesn't dare to take the lie detector test, right?" Su Xiaomei said seriously. Chunjua nodded. "Okay, Teacher Su." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, of the two people, Chunjua is more likely to be his human teammate. Su Xiaomei was very suspicious of giving a message to herself just now. Of course, this didn't matter to Lin Yu. "I can't do any tricks. Just start." Chunjua pressed the button on the side of the polygraph. "Let's start." He pointed the lie detector at Lin Yu, and the instruction button on it lit up. Lin Yu looked at the lie detector and said calmly, "Xia Yu's death has nothing to do with me." Beep! The light on the lie detector turned red and a high-pitched beep came out. Chunjua jumped up excitedly. "Okay, you're lying." Lin Yu had a look of astonishment on his face, but this look of astonishment was also acted out by him. After all, Lin Yu's purpose is to make everyone think that he is an iron wolf at this moment. There is a high probability that Chunjua is the only one who will vote for him. And next, to all the werewolves, he is their most like teammate. Therefore, Lin Yu chose to have a showdown with Xia Yu on the stairs, not only because the terrain of the stairs was more convenient for him to fight against Xia Yu, who was armed with a sharp weapon. Another important reason is that the stairs extend in all directions, making it easy for someone to see the body. This will increase Lin Yu's suspicion. As for why it's so obvious, Lin Yu looked at the group of Bao Lu and Yao Jingye. Fortunately for Yulonghua and Su Xiaomei, they must have recognized themselves as wolf teammates. But Bao Lu and Yao Jingye may have recognized each other's werewolf identities on the first day. Therefore, Lin Yu had to do something very obvious in order to make these two people doubt their previous judgment and believe that he was the werewolf. Sure enough, Bao Lu now had an expression of "I'm thinking," and Yao Jingye glanced at Bao Lu from the corner of his eyes in disbelief. Certainly, even if he did this, Lin Yu still had a struggle. What if the other werewolves felt that they were hopeless and decided to vote? Although the voting was anonymous, they would most likely be able to vote without registering the vote. After all, there were only two werewolves on the field. Even if Lin Yu was voted out, it would be easy for one person to abstain from voting and insist on saying "I voted." But no matter what, you still have to quibble. Lin Yu faced the lie detector with a red light and began his almost arrogant defense. "What? You said I was lying because I was lying. Maybe this red light thing is the truth. Besides, you said this thing is a lie detector, but I said it's a gramophone or maybe a nail clipper. The most important thing is to take a step back. What if what I just said was a lie? What I said was, Xia Yu's death has nothing to do with me. Is it possible that, in fact, her death, what does it have to do with me? After all, it was me and her who got separated, which led to her being killed by you." Lin Yu said eloquently. Chunjua listened and sneered again and again. "These are just feeble excuses. Do you think anyone believes you?" "I applied to vote," Chunjua shouted. In front of everyone, a flame suddenly ignited. Then, a piece of white paper and a quill fell out of the flames. Bloody words appeared on the white paper. "Write the names of the people you want to banish." Chunjua picked up his pen and started writing quickly. Lin Yu also wrote the name Chunjua on the paper. Subsequently, the voting session ended. The flames reappeared and engulfed the pens and papers. But this time, everyone has begun to get used to this surprising game, and they are not scared. And then, the bloody words on the wall appeared. The result of this round of voting is Lin Yu's number of votes, 1. Number of votes received by Chunjua, 1. The votes are tied, and no one gets more than half of the votes left alive, so no one is exiled. The blood words gradually faded away. Chunjua was dumbfounded. No, buddy, you. But before Chunjua spoke, Lin Yu interrupted them loudly. What are you doing? Why don't you vote for this otaku? He is stepping on me as a detective. I am the highest status in the audience. I'm so stupid, I'm convinced yes. If you don't know how to play, why don't you vote? Chunjua was dumbfounded, looking at Lin Yu, and opened his mouth. He wanted to ask, why did you say all my words? What are you so anxious about, werewolf? However, the others were also a little surprised by Lin Yu's fierce criticism, thinking back to the number of votes just now. Obviously, the fact that Lin Yu did not get out was also a little incredible to them. However, Lin Yu observed that the remaining 4 people did not seem to be too entangled in this matter. It seemed that they had the mentality of not getting out is a good thing anyway, and they had already started a rest. Only Chunjua found a sofa in the corner with indignation and began to sleep soundly. Just like that, time came to the next day. The sky was bright again, and Lin Yu climbed up from the sofa. Although he killed someone, he slept better than ever last night. It was time to assign tasks again. Yulong stood in front of the schedule and glanced at Lin Yu. Your partner is dead. Regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, what are you going to do next? Of course I'll be in the same group with you. Soldier brother, you have to keep a close eye on this werewolf. Chunjua said quickly. Lin Yu said slowly, but I think it's better for me to go alone. If I'm really a werewolf, aren't you kidding Brother Yu's life? Chunjua said anxiously. But Brother Yu has the ability of a soldier, and his physical fitness is 5 times that of an ordinary person. Don't be generous to others. Otaku, do you know that werewolves may have weapons? Even if their physical fitness is 5 times, you shouldn't let soldiers take risks. Lin Yu said sternly. Chunjua was speechless by Lin Yu, who was attacking from a moral high ground. His face flushed, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Su Xiaomei also hurriedly pulled Chunjua. Okay, don't argue with him. Yulong also looked at Lin Yu meaningfully and said calmly, okay, I'll do as you say. After Lin Yu wrote down the task he had to do, he left the conference room alone. He still came to the 2nd floor. The first task is in the kitchen on the 2nd floor, and the task content is to clean the kitchen stove. After Lin Yu came to the kitchen, he closed the kitchen door and let out a breath. I'm so tired, but the exertion is worth it. The excited and somewhat mentally retarded speech and performance last night has definitely been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now, except for Chunjua, the other 4 players, that is, the 4 remaining surviving werewolves, probably all believe that they're their teammates. Needless to say, Yulong and Su Xiaomei, even Bao Lu and Yao Jingye, who share each other's identities, may feel that something is wrong. I just don't know if these 2 people are smart enough to come to the conclusion that the number of werewolves is only 5. Lin Yu took the rag and wiped the blood on the stove and couldn't help but think. Of course, he hoped that these 2 people wouldn't notice it. And just when he was halfway wiping the stove, the kitchen door opened. Yao Jingye poked his head out furtively and then looked at Lin Yu. He smiled and spoke. Brother Detective, Brother Lin, are you doing a mission? Seeing Yao Jingye coming alone with such cautious appearance, Lin Yu already had a clear idea in his heart. Sure enough, Yao Jingye and Bao Lu did not reveal the truth about there are 5 werewolves. Yao Jingye came alone. I'm afraid it's just to confirm whether his identity is a real werewolf. If he is real, then Bao Lu is fake. But despite this, Lin Yu still pretended not to know what Yao Jingye was going to do and showed a cautious look calmly. He put his hands on his lower back and spoke cautiously. You're a thief. Why come here alone? Where are your teammates? I'm warning you, don't get too close. Lin Yu said coldly, and Yao Jingye spoke quickly. Brother, I know you are a werewolf. We are teammates. With that said, Yao Jingye quickly took out a sharp hand axe from his arms with a wolf's head carved on the handle. Look, this is my werewolf-specific weapon. Lin Yu was slightly surprised when he saw it. Are you actually a werewolf too? He naturally pulled out the dagger from his waist and weighed it in his hand, but suddenly his face showed a fierce expression. Wait a minute, Did you activate your thief ability to steal the weapons of my wolf teammates and deliberately deceive me? As Lin Yu said this, Yao Jingye spoke quickly. Brother, I am really your teammate. I saw you on the 3rd floor yesterday morning after killing the veterinarian, then holding onto the railing next to the body and retching. But I didn't tell anyone in the meeting last night. Now you should believe that I am your teammate, right? Yao Jingye hurriedly realized the truth for himself. Lin Yu then showed a look of surprise. So you are really my teammate? That's great. The two of us act together. Now we can use both swords. And even though that soldier is powerful, I'm afraid he is no match for us two together, Lin Yu said with an excited look. Seeing Lin Yu looking like he wanted to rush out and start killing people, Yao Jingye naturally believed that Lin Yu was a werewolf. But he showed a troubled look. But, brother detective, there seems to be something strange, Yao Jingye said with some confusion. The gangsters in my group also seem to be werewolves, and we passed each other's identities yesterday. Really? Faced with the information thrown out by Yao Jingye, Lin Yu had already expected it, and the other party chose to tell him this. I'm afraid he was more inclined to think that he was his real teammate. Therefore, Lin Yu also showed a strange look. Huh? How did you judge this? Yao Jingye scratched his head and chuckled. Brother detective, your previous guess about my ability is correct. My ability as a thief is indeed to steal items from other people. Only once a day, I can steal from a random person. Any item of. After completing the first task yesterday, the gangster made a sneaky excuse and said he wanted to go to the toilet and leave first. But I took a peek and saw that the direction he went was not the toilet at all. After I came back, I had doubts, so I used the thief ability on him, and then I found a watermelon knife with a wolf head carved on him. It seems that it is a werewolf's exclusive weapon. I judged that he might be a werewolf, so I had a showdown with him, told him my identity, and gave him the watermelon knife. The ruffian didn't believe me at first, but then we found a wolf box, and I opened it in front of him, and he completely believed me. Yao Jingye said this and also fell into thinking, Brother, do you think there are more than 2 werewolves? Lin Yu listened to the process described by Yao Jingye, and his mind was running rapidly. Do you want to tell Yao Jingye the truth here to further gain his trust? No, wait a minute. Just as Yao Jingye was describing the process, there was a fatal trap that allowed him to trample Bao Lu to death. Lin Yu suddenly realized something and looked at Yao Jingye, his face darkening. It's bad. You were tricked by that bastard. It is indeed a good idea to use werewolf boxes and weapons to detect whether the opponent is a werewolf. But don't forget the ruffian's ability. When Lin Yu said this, Yao Jingye's expression also changed drastically. It's broken. His ability is to ignore the one-time rule. He used his ability to open the werewolf box. Oops, my identity has been exposed to him. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Yao Jingye came to a conclusion, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it became. With Bao Lu's domineering and violent character, it makes perfect sense to use his rogue ability to forcefully open the werewolf's box and find weapons for self-defense. At this time, Lin Yu also struck while the iron was hot. I just used my detective skills today. The identity of the gangster is human. When Yao Jingye heard this, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What should I do, brother detective? My identity has been exposed to him. Lin Yu immediately comforted Yao Jingye in a deep voice. Don't worry, he didn't report you in yesterday's meeting, which means that this person is still planning to make peace with you for the time being. With his selfish and irritable character, he probably didn't want to tell others your identity. This guy probably plans to point out 2 werewolves at once, or simply plans to kill the werewolves himself. Also, I seriously suspect that he is probably happy to see the werewolves kill a few people first, and the scene is like a river of blood. Even if they are from the same camp, he may not want the rest of the people to survive. For example, if I killed Xiaoyu yesterday, he might not even be happy in time. After all, Xiaoyu had an argument with him on the first day. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Yao Jingye nodded with deep understanding. This rogue is indeed. Then what should we do now, brother Lin? Lin Yu's face turned grim, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Strike first. While he is still unprepared, go and attack him directly and kill him. After Lin Yu deceived him, Yao Jingye also held an axe, with murderous intent in his eyes. Brother Lin, big brother, you are right. Now we can only strike first. But I have a question, Brother Lin. After all, the gangster is in the same group as me. If I kill him, won't I become more suspicious? Lin Yu waved his hand. It doesn't matter. You go ahead and kill him. I won't be idle while you do it. I will find an opportunity to kill another one. When the time comes, 2 people will die at once. We 2 werewolves are here. You saw the voting yesterday. As long as the 2 of us tie up our votes, we will not be voted out. Lin Yu said firmly. Even if I don't find a good opportunity, you should hide the body as well as possible. Maybe then we will have the opportunity to directly attack the 2 swords, and then hold a meeting to vote to flush out the last one. This is not a direct win. Yao Jingye was deceived by Lin Yu, and felt that victory was in sight. Okay, Brother Lin, I know you are smart. I'm so lucky to have someone like you as a teammate. Lin Yu patted Yao Jingye on the shoulder. But you must be careful, because all this is based on your ability to successfully kill the gangster. So, don't hesitate after seeing him, just do it. Whatever the other party says, do not hesitate. Yao Jingye nodded excitedly. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I will definitely kill him with an axe. After saying that, Yao Jingye picked up the axe and turned around and left. Lin Yu watched Yao Jingye leave with a smile on his lips. Okay, now whether Yao Jingye can kill Bao Lu or Bao Lu kills Yao Jingye, the number of werewolves has been reduced by 1. The next thing to do is to find a way to regain Chenjua's trust. If Chenjua's trust can be gained, the progress of the game will be completely controlled by Lin Yu. Lin Yu recalled the tasks Chenjua and Su Xiaomei received. At this time, they may have completed the first and second tasks. Lin Yu quickly cleared the countertop, completed his first task, and then came to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. This is the 3rd mission location for Chenjua and Su Xiaomei. Lin Yu investigated and unexpectedly discovered that there was an unopened human supply box in the bedroom, and he was even more overjoyed. There is such a good thing, and not long after, Lin Yu saw Chenjua appearing here alone. The little fat man climbed up the stairs and stood at the door of the bedroom, huffing and puffing. Is there such a good opportunity? Lin Yu was overjoyed, and when Chenjua approached, he jumped out immediately. Hey, otaku, Lin Yu said. Chenjua was startled. After seeing clearly that it was Lin Yu, Chenjua turned around and wanted to run away. But Chenjua's fat body was grabbed by Lin Yu. Before the otaku called, Lin Yu quickly spoke. Otaku, if I wanted to kill you, I would wipe your neck right now. So don't scream. With that said, Lin Yu pulled out the dagger and put on Chenjua's neck. Chenjua turned pale with fright and said tremblingly, Don't be impulsive. Teacher Su is just finishing up the second task and asking me to come over first. She will come over soon. You kill me, this time will be voted out. I won't kill you. I know you are a human being, and so am I. Lin Yu said coldly, I did kill Xiaoyu, but she was the werewolf. It's just that I grabbed the knife and killed her. The rules of this game don't say that humans can't kill werewolves. Think about it with your pig brain. Could such a critical bit of information like detective be a werewolf? Lin Yu said with great momentum, and added, There's a box of human supplies in this bedroom. If you don't believe it, I can open it and show it to you. He said, and let go of Chenjua. Chenjua looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Are you really human? Of course. Lin Yu pushed open the bedroom door and went straight to the brown box in the corner. Then, he opened the brown human box with a click, took out food and water, and threw the bread to Chenjua. Chenjua believed most of it now. I'll go, detective. Are you really a human being? He looked apologetic and scratched his head naively. I'm sorry. I thought you were a werewolf last night. But this apology quickly disappeared. Chenjua touched his chin and said, But then again, I don't think it's all my fault. Detective, you acted like a werewolf last night. I did it on purpose, Lin Yu said calmly, because if I didn't behave like a werewolf, I might be voted out. Aren't you curious why I looked so much like a werewolf last night, but I only got 1 from you? Ticket. Chenjua was stunned. What does this mean? It means that this game has a text trap. The human camp is the two outsiders. Soldiers are werewolves. Ruffians are werewolves. Veterinarians are werewolves. Thieves are werewolves. Teachers are fucking werewolves. We are the only two humans. Chunjua was shocked by the news. Holy crap, is this really fake? Chunjua scratched his hair and muttered to himself. But if you think about it carefully, Teacher Sue has never opened a human box. She even asked me to open the boxes for polygraphs and pistols. After Chunjua finished speaking, Lin Yu spoke. Really, Teacher Sue? Wait a minute, pistol? Chunjua nodded. Yes, Teacher Sue's professional ability is to get a piece of useful information about this game. The information she got is that the human camp in this game has two super powerful props. One is a lie detector, and the other is a pistol. The lie detector can detect the truth of one lie a day, and the pistol has only one bullet, but that bullet is sure to hit. Chunjua said seriously. Lin Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. Where is the pistol? With Teacher Sue. After saying that, Chunjua also had a broken expression on his face. Now the biggest reliance of humans to kill werewolves has fallen into the hands of werewolves. Lin Yu was silent for a long time and looked at Chunjua. Tell me the truth. Chunjua, what is your ability? My ability is to reduce physical energy consumption to 1/3 of that of ordinary people and speed up recovery by 3 times when I stay in a static state. Chunjua answered honestly. Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, Since the pistol only has one bullet, can you take the responsibility of taking the bullet that is sure to hit you later? A sure hit does not mean you will die. If you lie down and stay still, maybe the wound will heal. After all, this is also caused by your mistake. Chunjua's face was pale. Brother, are you serious? Of course I'm kidding. Lin Yu sighed. Soldiers are already difficult to kill, and now there's a teacher with a gun. This game is really difficult. Lin Yu can hardly think of a worse result than this. Can I only rely on sneak attacks or fool Yao Jingye again? Lin Yu sighed and thought about a solution. And at this time, the door of the bedroom opened. Looking at the duo who came in, Lin Yu slowly exhaled. It turns out that the situation can be even worse. The two people who came in were the soldier Yu Longhua and the teacher Su Xiaomei. Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei appearing at the same time is undoubtedly the scene that Lin Yu least wants to see. After confirming the rule that humans can kill werewolves, Lin Yu has actually placed his hope of winning the game on killing werewolves. And in Lin Yu's original plan, he had no intention of fighting with Yu Longhua at all. The best situation is to keep Yu Longhua until the end and vote him out at the meeting. After all, his ability is 5 times stronger than his physical fitness. And he was originally a soldier, so he must be proficient in various fighting skills. In addition, he belongs to the werewolf camp, and he may have a werewolf weapon in his hand. In summary, Yu Longhua is definitely the most difficult one to kill. As long as there is a slight possibility, Lin Yu definitely doesn't want to fight him. And Su Xiaomei, who got the pistol, has now become very dangerous. The power of hot weapons should never be underestimated. Although there's only one bullet, the effect of must hit. In fact, it is really not much different from must die. Even if it hits the leg, the amount of bleeding from the gunshot wound cannot heal naturally. There is no emergency room in this game. Lin Yu is very clear about this. After all, he was sent to this game by a gun. He knows better than anyone the feeling of powerlessness after being shot. But if he wants to win the game, Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua must be killed. Originally, Lin Yu was still weighing which one to sneak attack and which one to kill. Now, 2 people appear at the same time, and Lin Yu had no choice. In particular, Lin Yu has noticed one thing. Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua came in one after the other, and after entering the door, the two stood very close. In a sense, these 2 people have definitely established a kind of mutual trust alliance. And the basis of this trust, I'm afraid that in 9 out of 10 cases, they have confirmed that they are both werewolves. Lin Yu's thoughts flowed, and he decided to take the initiative. You two, I guess you have discovered the truth of this game, right? Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua stood at the entrance of the bedroom. There was a double bed between Lin Yu and Chunjua. Su Xiaomei took out a gun. A very beautiful revolver with a carved wooden handle. Yes, I met a soldier when I was alone, and he wanted to kill me, but fortunately this thing calmed him down. It was also thanks to this thing that he calmed down, so that the two of us realized something. Soldier Yulongwa grinned. It turns out that there are more than 2 werewolves. Humans are outsiders. Lin Yu nodded. I have also realized this. After all, only Chunjua voted for me yesterday. Including Xiaoyu, who I killed, there should be only this little fat guy left as a human now. Lin Yu said as a matter of course, and sold Chunjua out in an instant. Chunjua turned his head and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, his mouth wide open. But Lin Yu had no time to care about Chunjua. He stared at Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei instead. The expressions of the two people are not right. Whether it is Yulongwa or Su Xiaomei, there is hostility and caution in their eyes when they look at him. He silently pulled out the dagger from his waist and deliberately showed it to the two. This is not only to enhance the persuasiveness of his own statement, but also to increase his self-protection ability. And just at this moment, another person appeared at the door and looked around. Hey, why are you all here? It's so lively. I heard the sound from a long distance. What are you all doing here? Yao Jingye's figure appeared. After he found that there were actually 4 people in the bedroom, he walked into the room slowly. Especially when Yao Jingye saw Lin Yu standing next to Chinjua, he immediately began to wink at Lin Yu and try to walk towards Su Xiaomei. Lin Yu understood Yao Jingye's expression. He must have killed Bao Lu. Now, he was hoping that Lin Yu and he would open a double knife and kill Chinjua and Su Xiaomei at the same time. Then, vote to kill Yulongwa at the meeting, just as Lin Yu said before. But unfortunately, Yao Jingye's intention was also seen through by Su Xiaomei. The middle-aged woman once again showed her revolver and pointed the gun at Yao Jingye. Calm down, thief. Although I don't know what you want to do, but calm down. I am a werewolf like you. Yao Jingye immediately raised his hand and was very surprised to hear Su Xiaomei's words. What do you mean? You are also a werewolf. Su Xiaomei nodded and said the conclusion again. Yes, the outsiders in this game refer to humans. The werewolves are the ones with 5 people. Yulongwa and I are both werewolves. Of course, believe it or not. Anyway, don't make trouble next. Yulongwa looked at the blood on Yao Jingye's chest with interest and said in a deep voice, Did you kill the gangster? Yao Jingye nodded, then realized something and felt a little regretful. Oh my God, Detective Brother made a mistake. We didn't know there were 5 werewolves. On the first day, the gangster told me he was a wolf, but on the second day, I saw the detective killing the veterinarian. I felt something was wrong, so I went to talk to the detective privately. After that, we figured out that there were only 2 werewolves, so the gangster couldn't be a wolf. I sneaked up on the gangster and killed him. Yao Jingye exhaled but calmed down. Forget it, just kill him. So now it seems that the only human left is that otaku. Kill him, and it's over. As Yao Jingye said this, Chinjua kept shaking. He had realized that he had become the target of public criticism. But to Lin Yu's surprise, Chinjua did not reveal that he was a human at this point. Instead, he mustered up his courage and deliberately shouted, Fuck, so you are all werewolves? Now 5 wolves are surrounding me, a human. How can this game be played? No more playing, you can kill if you want. Fuck. Lin Yu was also somewhat grateful for Chun Zhua's behavior. All those who came to this game have the desire to strongly want to survive. So, Chun Zhua must also want to live. But he still chose to share the firepower for himself. But it's useless. Lin Yu sighed, slightly in his heart. Sure enough, after listening to Chun Zhua's words, Yulong was sneered. 5 werewolves? Wrong. You still have teammates, otaku. The detective behind you is your teammate. He is not a werewolf at all. Yulong was said with a firm tone. Lin Yu was helpless. Sure enough, from just now, he could see from the expressions of Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei. These 2 people are very sure that they belong to the human camp. Now he is in an extremely dangerous and desperate situation. Although Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei looked very confident. But Lin Yu still did not give up his performance. Besides, he had awakened the trickster, so Lin Yu thought he should struggle a little longer. What if he was fooled? Thinking of this, Lin Yu made an unhappy expression and looked at Yulong. What do you mean? Why do you say I'm not a werewolf? I don't think you are a werewolf. I have werewolf weapons, what about you? As he said, Lin Yu shook the dagger in his hand. Yulongwa took out a scimitar with a wolf head carved on the handle from his arms. You don't have to think about stepping on me. I also have werewolf weapons. Shinjua couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Yu and Yulongwa arguing. Even at the life and death moment, he still felt that it was too black humor to see that everyone in this werewolf killing game was vying to prove that they were werewolves one day. Seeing Yulongwa take out the machete, Lin Yu did not hesitate at all and continued to question aggressively. Then you and I both have werewolf weapons. Why do you think I am human, not a werewolf? Su Xiaomei said at this time. The thief just said that he mistakenly thought that the gangster was not a werewolf after discussing with you and killed the gangster. You clearly knew yesterday that there were more werewolves. Why did you let him kill the gangster? Su Xiaomei said very oppressively. Lin Yu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yulong. You don't have to quibble with me. You just reacted. I don't believe you don't know that you deliberately acted like a werewolf in the meeting yesterday. Detective, you're a smart man, don't say stupid things. Yulongwa blocked one of Lin Yu's excuses with himself, but Lin Yu was still very calm. He didn't intend to use such a stupid excuse. Because I really think the gangster is a human. The thief told me that he and the gangster recognized each other as wolves because the gangster had a werewolf weapon. But I thought of the gangster's ability, so I suspect that the werewolf weapon might be taken out by him using his ability to fish. Because at the beginning I saw that the two groups of teachers and otakus, gangsters and thieves, were tied up very tightly and seemed to trust each other very much. So I guess that the two groups of double wolves might recognize each other. So in my field of vision, the humans I first suspected were the soldier and the veterinarian. But after killing the veterinarian, I tested the soldier. You are a werewolf. Then it proves that one of the two groups is a human pretending to be a werewolf. Who would have thought that my guess was wrong? And the actual situation is that this otaku is too stupid and was fooled around by the teacher. I'm really sorry, brother thief. I'm too conceited, so I didn't tell you the truth. Lin Yu sighed, and this speech was very contagious. Chunjua looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if he really thought he was a werewolf. Although Yao Jingye was unhappy, he also believed that Lin Yu was a werewolf. Damn it, detective brother, you really play tricks on me. Even Su Xiaomei's expression was a little shaken. But at this time, Yulong was sneered again and said loudly, Detective, you are really dangerous. Your words are too deceptive. If I didn't have decisive evidence, I would really be fooled by you. Yulong was said coldly, and Lin Yu felt bad. He looked at Yulongwa and said with a stiff face, What decisive evidence do you have? Your dagger belongs to the veterinarian. Yulongwa said calmly, which made Lin Yu scalp numb. Then, as if he was afraid that Lin Yu would not give up, Yulongwa continued. Although I was alone, I was much more efficient in completing tasks than you think. So on my first day, I wandered around after completing the first task, and then I happened to run into her walking into the utility room alone. I hid, and after she left, I walked into the utility room, and there I found an opened werewolf weapon box. Yulong was said coldly, and Lin Yu felt a chill on his back. He had never expected such a coincidence. Yulong's voice came again. Don't struggle, detective. This game is almost impossible for humans to win. You can kill the veterinarian and design to kill the gangster, which is beyond my expectation. A bitter feeling rose in Lin Yu's heart. Yes, this game. Humans are too difficult. He tried to make the last struggle. But is it possible that I am indeed a werewolf? Yulongwa interrupted him, with a cruel and hideous smile on his face. It doesn't matter if you are. Lin Yu, there are 5 werewolves. This proves that it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 werewolves die. No matter what, I will kill you today. Yulongwa announced in a cruel and cold tone. Lin Yu exhaled. Despair. This soldier is more ruthless and decisive than he imagined. Sure enough, his luck is too bad. It's not just because of the coincidence that Yulongwa ran into Xiaoyu, but being assigned to the human side is bad luck, because this is a camp where even a small coincidence can make him doomed. Not to mention that his only teammate is a nerd. It's really too unbalanced. Lin Yu even had the idea of giving up on himself. I might as well die. Anyway, he was already dead. But in just a moment, this idea was dismissed by Lin Yu. How can it be? It's quite baffling that I came to this game. How could we just give up just because of the inexplicable imbalance of this game? Calm down, Lin Yu. I was assigned to the human camp. Maybe because the high-ranking person who designed this game thinks that I'm stronger and smarter than them all combined. What's more, my profession is the only profession of being a fraudster. If I had known, I would not have chosen detective from the beginning. If I had known this was the case from the beginning, I should have said that my profession is a gunner and my ability is to summon unlimited bullets. AK. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and thought. But he also knew that it was just his fantasy. After all, if he wasn't a detective, he wouldn't be the first to notice the trap of this game. Moreover, it is difficult for them to believe in the ability to summon AK. What's more, now that things have reached this point, time cannot be turned back. You have to come up with an idea that can break the situation now. He looked at Yulongwa, who had a cold expression and was eager to try with a machete, and felt that death was approaching step by step. Any last words, detective? Are you going to try to defeat Yulongwa? The chances are slim. Even if he defeated Yulongwa, there would still be Su Xiaomei with a gun. Think of another way to convince them that you are a werewolf? No, Yulongwa has already made up his mind to kill himself. Moreover, he is already suspected, so there is no point in delaying it. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more desperate he became. It seems that the only way to break the situation is to turn back time. But thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind again. What if time could really be turned back? He suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Fraudster show, Lin Yu remembered the teachings of their old professor. The essence of performance is to deceive the audience, and the most primitive performance, which was originally born out of witchcraft, is even designed to deceive gods and the world. People dress up in green and dance in the dead of winter, performing as vibrant trees, trying to deceive the gods and the world that spring is coming and make the gods send down warmth and moisture. The current situation is indeed enough to be called a desperate situation. But this is not the first time that his innate acting talent has brought him out of desperate situations. Lin Yu took a deep breath. We're going to die anyway, so why not give it a try at the last moment of our lives? Let's put on a grand show that can deceive the world and the gods. He looked up at Yulongwa with a helpless smile on his face. Hey, this time, I lost to you again. Now, the show begins. Yulongwa is definitely a smart man. Lin Yu admitted that he was a little mistaken before. Among the other 6 players, Yulongwa is definitely the most ruthless and smart one. It is precisely because of this. It is not easy to deceive him with performance. But on the other hand, once such a smart person is deceived, he will start to help Lin Yu deceive himself. Therefore, when Yulongwa looked at Lin Yu's helpless smile and heard Lin Yu's words, he felt bad. What do you mean again? Have we met before? Yulongwa said coldly. Looking at Yulongwa's appearance, Lin Yu continued his performance calmly and calmly. Of course, why don't you guess when we have met before? Don't worry about this guy. He may be trying to be mysterious. Su Xiaomei said sharply. Yulongwa also wanted to think so, but Lin Yu's performance now was too calm. Who would be so calm before death, just to be mysterious? What do you want to say in the end? Lin Yu looked at Chunjua with a smile. Hey, otaku. Chunjua, among your favorite anime, there are Danganronpa and Detective Conan, right? Do you like Hybrid AI? There's one new show in the latest season that you're watching or are you following up? Chunjua was stunned. How do you know? Nonsense, because you seem to be very enthusiastic about this game, full of mystery, and you must also like to watch similar anime. And among the 10 otakus who have watched Conan, 9 like Hybrid AI. Then, Lin Yu looked at Su Xiaomei again. Teacher Su, you're leading a graduating class with good grades, but you must be worried about a few students in the class who have a headache for you. And your own child studies also give you a headache, don't you? Su Xiaomei, who originally planned to persuade Yulongwa to kill Lin Yu directly, was dumbfounded at this moment. How do you know? It's still nonsense. Su Xiaomei is a very capable teacher at first glance. This kind of teacher will lead the graduating class most of the time, and she seemed to be a good, serious, and responsible teacher. How could she be so trustworthy to the students after they get off work? When she comes here, she must have a strong obsession. This obsession is probably the students in the class. As for the children, Su Xiaomei was wearing a wedding ring. Judging from her age, there was a high probability that she had children, and Lin Yu had never seen a teacher's parents who were satisfied with their children's results. Lin Yu looked at Yao Jingye again. Thief, I actually quite like you. Although you say you are a thief, in fact you are not easy and you don't steal much. I think your family really treats you too badly. No matter your dad is still your mother. After you die this time, you really want to be a good person after you go out. Yao Jingye opened his mouth wide. Detective Yu, why do you know this? It's still nonsense. If your parents are full of love for you and your family is very good, why would you want to be a thief? And what thief doesn't want to be a good person after he gets out? Lin Yu's calm gaze finally fell on Yulongwa. To deceive the three people just now, Lin Yu used his analysis and reasoning abilities and the Barnum effect. In psychology, people tend to believe that a general description particularly suits him. Although there is also an element of gamble, it seems that the gamble has won. All three were in shock. Although if you taste it carefully, something may be wrong, but Lin Yu just said it one by one in succession, leaving no time for them to taste it carefully. What's more, the shocked expressions of the other two people also caused them to develop a herd mentality. However, next is the most difficult Yulongwa. He was a soldier, he was strong-willed, and he was really smart. He even has a somewhat withdrawn and suspicious personality. So, activate your ability to explore the deepest secrets in Yulongwa's heart. Lin Yu let out a breath, and then a picture emerges. Agwa, what are you doing? Smuggling this thing is a serious crime. Monitor, I'm sorry, my mother is very ill. The blood-soaked man with the short hair and wearing a military uniform was hit hard by Yulongwa with a stone. She has uremia. She is still short of 400,000 yuan for a kidney transplant. It would be fine if there's no kidney source, but I found it. I really need money. Monitor, sorry. He hit it again and again. Lin Yu breathed out. The last piece of the puzzle is here. The show goes on. He looked at Yulongwa and grinned. And you, Yulongwa, I have never liked you. But you are in quite a miserable condition. You're actually worried about your mother, right? Uremia. Even if I have a kidney transplant, I still need your care. As Lin Yu said this, Yulongwa's face darkened. What the hell do you want to do? The expression on Lin Yu's face remained calm. Every one of you has a reason to live. I know this very well. I know very well that none of you want to die. Now, everyone is impressed by his performance and his lines, which create a sense of importance. That means Lin Yu is familiar with them. So, it's time for this performance to reach its climax. They can't be given a chance to breathe and think. Lin Yu opened his hands and showed a regretful expression. As you think, this is not the first time I've played this game. Although you can't keep your memory, I have played this game more than 10 times. That's why I understand you and know why each of you wants to live. Lin Yu's words shocked everyone. What? How is it possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone was shocked. Su Xiaomei pointed at Lin Yu and said, although I don't know why you said these, but this is what you got with your detective ability, right? Lin Yu sneered. Not to mention that it's the third day now. How can I know the secrets of the four of you? As he said that, he reached out and took out the polygraph from Chunjua's pocket. Lin Yu's face showed nostalgia. Polygraph, it really helped a lot the last few times. He pressed the button on the side of the polygraph, and the indicator light on the top lit up. Lin Yu slowly said, listen carefully. I awakened not as a detective, but as my only profession. After that, Lin Yu held up the polygraph. The indicator light on it was green, and there was no response. He let go and threw the polygraph on the ground. Then, Lin Yu said the most important line in this performance. My profession name is player. My ability is rewind, return. As soon as Lin Yu's words came out, Chunjua was the first to get excited. I understand, Lin Yu. Do you mean that you can go back in time and do it all over again like the male protagonists in RE0 and Edge of Tomorrow? Lin Yu nodded slowly. Good. This is impossible, Su Xiaomei exclaimed. Doesn't that mean you are sure to win? As long as you don't win, can't you always go back? So, I don't believe it. At least he can't turn back at will. There must be some restrictions on the activation of his ability, Yulongwa said coldly, just before he can turn back. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and punched Lin Yu in the face. Just control him, and it will be fine. With this punch, Yulongwa used his enhanced physical fitness. Although it may not be 5 times the full strength, Lin Yu almost fainted and fell to the ground with just one punch. He vomited blood, felt dizzy, and suffered severe pain from his mouth. The strong smell of blood and pain took away almost all the sensory attention. But Lin Yuqiang cheered up, knowing that he couldn't faint now. Pooh! Lin Yu spit out the blood and teeth in his mouth. Yulongwa looked down at Lin Yu from a high position. Why haven't you returned yet? What are the conditions for your return? Say it now, and I can give you a pleasure. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Yulongwa, and sneered with his mouth full of blood. Why haven't you killed me yet? You don't have to use weapons if you have one. Is it because you're very keen on smashing people to death? He looked up at the stunned Qinzhua, Su Xiaomei, and Yao Jingye, and laughed. Ha 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 ha, ouch. It hurts me to death. Do you know this upright soldier brother is actually a murderer? I'm curious as to why Bao Lu's profession is rogue. Yao Jingye's profession is thief, but your profession is not traitor or criminal or something like that. Yulongwa roared. That's enough. He punched the floor next to Lin Yu. Lin Yu also struggled to get up from the ground and yelled back at him. Hit me on the head, just like you hit your squad leader on the head. Lin Yu roared. His face turned red. Saliva mixed with blood sprayed out of his mouth. Yulongwa's eyes were bloodshot, and blue veins popped out on his face. I'm going to kill you. He drew out the scimitar from his waist. At this time, Yao Jingye suddenly shouted, Wait a minute, soldier, his return condition may be to be killed. But it was too late. Lin Yu roared again. Come on, Agua, you smuggling traitor. Your mother must be so proud of using smuggled money to treat her illness, right? Yulongwa went completely crazy and struck Lin Yu in the chest with a knife. You are not allowed to mention my mother. Don't insult her. When a knife went down, Lin Yu's body fell softly. But he still didn't see any pain on his face, only a touch of sarcasm. What a joke, you insulted her yourself. His expression looked like he was used to death. Blood gushed out from Lin Yu's chest, and he looked at everyone around him. You're so smart, Yao Jingye, you guessed it again. I hope you can vote me out next time. Otherwise, it would be too painful to be reincarnated again and again. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he fell to the ground. He exhaled. Great. Yulongwa, see you next time. It's time to backtrack. How should we win this game next time? Lin Yu has no doubts about whether he has the ability to turn back. After all, if you want to deceive others, the most important thing is to deceive yourself. Your own belief can also be an important condition for determining whether it comes true. And Lin Yu, as an actor who takes the immersion-style approach, he is very good at deceiving himself. At this moment, he believed more than anyone present that his profession was a player and his ability was a return. And with this strong trust, Lin Yu fell into death. Endless darkness and nothingness struck again, and the extreme fear made Lin Yu shudder. But this time, Lin Yu vaguely seemed to hear admiration. It's wonderful. It's like a god praising his own operation. But regardless of whether it is a god, call. Lin Yu took a long breath and opened his eyes. He once again returned to the very beginning of this game. In that conference room, in front of that long table, familiar faces were still sleeping, and Lin Yu looked at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes to 7 o'clock in the morning. The last game started at 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu knew it in his heart. I'm afraid these guys are still getting careers. It turns out that our bodies have already arrived here first. My return actually gave me the advantage of being able to move freely for 5 minutes. But even with this 5-minute advantage, even with the knowledge of the game's narrative trap, Lin Yu is still not sure of winning. His identity is human, And as long as there is Yu Longhua, a paranoid person who has awakened to the soldier profession in the werewolf camp, no matter what, it's hard to win. The deceiver ability in his mind was also telling him that another turn back wouldn't work. This kind of come true that changes one's destiny against the will of heaven and plays with the rules of the world has its limitations. Even if there's a strong enough belief, it is impossible to activate it twice in a short period of time. Lin Yu also thought it was reasonable, since this game was obviously created by gods, whether it was for fun or good intentions. I'm afraid that God is not happy to see someone using the almost cheating ability of turning back time to reverse the situation again and again. Although I did enough in the last round, it was not enough. As I realized before I died, the human camp is walking on thin ice. Even if you don't make any mistakes or have bad luck, you will fail. What should I do? This time I want to fool them that I actually have a powerful profession, and I will end up one-on-one with Yu Longhua. After all, the detective is useless. Or simply use this time to exchange my identity with Yu Longhua's. No. If Yu Longhua finds that he can't open the box, he will definitely notice that something is wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt that his brain was about to explode. There must be some way. As the only profession, Trickster must have a way to reverse this completely unbalanced game. Abandon conventional thinking and those constraints. In addition to the only profession of Fraudster, he also has acting skills that he is proud of. In addition, this is already the second time for me, stacking all the advantages together. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Just be crazy. This game is crazy enough anyway. Lin Yu stood up. There was still 1 minute left. He picked up the envelope in front of everyone and walked out of the conference room. Closed the door to the conference room and count silently for 1 minute. Boom! Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. Everyone has woken up one after another and are looking at each other. Lin Yu gracefully flicked the brim of his soft felt hat, glanced over, and showed a proud and teasing smile. He walked into the conference room, walked to the table, and knocked on the table. Dong dong. Even if Lin Yu didn't knock on the table, everyone was staring at him the moment he opened the door. He was greeted with a look that was wary, scrutinizing, and uneasy. Lin Yu was also bathed in everyone's gaze and spoke like a descending god. Not bad. You all have a strong desire to survive and wake up very quickly. Anyway, lost lambs, welcome to my game. Who is the outsider? This is the winning strategy that Lin Yu thought of. Play God. In the room, the remaining 6 people looked at Lin Yu, who suddenly walked in. They were also surprised and uncertain. This time, the first person to speak was Chunjua. The little fat man looked excited and said to Lin Yu, "Are you the master of this game? In other words, are you a god?" Of course, it is impossible for Lin Yu to claim to be a god by himself. But with Chunjua's question, things were indeed much more convenient. Faced with Chunjua's question, Lin Yu did not deny it, but nodded slightly, with an enigmatic smile on his face again. "I prefer to be called Mr. Administrator," Lin Yu said. Chunjua nodded, very convinced. "Okay, Mr. Administrator, can you explain the rules of this game to us?" This otaku has indeed watched a lot of anime, and has fully accepted the setting that Lin Yu is a god. But others were not entirely convinced. Boom! Bao Lu slapped the table and said in a cold voice, "You pretender, what on earth are you? What's the purpose of bringing us here?" Lin Yu looked at the stern-looking Bao Lu with a smile on his face. "Mr. Bao Lu, before you came, didn't you see the prompts that were enough for you to clarify the current situation?" Lin Yu said, and Bao Lu's expression changed slightly. "You actually know my name?" "Of course, this is my game after all." Lin Yu's smile became more and more mysterious. "I not only know your name, but I also know that you have awakened a profession, ruffian. Everyone else here is the same as you. In that case, let me help you introduce each other. Everyone already knows this Mr. Bao Lu who has awakened the rogue." The person who spoke just now was Chunjua, who had awakened his Ataka. This beautiful lady is veterinarian Xiaoyu, and this sturdy man is soldier Yu Longhua. The smart-looking guy next to me is thief Yao Jingye. And this lady wearing glasses is teacher Su Xiaomei. Lin Yu said calmly. The expressions of everyone who was introduced changed slightly. Lin Yu could clearly call out their names and occupations, which already made everyone half believe in his identity as a god. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Chunshua spoke excitedly again. So, Administrator, can you explain some rules to us? Of course, Lin Yu nodded with a smile, although there is no need to emphasize it because of the interlude just now. I will say it again. Everyone knows very well that you are already dead, right? As Lin Yu spoke, everyone, including Chinhua, who was excited just now, felt a little uncomfortable. But Lin Yu didn't care. His current identity is a god, and he does not need to worry about the feelings of mortals. Therefore, Lin Yu further offended everyone present. Each of you has a very strong desire not to die. Maybe because of your students and children, maybe because of the anime you haven't finished watching, maybe because you want to be a good person again, maybe because of your seriously ill mother, or maybe it's just a desire to survive. After saying these words, Lin Yu could clearly feel the belief from everyone is a little bit more. In short, it is because of your desire that you will get the opportunity to participate in this game. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Okay, without further ado, let me introduce the rules of this game. Have you ever heard of or played the game Werewolf Before Your Death? The general gameplay of this game is similar to that one. You will also be divided into two camps, werewolves and humans. Next, I will send you the identity and specific rules instructions. Lin Yu took out 6 envelopes from his arms. He then handed the 6 envelopes to their original owners. As for Lin Yu's own envelope, he had already thrown it outside the door and hid it under the carpet outside the door. Watching them open the envelope again and confirm their identities, Lin Yu snapped his fingers as the flames rose again. Okay, you already know the general rules. Do you have any questions? After Lin Yu finished speaking, everyone looked thoughtful. Afterwards, Yu Longwo was the first to speak. Mr. Administrator, I don't understand something. I remember before I entered this game, I saw that the number of players should be 7, right? Why are there only 6 people here? Yu Longwo raised questions. He did not doubt that Lin Yu was that player, and the doubt on his face was sincere. Lin Yu laughed. You're a very smart soldier. I like your keenness very much. Congratulations on discovering one of the special rules of this game. In this game, there's a player who has awakened a special profession. His awakened profession is called Lone Walker, so he will not wake up with you. This man will hide within the confines of this castle. Xiao Yu also asked, is this person's camp werewolf or human? His camp has nothing to do with his career, and he will not participate in the voting session. Lin Yu said with a smile. Then if he is a human, wouldn't it mean that the camp of good guys has lost 1 vote in vain? Chunhua said in surprise. Lin Yu laughed. Haha, don't worry. This game is not as simple as you think. Yu Longwo thought for a moment and spoke again. Mr. Administrator, what else does the Lone Walker have except not appearing with us? Lin Yu shook his finger. I will only tell you his job name. Whether his job ability is public or not is up to him to decide. Also, whether your own job ability is public or not is also up to you to decide. Yu Longwo thought for a moment and said, Really? Then I choose to make it public. Of course, the ability of the soldier is physical fitness is 5 times stronger. Lin Yu said calmly. Bao Lu muttered in dissatisfaction. No, why bother? If you want to disclose your ability, can't you just say it casually? I think the soldier hopes to prove that he is not lying, Lin Yu said with a smile. After all, as an administrator, I not only know your occupations, abilities, names, and other personal information, I also know all the arrangements and mechanisms in this game. However, the administrator privileges I give myself are only to understand the structure of this game. In order to ensure the fairness of this game, I will not directly intervene in the game process. I don't even know what the specific camp identity of each of you is. Lin Yu finished his speech with a smile, and then he could feel that his trickster ability finally took effect. The identity of administrator comes true at this moment. In Lin Yu's perception, the identity of the administrator suddenly came true. The floor plan of the entire castle The location and information of various mechanisms and boxes all flooded into his mind. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it came true. His understanding of the ability of the trickster has deepened a little, because from just now, Lin Yu felt that the degree of belief of the people around him has not changed. At the moment when he distributed the envelopes, everyone had already believed in his identity as an administrator or even a god, but Lin Yu still did not get the authority of the administrator, and this lie did not come true. The reason is not because the people around him did not believe enough, but because Lin Yu's description of the authority of the administrator was not clear enough. They did not know what Lin Yu, the god or game administrator, could do. Therefore, Lin Yu just described his specific authority, directly saying that he could change and manipulate the game at will, and the degree of belief was indeed not enough. But it is still possible to get the full picture of the game. For Lin Yu, he has already won half the battle after he has a solid administrator status and is free from the game. At this time, he has obtained a plug-in perspective like full map view, and Lin Yu feels that he is objectively sure. But with the experience of last time, Lin Yu still dare not be arrogant. Everyone present is not stupid, and because they all have an almost paranoid desire for life, each of them absolutely does not care about killing. Even Xiaoyu, who looks weak, immediately drew a knife to stab himself to death when he was exposed by himself in the last game. So, we still have to find a way to make a quick decision. Since I have already said not to interfere directly with the game, I will find a way to speed up their progress. And it would be best if they have no room for discussion. It was the contact between Yulonghua and Su Xiaomei that made me lose all my efforts last time. Lin Yu could not have thought of it before, but after obtaining the administrator privileges, a new idea came into his mind. He clapped his hands. However, everyone, although I will not directly interfere with this game, I will still be with you in this castle. And when you see me, you can ask me a question. For example, the location, ability, or even whether other people kill people, or things related to the mechanisms and materials in this castle. Lin Yu said, grinning. However, questions require a certain reward before I answer them. Lin Yu whispered, and Su Xiaomei asked quickly, "What do we need to pay?" "Other people's lives. Every time you kill someone, you can get a chance to ask a question." Lin Yu said this, and the smart people on the field have instantly deduced a fact from Lin Yu's words. In other words, this game is not just about werewolves being able to kill people, and werewolves only have weapon advantages, right? Yulonghua whispered. He didn't say the second half of his sentence. That is, with this condition, not only humans can kill werewolves, even characters in the same camp can kill each other. Yes, Lin Yu laughed softly. You players are much more interesting than I thought, so I decided to give you another hint, not about this game, but about the entire death game. The condition for clearing the game is, of course, camp victory, but all the surviving players will share the task reward equally. Lin Yu whispered. What is the task reward? Xiaoyu couldn't help asking. Time, dear lady, or, to put it in a way that is easier for you to understand, Lin Yu paused slightly. The clearance reward is your lifespan. After this game, you will be resurrected, but if you want to live forever, you have to keep participating in the game. The lifespan you get in this game will determine when you play this game next time. The clearance reward for this novice game is 7 years. Lin Yu whispered, and the people present looked at him sideways. They have realized one thing. Other players in this game may not only be in the same camp as them. Even players in the same camp are not trustworthy. Everyone may swing a knife at the people around them. Lin Yu looked up at the clock and laughed. Oh, it's almost time. I suggest you start the action immediately. Don't forget, your enemies are not just the people around you. This castle itself will also eat people. Lin Yu smiled and gently pointed to the schedule on the wall. As an administrator, Lin Yu's opinions will naturally make other players subconsciously follow. Yulonghua was the first to stand up, snorted, glanced at the schedule, and walked straight out the door. This time he did not mention anything about grouping. Under Lin Yu's prompt, this game has changed from camp confrontation to a battle royale. No one doubted Lin Yu's words. Therefore, They naturally also established in their hearts the subconscious mind that people in this same camp cannot be trusted. If only one person clears the level, they can live for at least 7 years. But as long as you have a teammate to clear the level with you, then the next time we come to this cruel and life-threatening game is 3.5 years ahead of schedule. 3.5 years of happy and stable life. Especially for these people who have an unusual desire to live. That's enough reason for them to kill. After Yu Longwo left, the next person to leave the conference room was Bao Lu with a gloomy face. He didn't even look at the schedule and walked out of the meeting room. The next ones to leave were Su Xiaomei and Xia Yu. Finally, it is Chun Zhuo and Yao Jingye. Lin Yu observed the movements of each of them leaving. None of them acted together. After leaving the meeting room, everyone quickly distanced themselves from others. From their movements, it was not difficult for Lin Yu to guess one thing. It seems that except Chun Zhuo, everyone is looking for the werewolf weapon box. Lin Yu laughed. This time everyone's motivation was much higher than before. Then it's time for me to find the most convenient weapon. Lin Yu muttered, looking at the map of the castle in his mind. In a utility room at the end of the first floor, there's a box of human supplies that looks nothing special. But what is inside is the most extreme representation of violence in this game. The one that fell into Su Xiaomei's hands in the last game. Pistol. The authority of the administrator is more powerful than Lin Yu imagined. Not only did he have the entire map of the castle at all times, but Lin Yu was surprised to find that the map was updated in real time. The positions of the remaining people and the open boxes will be fed back on it in real time. The utility room on the first floor happens to be empty now. So Lin Yu didn't hesitate, walked out of the conference room, and ran straight to the utility room. Then, in the utility room, Lin Yu opened the box. The heavy, gleaming pistol fell into Lin Yu's hands, and he felt an unreal feeling. At the same time, what comes with it is an indescribable sense of security. With this pistol, even if you face Yu Longwo again, you will have the ability to protect yourself. Oh, that's great. Lin Yu put the pistol in his waist and looked at the map again. On the map, Yao Jingye's name and Bao Lu's name overlapped at the other end of the first floor. Lin Yu became interested instantly. Even if you two don't act in the same group, it seems you are quite destined. After a while, Yao Jingye's name disappeared, leaving only Bao Lu's name. Lin Yu knew it in his heart. Oh, as expected, without the first mover advantage of sneak attack, thief cannot defeat ruffian. Lin Yu thought of this and decided to go and see for himself. Anyway, with the pistol on him, he was not afraid that Bao Lusha would get angry and attack him. Lin Yu left the utility room and headed to the other side of the first floor. Soon, at the door of the toilet, Lin Yu saw Yao Jingye's body lying on the ground with blood on his face, and Bao Lu gasping for air next to him. Bao Lu's hands were full of blood. He didn't even have a werewolf weapon in his hands. Two people fighting with bare hands. In the end, Bao Lu beat Yao Jingye to death with his fists. Seeing Lin Yu walking in the distance, Bao Lu gasped and stood up straight. Hey, isn't this the administrator? You are missing the mark. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. You players can really give me a big surprise. I really didn't expect that the first person would die so soon. When Bao Lu heard this, he laughed. Is there any reward for the first kill? Theoretically not, but you said so. Let me give you some free news. There's a werewolf weapon box under the sink in the toilet behind you. I hope you can use it, Lin Yu said with a smile. Bao Lu narrowed his eyes. Oh, don't you know our camp identity? I don't know, but I can make a guess, Lin Yu said with a smile. You acted so quickly, and it seems that you took the initiative to attack Yao Jingye, which means that you must come from a camp that needs to kill people. In your opinion, you'll have to take action sooner or later, right? Bao Lu nodded meaningfully. He turned around and walked inside the toilet, and sure enough, he found a hidden werewolf box under the sink. Bao Lu didn't shy away from Lin Yu. He opened the box directly and took out a hammer from inside. It's a bit tasteless, but it's better than nothing. Bao Lu weighed the hammer and commented. He held the hammer and looked at Lin Yu with a fierce look on his face again. I said, Sir Administrator, do I have another opportunity to ask a question to no avail? Bao Lu said. Lin Yu nodded and said calmly, "Of course. Do you want to ask me a question now?" "Okay. My question is, where's the other player closest to me?" An excited and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bao Lu's face. Lin Yu glanced at the map and answered casually. At this point in time, there is a vet in the middle of the castle on the spiral staircase on the first and second floors. But she's also moving. As Lin Yu said this, Bao Lu narrowed his eyes with a fierce look. "Veterinarian, I understand." He licked his lips and walked quickly toward the stairs in the middle of the castle. Lin Yu probably also understood the strategy of Rogue Bao Lu. His idea was very simple and crude. Before the body of the person he killed was found, kill as many people as possible. It doesn't matter whether the other party is a teammate. The important thing is kill people. Kill everyone else, and the game is won. "That's great, Bao Lu. I kind of like you." Lin Yu muttered to himself as he watched Bao Lu go away. No doubt, Bao Lu's thoughts and actions were what Lin Yu wanted to see most at the moment. This is why Lin Yu took the initiative to approach Bao Lu after seeing Bao Lu kill Yao Jingye, and even thoughtfully told him where the weapons were. Those who start killing can easily start killing again. He looked at the map again. Bao Lu's name quickly approached Xia Yu. Then, the next moment, Bao Lu's name suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he shrugged. "Okay, that's okay too." Lin Yu walked towards the stairs. After a while, Lin Yu saw Bao Lu's body. There was a ferocious wound on his neck, bleeding gurglingly, and there were 2 scratches on his arms. His eyes were wide open, as if he was a little bit stubborn. On the side, Xia Yu, who had already left, turned back from the second floor and went back again. She saw Lin Yu and breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, it's you, administrator." Xia Yu held a dagger in her hand, the same one she had last time. This made Lin Yu sigh again. Fate is indeed wonderful. "Hello, do you have any questions?" Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and smiled. Xia Yu thought for a moment, blinked, and asked a question. "Administrator, can I ask which players are still alive now? In addition to you, there are Lone Walker, Soldier, Teacher, Otaku." Lin Yu looked at the map and said, but he suddenly paused. "Oh wait, the teacher just died." On the map, among the overlapping names of Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua, Su Xiaomei's name disappeared. To be honest, Lin Yu was really shocked when he saw the names of Su Xiaomei and Yu Longhua overlapped again. Fortunately, because of Lin Yu's speech and the fact that Su Xiaomei no longer had a pistol in her hand. This time the 2 of them had no chance to talk again. Now the only werewolves on the field were Xia Yu and Yu Longhua. It's really touching. This game has only been going on for a short hour, and so many people have died. Last time, no one died for the whole day. But this is a good thing, which means that this game is about to be won. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and smiled. "So, Miss Veterinarian, I have answered your questions. I will continue to go somewhere else. I wish you good luck." After saying goodbye to Xia Yu, Lin Yu's next target was naturally Yu Longhua, although even with a pistol, Lin Yu still didn't want to face Yu Longhua, the soldier, but he had to meet him. After all, the bullet in the gun was probably reserved for him. Now there were only Yu Longhua and Xia Yu left as the werewolves. Lin Yu naturally planned to wait for them to kill each other and then shoot the one who survived. Lin Yu came to the 3rd floor. After Yu Longhua killed Su Xiaomei, he didn't move immediately. So Lin Yu found Yu Longhua in the library on the 3rd floor very smoothly. The soldier was carrying Su Xiaomei's body very easily, trying to hide her on the top of the bookshelf. Lin Yu walked to the door of the library and knocked on the door politely to remind Yu Longhua of his arrival. "Dong dong, hello, soldier." Yu Longhua turned his head alertly at first, and when he saw that it was Lin Yu, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's you, administrator, what's the matter?" Lin Yu looked at Yu Longhua with a smile. "Of course I saw that you had succeeded, so I came to ask. Do you have any questions now?" Yu Longhua was a little surprised that Lin Yu took the initiative to come to him. "Well, I didn't expect the administrator to be so enthusiastic," Yu Longhua muttered, and then touched his chin. As for the questions, while Yu Longhua was thinking, behind Lin Yu, there was a burst of hurried footsteps. "Oh, soldier, don't ask him in a hurry." Xia Yu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yu. Yu Longhua and Lin Yu turned their heads at the same time, and looked at the panting veterinarian. And in her hand, she held a bloody dagger without any hesitation. Yulongwa looked at Xiaoyu and frowned. "You are the veterinarian. What do you want to do?" Xiaoyu did not answer Yulongwa's question, but looked up at the body that had not been hidden on the top of the bookcase. "Sure enough, you did kill the teacher. Don't rush to defend yourself or attack me. Listen to me. I killed the thug, and the thug just killed the thief on the first floor. I found the body. So now, only you, me, the otaku, and this administrator are alive on the field." Xiaoyu spoke calmly. Yulongwa only heard the most critical information in Xiaoyu's words in a moment. "You mean the administrator is also one of the players, and the lone walker does not exist?" He looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes full of caution. Obviously, Yulongwa now suspects Xiaoyu more than Lin Yu. Lin Yu also looked at Xiaoyu with interest. Accuse the game administrator? Sure enough, these newcomers are very interesting. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu and said coldly, "Stop acting. You are just a lone ranger. I'm afraid there is no administrator in this game." As she said this, Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest with interest. "How did you come to this conclusion?" "Because people died so fast. The complicated rules of this game recorded in the letters before have become meaningless. There is no point in dividing the camps, voting in meetings, even the tasks, because people will die within a day in this game. So I think it's very abnormal. And the source of all this is the hint given by this administrator. His hint turned this game into a simple game of killing each other in a closed space. In other words, if the hint given by this game administrator is removed, do you think we should be playing the game normally now? Another point is that after we enter this game itself actually avoids emphasizing that it is a game. Even the explanation of the rules is based on a letter. But this guy broke in and swaggered and called himself a game administrator. Isn't it very strange? Xiaoyu said calmly, and Yulongwa nodded slightly. It makes sense, but it's not enough to convince me. Because you shouldn't be so sure just based on these. Hearing Yulongwa say this, Xiaoyu laughed. Very good. Soldier, you are very smart. These are indeed not the reasons why I am so sure. My ability as a veterinarian is to talk to animals. Xiaoyu pointed to the crows outside the window. Just now, after I doubted the identity of this administrator, I had a brief conversation with these crows. I asked 2 questions. First, did they see the 8th person in this manner besides the 6 of us and the administrator? The answer is no. Second, I asked about the actions of the administrator after the game started. He first went straight to a utility room on the first floor and opened a supply box. If he is the administrator, why did he open the supply box? Xiaoyu said, and Yulongwa nodded. In this way, it does make me a little suspicious that the administrator may be the so-called lone traveler. I'm just curious why you know us so well. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes undisguisedly doubtful. He may not be a lone ranger. Knowing our personal information is probably his professional ability. Xiaoyu raised a finger. Or, this guy is not a new player, so he has some unique methods. Yulongwa narrowed his eyes. Then your suggestion is dash. Let's try to challenge the administrator together. After all, it seems that his goal is that all of us should die on the first day. Xiaoyu grinned and suggested with a smile. What a wonderful reasoning. Xiaoyu, you are beyond my imagination. Lin Yu looked at the veterinarian and muttered. It turns out that this guy is so smart and decisive. It is really precious that he can infer that he is actually the 7th player from such limited information. Although the conclusion is not completely correct, it is already amazing enough. And combined with the previous round, this guy actually reported a fake ability that no one doubted from the beginning to the end. In the last round, Lin Yu really didn't expect that this guy's real ability was to talk to animals. Although this guy was the first to die last time, it was only because her acting skills were too bad and she was trying to show off in front of him. Or, there was only one real reason. She was too unlucky last time and was assigned to the same group as him. Xiaoyu, I really underestimated you. Xiaoyu, who was praised, smiled sweetly and innocently again. Thank you for the compliment, administrator. But to be honest, I just want to live too much. Lin Yu also laughed. Really? Then it's far from enough to do this. Because although the reasoning is wonderful, the background of this game is still violence. As he said, Lin Yu raised his hand. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and behind him, Yulongwa fell to the ground in shock. Then, Lin Yu pointed the gun at Xiaoyu. Now, checkmate. After killing Yulongwa, Lin Yu felt relieved. This most difficult soldier was finally dealt with by himself. And it was so easy, but Lin Yu did not completely relax his vigilance. Because Xiaoyu is also a troublesome character. Lin Yu did not take it lightly because he killed Xiaoyu last time. After all, he was killed by Yulongwa last time, and he died in his hands this time. Facing Xiaoyu this time, without the terrain advantage and Xiaoyu's natural contempt for him, it is not easy to kill this seemingly weak girl. After all, the opponent has a knife in his hand, and the gun in Lin Yu's hand has no bullets. However, Lin Yu still pointed the gun at Xiaoyu. As the teacher, Su Xiaomei, said in the last round, the muzzle of the gun can calm people down. Xiaoyu, who had just raised the knife and was ready to rush up, gave up her action after the gunshot and looked at Yulongwa's lifeless body. After being pointed at by Lin Yu, he dared not move at all. But Lin Yu hesitated to shoot. Although Lin Yu knew that he did not shoot because he had no bullets. But Xiaoyu did not know this. Time passed little by little, and under the pressure of death, Xiaoyu could not help but speak first. Why was it me who made the inference and judgment just now? But you shot and killed this soldier first, Xiaoyu asked. Hearing this, Lin Yu also answered naturally, Oh, this because I feel that he may have been convinced by you. His professional soldier and his experience in reality determine. As long as he may be hostile to me, then between the two of you, the priority of killing him will be infinitely high. Even if I can be sure that you are 100% hostile to me, I will still kill him first. Lin Yu said calmly. So, I am underestimated, Xiaoyu frowned, and you are admitting in disguise? You are indeed not an administrator. I am indeed not an administrator. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. TSK, I was really tricked, Xiaoyu sighed, but why don't you kill me? She narrowed her eyes and said, Could it be that your gun only has one bullet? Lin Yu laughed when he heard Xiaoyu's words. The other party finally led the topic to this aspect. He was very relieved, although Xiaoyu had never suspected that there was only one bullet in the gun before, because Lin Yu did not cheat Xiaoyu and use his cheat behavior to make Xiaoyu draw this conclusion. This was just Xiaoyu's misjudgment, and Lin Yu could not use this to activate the ability of cheater to make the second bullet in the gun come true. The number of bullets in a revolver is limited. Isn't this a matter of course? Lin Yu said, laughing. Do you want to bet that there are no bullets in my gun? Xiaoyu stared at Lin Yu and tightened the dagger in her hand again. To be honest, because you didn't shoot for a long time, I was a little suspicious. Do you really only have one bullet? Because there is absolutely no reason for you to let me live until now. You just shot Yulongwa's vital point with a casual shot, which proves that you have good shooting skills and don't need to aim too carefully. Even if it is based on curiosity, how can I see through your disguise? I have already explained all the reasons to you just now. Xiaoyu said here and took a step forward. So, I now suspect that there is only one bullet in your gun. Lin Yu looked at the approaching Xiaoyu and laughed. His smile was confident and calm. Your reasoning is really wonderful. Xiaoyu, you really surprised me. This seemingly beautiful and weak girl is really the smartest one in this game. But it's a pity. Lin Yu still pointed the gun at Xiaoyu and said calmly, But unfortunately, your reasoning is only half right. This gun does not have many bullets, but the number is not one but two. I'm just struggling whether to leave this bullet for you or the otaku. Lin Yu said coldly. He does not need to kill the otaku in the same camp as him to pass the game. But Xiaoyu naturally could not react to this. In her subconscious mind, Lin Yu went to such great lengths to let them kill each other, and the condition for passing the game has long been assumed to be killing everyone else. This is also in line with her perception that Lin Yu has an advantage over any other contestant. The victory conditions of strong are always more difficult, aren't they? But even in the face of Lin Yu's words, Xiaoyu still took another step forward. She met Lin Yu's eyes. I don't believe it. Your pistol should also be some kind of prop. The number of bullets in this prop is either full or 1. 2 rounds is really too strange. Xia Yu spoke again. But the eyes of the young man in front of him were playful and calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. And he had a strange, chilling temperament. But now that things have come to this, no matter whether the other party has bullets or not, she could only bet that there was no more. Xia Yu raised the dagger in her hand. Bang! The next moment, a gunshot sounded, and the muzzle of the revolver burst into magnificent fireworks. Xia Yu suddenly felt that time slowed down for a moment. She saw the metal bullet shooting out from the flames and rushing towards her. Sure enough, there is a second round. The last thought popped up in Xia Yu's mind. Then, the bullet passed through her upper abdomen diagonally, and the heavy bleeding took away Xia Yu's consciousness in a few seconds. She fell heavily to the ground, and the dagger fell to the side. Lin Yu came over and put down the muzzle of the gun, looking down at Xia Yu, whose pupils had already been dilated, and sighed and spoke. Although you say you don't believe it, but you actually believe it, I have a second round. But it's not your fault. After all, my acting is really great. Lin Yu put away the pistol and said with emotion. The tone of his lines just now, and even his expression and demeanor until the moment of firing, were all completely in Lin Yu's performance state. Anyone who saw would believe that he fired with the belief of must kill, not bluffing. So, when Xia Yu doubted and took the initiative to mention the number of bullets, she was already dead. A few seconds later, Xia Yu on the ground was completely dead. The veterinarian died. This was also the second time that Lin Yu killed Xia Yu with his own hands. But this time, the werewolf camp is completely destroyed. The game, Who is the Outsider, ended. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. The next moment, he fell into endless nothingness. In the pitch-black space, in front of Lin Yu, lines of blood words appeared again. Congratulations on passing the Who is the Outsider game. The reward for this game are being settled for you. You have received the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. In view of the performance of this game, it has been rated as controlling the overall situation and received an additional reward. Extra reward. You can choose a non-exclusive prop in this game as your reward. While Lin Yu was settling accounts, a scream suddenly came from beside him. Oh my God, why is it 7 days? Lin Yu looked at the source of the movement. This settlement space is very similar to the space before entering the game, but it is also slightly different. The difference is, in addition to myself, there is also Chunjua. After Chunjua screamed, he looked at Lin Yu, who was standing aside. Brother Administrator, we agreed on 7 years. Lin Yu looked at Chunjua's miserable state of crying for his father and mother, and shrugged. Oh, I just told you a white lie before to prevent you from getting too desperate. 7 days is only enough time for me to continue watching 1 episode. Chunjua wailed again. Can I have more grace? Sorry, Chinga, Lin Yu said helplessly. Although I am an administrator, I am just a player with a special status and do not have such high authority. Rather than being God, I am just God's spokesman. Otherwise, I would not appear in this settlement space with you. Lin Yu said to Chunjua. Chunjua was dumbfounded. Administrator, then, will your balance be more? Yes. The time I get is twice as long as yours. Lin Yu said firmly. This is why he partially confessed to Chunjua just now. Just now, Lin Yu saw Chunjua treating himself as an administrator, which made Lin Yu think. Will the ability of the trickster also take effect in the game settlement space? After all, this is the only profession. But it's a pity. After Lin Yu said it, he felt that although Chunjua believed it, the ability of the deceiver was indeed working. But come true didn't work out. Lin Yu had a vague realization in his heart. Chunjua's belief alone was far from enough to support him in making his double survival time come true. This is actually quite difficult, Lin Yu murmured in his heart. But after proving that the deceiver ability was effective, Lin Yu became more energetic. Of course, in addition to this survival time, I can also get 10 additional non-exclusive props that appear in the game in every game. 10. Chunjua said in horror. Yes, in fact, as long as you perform well in the game and get a special evaluation, you can also get rewards with props Lin Yu patted Chunju on the shoulder. How about it? Isn't it good? Chunju said in shock. That's it. He naturally believed Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu felt the belief in Chunju, but unfortunately, it still didn't come true. The degree of belief is still not enough to support come true. However, this time Lin Yu can feel it, and the difference is not much. Lin Yu thought for a moment, looked at Chunju, who looked very easy to fool, and spoke again. I was joking just now. In fact, there are not as many as 10, only 6. If it were anyone else, Lin Yu would definitely not dare to change his story so casually, and it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But Chunju, this little fat man really believed it again. I'll go. That's all right, brother administrator. I think you're pretty awesome. But this time it still didn't come true. But Lin Yu could feel it. This time it was just a little bit worse. Therefore, he decided to continue to change his story and fool Chunju. However, this time he changed his mind, and Lin Yu no longer planned to mention the quantity directly. Actually, it's not unconditional. I'm just an administrator who can get double rewards when I get them. So, I just doubled the extra rewards I got in this game. Lin Yu said. Chunju suddenly realized. I see. Game administrator is such an amazing profession. But I think the reason why you were chosen by the gods is because you are very strong. You are hosting this game very well. Chunju gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Then he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. According to what you said, brother management, this settlement space should be where all the players who have cleared the level are, right? Why don't you see anyone else? Lin Yu spread his hands. Oh, they're all dead because I added special rules. They couldn't help but kill each other. And the last 2 people happened to die together, so the game ended very quickly, and there's only one clearing player left. Chunju's face was full of shock, and then he asked, even the lone traveler is dead? As he said this, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment before realizing that Chunju still believed in the existence of the lone walker. Lin Yu nodded sadly. That's right, the lone traveler was killed by the veterinarian, one cut to the throat. Chunju was shocked. Oh my God, I didn't expect that the veterinarian, a woman who wore glasses and looked gentle, could be so cruel. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyu doesn't wear glasses either? Then he reacted. You remembered it wrong. That was the teacher. Oh, Chunju scratched his head, then sighed. I'm sorry. I'm just shocked that this game is so cruel. Yes, it is very cruel. Lin Yu also said softly. Chunju was able to survive, and it was indeed mostly luck. This little fat guy, as the only human identity card besides himself, was conscientiously doing tasks before the end of the game. However, luck is also a part of strength. I wish you good luck next time. You must cherish this hard-won opportunity when you live again. Only 7 days, brother. Chunju said with a sad face. But before he finished speaking, the settlement was over. Lin Yu opened his eyes in a trance and found himself lying in the center of the stage. He took out his mobile phone and found that the time had passed midnight. And almost overlapping with the 001 on the mobile phone was the bloody words floating in the upper right corner of his vision. The latest start time to the next game. 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Lin Yu exhaled. Although the time was guessed wrong, it is true. There is really another round of this death game. Although compared to Chunju, Lin Yu did not think that 7 days was short at all. But it's also urgent enough. He got up from the ground and touched the gunshot wound on his chest that no longer existed. Everything seemed like a dream. And what can prove that it is not a dream, in addition to the bloody countdown in the field of vision? There is also a storage space in the soul where the 2 props of must-hit revolver and 1 sentence lie detector are quietly lying. And the ability of Deception Master can still be effective. With these as support, it's time to find out who the lunatic who killed me is. Although the other party has a gun, I have one too. Lin Yu muttered and took a step forward. Then he suddenly felt something wrong with the touch of his right trouser pocket. It was like someone stuffed a card in it. He reached out and took out a pure black card from it. In the middle of the card, there were 2 lines of silver printed small words. Welcome to Resurrection, dear Senior. Lin Yu saw this line of text, and his hair stood on end instantly. There is no doubt that this card was left by the mysterious schoolmate. And this card was printed. In reality, only a few minutes have passed since his death. In other words, the schoolmate who killed him had already predicted that he would be resurrected. She knew the existence of the death game and was very sure that she would be resurrected from this game. Thinking back carefully, the other party casually took out a pistol in a country with such good security just to shoot an ordinary college student like him, and said some strange words. It is indeed a bit abnormal. It is not surprising that it is related to the death game, which is also beyond common sense. But in this way, the advantages of his original profession and props are not so significant. After all, the other party at least knows that these things exist. It is even very likely that the guy has also participated in the death game in person. Lin Yu took a deep breath and calmed down again. It seems that I can only accept the invitation. The second line of text on this card is time and address. Friday, 2000 hours, number 940, Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng. This is definitely the invitation letter left by the murderer who killed him. As for what will happen after the appointment, Lin Yu still doesn't know. But, except for accepting the invitation, he seems to have no choice. After all, although the other party is the murderer who killed him, it is also the only thing that Lin Yu knows in reality that is related to this game. However, today is Wednesday, and it is Wednesday that has just passed 0 o'clock. In other words, there are nearly 3 days left before the time on the card. This time is enough for Lin Yu to do many things. But the most important thing now is, it's time to go back to bed. Lin Yu walked off the stage, went backstage to change his costume, put on his simple black sweater and sweatpants, put on a backpack with the script on his back, and left the drama club. There will be rehearsals tomorrow and performances tonight, so of course I need to have a good rest tonight. Even though he just experienced something as ridiculous as the death game, Lin Yu did not intend to disrupt tomorrow's performance arrangements. One of the important reasons why he came back alive was to continue performing. If he didn't perform well and live well for such things, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? After locking the door of the drama club, Lin Yu took out the key and opened the bicycle lock at the door of the drama club. Lin Yu's bicycle was also very simple, a very ordinary black mountain bike. He pushed the mountain bike to the south gate of Jiangxing Media University, and the security guard smiled and nodded to Lin Yu and opened the locked small door for him. "Shaolin, you practice so late again." Lin Yu smiled. "Yes, uncle, you should rest early." "Oh, by the way, uncle, have you seen a girl dressed like a Japanese middle school student with 2 braids? After asking tentatively, after getting the uncle's confused shake of his head, Lin Yu smiled and nodded slightly again. "I just asked casually, please trouble you, uncle." Lin Yu pushed the bike through the small door and left the campus of Jiangxing Media. He rode through Jiangxing at night. After passing 2 intersections, Lin Yu returned to his home. He was a local of Jiangxing, and his home was not far from the communication university, so he simply did not live in the dormitory. Pushing the door open lightly, the simple old-fashioned 2-bedroom apartment was very narrow, and the whole house could be seen from the door. Although the house was old and small, it was decorated very warmly, with green plants and potted plants everywhere, and there was a fish tank on the small coffee table in the living room. On the dining table, covered with a floral tablecloth, 2 plates of leftovers were covered with gauze, and the rice cooker was still on to keep warm. The photo hanging on the wall was taken last year. The photo was taken next to the stone with the school name printed on it at the entrance of Jiangxing Media University. A round-faced young woman who looked 70% similar to Lin Yu made a flamboyant V with one hand and hugged Lin Yu, who was shy and standing with his head down with the other hand. Lin Yu carefully took off his shoes, unplugged the rice cooker, and then returned to the bedroom with slippers. Then he put his school bag and clothes on the desk next to him and lay down on the bed tiredly. Lin Yu lay on the bed and fell asleep in a few seconds. After a dreamless night, Lin Yu opened his eyes on time at 7 o'clock the next morning. He walked out of the room, washed up, and came to the dining table. The leftovers on the table last night have become a new plate of leftover fried rice. There is also a label next to the fried rice. "I didn't eat dinner last night. I'll come back to deal with you tonight. There was a simple drawing of an angry face on the label. Lin Yu picked up the note, folded it gently, and threw it into the trash can under the table. Although he didn't have much appetite, he felt the tension of the simple drawing. So he sat down obediently and finished the fried rice made of stir-fried beans and pork and shredded potatoes. After that, Lin Yu rode his bike to school again. Although he was a sophomore, Lin Yu happened to have no classes today. He came to school early and naturally went straight to the drama club. When Lin Yu arrived at the activity center of the drama club, an expected person was already standing on the stage of the theater in the activity center. The little girl in a white t-shirt and a baseball cap was pacing back and forth on the stage with a black pen in her mouth, holding the script with one hand on her waist. Hearing Lin Yu's footsteps, the little girl spoke briskly without raising her head. "Hey, my dear Ace, you came early today? People are not here yet. You can find a place to memorize the words by yourself." This girl, who looks at most 1.5 meters tall, is called Shun Bingmiao. She is a junior this year and Lin Yu's senior. She is also the president, screenwriter, and director of the drama club. Lin Yu saw Shun Bingmiao, thought for a moment, and spoke. "President, I have something to ask of you." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shun Bingmiao raised her head with a strange look in her eyes. She flicked the brim of her hat and said, "This is really strange. You actually took the initiative to ask me for help. What is it?" "My dear Ace, I want to find someone. She may be a freshman." Lin Yu spoke carefully. Shun Bingmiao raised her eyebrows. "You should post a white wall for this kind of thing." "No. First of all, I need the result in a hurry, and secondly, I suspect that she may not be from our school," Lin Yu said calmly. "So, this is not something that ordinary people can do." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shun Bingmiao laughed. "I understand what you mean. It's really embarrassing. But I promised you. Who made you my trump card?" Shun Bingmiao spit out the pen in her mouth, threw the script on the ground, and jumped off the stage in 2 steps. "Let's go." Shun Bingmiao patted Lin Yu's arm and said happily, "Now, don't you want to wait for them to rehearse? We have rehearsed many times, and this last time is not a big deal. In my opinion, the status of the leading actor is the most important. So, help you solve the problem first." Lin Yu came to Shun Bingmiao for a reason. This senior student, who is 1 level older than him, is the most famous person in Jiangxing Communication University. The reason why she is famous has little to do with her status as drama club president. Shun Bingmiao became famous because in her freshman year, in order to promote the drama club's new play, she hacked into the school's academic system and sent background push notifications to every Jiangxing Media student app. Then, he was punished by the school. Although Shun Bingmiao loves drama and script writing and studied at Communication University, her major was digital media art. She herself participated in the programming competition of Jiangxing University as an individual and convinced all the regular computer majors from Jiangxing Institute of Technology and Jiangxing University next door. Therefore, Lin Yu asked Shun Bingmiao. Naturally, he hoped that she would directly help him retrieve all the student status files of all freshman students in Jiangxing Media. In the backstage lounge of the activity center, Lin Yu watched Shun Bingmiao open her notebook, click the mouse a few times, and bring up a few windows. "Here, the student status files of all freshmen." "Thank you, President." Lin Yu checked the girl's part and then started flipping through it. Jiangxing University of Communication has recruited more than 3,000 first-year students this year, with a slightly larger proportion of girls at nearly 2,000. Lin Yu has an excellent eye for recognizing people, so he can flip through the pages very quickly. A page of 4 people's files can be confirmed with just one glance. There is no girl who kills herself. Of course, it was also due to the fact that the schoolgirl was very beautiful and very beautiful. Those shining, sharp eyebrows and eyes will never be forgotten by Lin Yu once he sees them. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu had reached the end. "No," Lin Yu sighed and said with some regret. Shun Bingmiao looked at Lin Yu's disappointed expression and became even more curious. "Looking at you, it doesn't seem like you're really looking for a schoolgirl you like. Let's just say we are looking for the attacker." Lin Yu shook his head and said, "Is it possible that it's a boy? After all, you only looked at girls just now, Shun Bingmiao analyzed. Maybe it's a women's clothing boss. No, that kind of body shape and facial lines are definitely that of a girl, Lin Yu said firmly. And if he really grew up to be a boy like that, I'm afraid he would have become famous throughout the school. The performance department of Jiangshan Communication University is very famous, so this school has no shortage of beautiful girls and handsome boys. So even if the schoolgirl last night was very beautiful, she might still be unknown. But if it's a boy who's that beautiful, I'm afraid I could have recognized him last night. Shun Bingmiao sighed softly. Okay, then how about I help you? Check it by other means? Being recognized as a schoolgirl by you means that she looks like a college student. There aren't many colleges and universities in Jiangshan, she said eagerly. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, President. If Shun Bingmiao really pursues the investigation, Lin Yu is afraid that she will get into trouble. He still doesn't know what the purpose of the mysterious girl who killed him is, and whether she likes to kill innocent people indiscriminately. But after all, he is a dangerous man who can pull out a pistol at any time and may have participated in the game of death. As a participant in the game of death, Lin Yu clearly knows, after experiencing this game, he will cherish life even more, cherish his own life even more. But when it comes to other people's lives, Lin Yu could not deny that his attitude towards other people's lives had become contemptuous, because he actually killed people in the death game. Just like a ferocious beast that has killed people cannot be left behind, people who have killed people is actually the same truth, because they will include killing, a thing that ordinary people rarely think seriously about, into solutions that can be considered when encountering problems. Don't worry, President. It's just a small matter. I won't let it affect my performance on stage, Lin Yu said firmly. Seeing Lin Yu's assurance, Shun Bingmiao had no choice but to nod. Okay, I believe you. Who makes you the ace of our drama club? And just as Lin Yu promised, the next time he participated in the rehearsal, he seemed to have completely forgotten what was on his mind and maintained a perfect state. Even Shun Bingmiao in the audience had to admit, Lin Yu's performance today was indeed perfect. The condition is very good. No, it can't even be called in good condition. It feels like overnight. Junior Lin Yu has suddenly evolved again. It's as if someone put a gun to his head last night and forced him to practice his acting skills all night long. Shun Bingmiao muttered. And she doesn't know? This may seem like a joke, but in a sense it also tells the truth. Lin Yu did perform the most successful improvisational performance in his life last night when someone pointed a gun at his head. Play detective, play player, play God. Lin Yu himself can feel it. After experiencing last night's death game, his acting skills have indeed been sublimated. Is this what the teacher said? Experience will also help the growth of acting skills. In the evening, after the official stage debut, listening to the thunderous applause from the audience and watching the students who were originally just for credits and were pulled by their roommates to show support, completely immersed in their performances, Lin Yu was very emotional. His acting skills were very good before, but his appeal was not as strong as today. Is this a blessing in disguise? Lin Yu thought and couldn't help laughing. But no matter what, good acting skills are a good thing. President, I'll leave first. Looking at the dark sky outside the door, Lin Yu came to the backstage to change his costume and said to Shun Bingmiao, Ace, we still have thank you and interactive sessions. Shun Bingmiao reminded. Lin Yu laughed. Just say I have a stomachache. The leading actor is unwell, but still insists on performing the whole show. But he really can't come out to thank the audience. I believe everyone will understand, right? With that, Lin Yu left the drama club. Hey, come back. Shun Bingmiao stamped her feet anxiously, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Yu. She looked at Lin Yu's back and sighed. Well, let's do what he said. I hope those fans who came for him won't be too angry. After leaving the backstage of the drama club, Lin Yu got on his bicycle and hurried out of the campus. His current destination. Of course, it was the address on the card. Number 940, Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangshan. Although the time is not right now, but Lin Yu still has to check it out in advance. I won't go home for dinner tonight. The club has a dinner party. After editing the text message, send it. Lin Yu turned off the screen of his mobile phone and parked his bicycle at the intersection. He has arrived at Changming Street. Changming Street is located in the old city of Jiangxing. There are no high-rise buildings here. There are low houses everywhere, and even some self-built houses. There are small shops on both sides of the road, including canteens, auto repair shops, and breakfast shops, full of a simple atmosphere. Lin Yu walked along Changming Street, counting the blue nameplates nailed on the door heads. 937, 938, 939. Lin Yu stopped. Number 940 has arrived. This place is larger than other places, but also more desolate, because this is an abandoned two-story restaurant. The signboard with Jiangxing people is already broken, and the door lock is covered with rust. Lin Yu thought for a while, and he walked to the window. Next to him, the glass was broken, and only a layer of paper was pasted on it. He poked open the window paper and opened it. The windows of this old-style building were not high, so Lin Yu climbed in easily. But the scene inside surprised Lin Yu. Not quite right. Although it was dilapidated and old, all the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the floor was spotless. It was as if it had just been cleaned. This was completely different from the old and abandoned appearance outside. Lin Yu became alert instantly. He held the polygraph and pistol in his hands. As for why the polygraph was also taken out, it would not hurt to have it anyway. Lin Yu looked around the restaurant nervously, and even found a pillar to hide behind. And just at this time, tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded in the empty space. Lin Yu poked his head out slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a man walking down the stairs between the first and second floors. He was a tall and bloated middle-aged man, wearing a sophisticated dark blue double-breasted suit and a pair of shiny leather shoes. In addition, he was also covered with all kinds of golden jewelry, gold watches, gold rings, gold necklaces. He was bejeweled. He walked down the stairs and looked in the direction of Lin Yu. "I see you, little brother. Don't hide. The time of the assembly is the day after tomorrow. You came a little too early," the middle-aged man said with a strong voice. Lin Yu still didn't dare to show his head. Although this middle-aged man didn't look like the same kind of schoolmate as the previous one, Lin Yu didn't dare to bet. He hid behind the pillar and asked, "What assembly? I don't know." The middle-aged man laughed. "Oh, first time here? Calculate the time. It is indeed the time for this group of newcomers to find the forum." As the middle-aged man said, Lin Yu was even more puzzled. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I just passed by here." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the middle-aged man smiled even more. "Young man, let alone the way you sneaked in to scout the place. You were just like most of the newcomers I met who knew me for the first time. As an old hand, let me remind you that we, the players who have participated in the death game, cannot reveal the 4 words death game to ordinary people, not even a hint. As long as this thought comes up, your next word will be stuck in your throat. The fact that I can chat with you so smoothly proves that you are indeed a player," the middle-aged man in golden clothes said, and Lin Yu still hid behind the pillar. He felt that the middle-aged man did not lie to him, but it was precisely because they were all players that Lin Yu became more vigilant. "There is an opposition relationship between players. Aren't you wary of me?" Lin Yu whispered. The middle-aged man laughed. "Young man, it seems that your novice copy is of a confrontational nature. In reality, there are rarely confrontational relationships between players and players. Everyone's life is picked up, so why bother to fight to the death outside the game? As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth." The middle-aged man's voice was deep and enthusiastic, and it sounded particularly convincing. Lin Yu believed him for the most part, but still did not completely trust him. He raised the lie detector in his hand. "Then swear that you will not hurt me." The middle-aged man was very surprised. Swear. Okay." He raised his right fist. "I have no ill will towards you, and I have no intention of hurting you at all." Listening to what the middle-aged man said, Lin Yu released the button of the lie detector in his hand. Beep! The green light of the lie detector came on. Lin Yu finally relaxed his vigilance a little, but he did not completely relax his vigilance. After all, there is still a possibility that the middle-aged man in front of him is also lying with the truth. However, Lin Yu felt that such extremely low probability events could be almost ignored when considering them. He walked out from behind the pillar. This made the uncle raise his eyebrows. Hey, you are a pretty newcomer, and it only took you one day to find the forum, solve the puzzle, and locate the meeting address, and even knew to come here in advance to check it out. You are really a young man to be feared. Lin Yu looked at the middle-aged man who was still kind in front of him, and decided to be frank. I really don't know anything about the gathering and the puzzle, he said sincerely, and the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. Then how did you find this place? Someone gave me a card with the address here on it, Lin Yu said, and took out the business card in his trouser pocket. The middle-aged man walked down quickly after hearing this. Lin Yu looked at him very vigilantly, and the middle-aged man did not do anything out of line. He just picked up the business card and looked at it repeatedly. Then, the middle-aged man returned the business card to Lin Yu, and couldn't help muttering, "It's really strange. How could this person give the address of the gathering to you, a newcomer? Is it some organization that is trying to win you over? But this is a strange way to win people over." The middle-aged man muttered, and Lin Yu frowned. So, what exactly does this gathering refer to? When Lin Yu said this, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Okay, newcomer, although I don't know your background, since you don't even know these common sense, I will answer them for you. Anyway, as long as you find the forum, you can find the answers there. Now I tell you for free, and I'll do you a favor. Lin Yu was a little helpless when he heard the middle-aged man's words. You make this matter so worthless. Do you really want me to owe you a favor? Haha, sincerity is my ultimate skill, the middle-aged man said with a smile, and then his expression became solemn. Anyway, let me ask you a question first, rookie. What do you think is the standard for measuring the strength of a death game player? Standard of strength? As a new player who had just experienced the game once, Lin Yu was naturally a little confused, but he still made a tentative guess based on his only game experience. Professional intensity? This is also related, but for most people, professional strength is only a small part. After all, depending on the dungeon, professional strength is not absolute. The middle-aged man shook his finger. Lin Yu thought for a while and made another guess. Could it be the number of game copies cleared? Lin Yu considered his guess. This is not wrong, but this is not a hard target. Many guys who have passed 7 or 8 dungeons may not be as good as a super newcomer who has passed 2 dungeons. The middle-aged man touched his chin. The diamond-encrusted gold dial on his wrist made Lin Yu dizzy. For a newcomer like you, there's actually only one indicator to measure, and that is the number of props. The middle-aged man said and looked at Lin Yu. Young man, the gun in your hand should be a prop. You are lucky to have received such a powerful prop as a reward in the first copy, of course. I'm afraid your strength is even better. The middle-aged man said. Lin Yu nodded slightly, but did not deny it. There was a vague guess in his mind. So, these props can be traded among players, right? The gathering is where players trade these items with each other. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Newcomer, you are indeed very perceptive, and you understood it immediately. Yes, this is the largest and most reliable offline gathering point in Jiang City. All death game players in Jiang City will exchange in-game tradable items here. The middle-aged man said, and Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Is money used in transactions? This is very free. You can use real money if you want. After all, there are always people who are very strong in the game of death, but their lives are unsatisfactory in reality. So it is inevitable that they will want to use this game to change themselves. Life. But in more cases, people still like to use forum points to trade. The middle-aged man said, and Lin Yu frowned. Forum points? That forum turned out to be more than just a website where everyone discusses strategies. Lin Yu said, and the middle-aged man laughed. You are really a newbie who doesn't know anything. In this case, you add my WeChat and I will send you the forum. He took out a somewhat old-fashioned mobile phone from his trouser pocket. It was a series of mobile phones for the elderly that mainly focus on flowers. He opened WeChat and Lin Yu scanned his QR code. The middle-aged uncle's WeChat account is called Harmony Brings Wealth, and his avatar is a statue of a simple and honest golden toad, somewhat similar to himself. Okay, young man, the installation package has been sent to you. Once you have installed it, Invite people to fill in my WeChat ID. Go back to the forum and see for yourself. The meeting is the day after tomorrow. Don't hang around here. If others see you talking to me, you may get angry. The middle-aged uncle said, and Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. Brother, harmony brings wealth. Do you have many enemies? The middle-aged uncle laughed. If you have more than a few dungeons, you will also have enemies. Why? Didn't you meet any enemies in the new dungeons? There are no brothers at the gambling table. In this kind of game where life is the bargaining chip, it is too easy for people to hold grudges against each other. Lin Yu nodded silently. He recalled his mind the faces of Yulonghua, Yao Jingye, Bao Lu, Su Xiaomei, and Xiaoyu. I have to say that if any of these people survive, they will probably hate him to the core and will never stop dying. Especially those two guys, Yulonghua and Xiaoyu. It's really tricky to think about. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to speak again. Brother, the people who died in the game shouldn't be able to be resurrected again, right? Of course, the death game is the last chance. So, cherish it. I believe in fate. You coming here to see me today is also a kind of fate. Harmony brings wealth. The uncle patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. I hope I can still see you at the rally the day after tomorrow and the rally next week. I hope so too, Lin Yu said, turned around and said goodbye to the middle-aged uncle. Then he came to the intersection, rode his bicycle, and quickly returned home. At this time, it was already dark again and everything was silent. But after opening the door, Lin Yu suddenly saw a figure rushing toward him in the darkness. What's the situation? Could it be that mysterious schoolgirl from before? No, the height is different. Could it be her accomplice? Or is it the middle-aged uncle's enemy? Or maybe it's just other players. Lin Yu was horrified and immediately stretched out his hand to call out the prop pistol and pressed it against the belly of the approaching figure. But the next moment, a familiar smell of shampoo entered my nose. Then came the sharp pain in my ears. Ouch, it hurts! Lin Yu screamed. Snap! The girl who grabbed Lin Yu's ear turned on the light in the living room with a very unkind expression. Xiaoyu, you've really made it. You didn't come back until after 11 for 2 days in a row. The round-faced girl with short hair and loose home clothes asked sternly. Lin Yu raised his hands and begged for mercy. Sister, please forgive me. I was rehearsing yesterday and having a dinner party today. The girl in front of him was Lin Yu's only nemesis, his sister Lin Zhao. Although she was only 5 years older than Lin Yu, the parents of the siblings disappeared when they were young. Over the years, Lin Zhao went from working part-time to dropping out of school to open a shop to make money for Lin Yu's schooling, almost the same as Lin Yu's mother. Although Lin Yu doesn't care about anyone, he is only worried about his sister. Bullshit. I just met your president in the store. She said your club didn't have a dinner party at all. Lin Zhao's voice rose 8 degrees. Now you have learned to lie, right? As he said, Lin Zhao stood on tiptoe and snatched the revolver from Lin Yu's hand. And you're holding a gun. Are you planning to shoot me? I brought back the club's props to get a feel for it. Lin Yu said carefully, just now, you jumped out of the darkness and scared me, so I took it out to give myself courage. Lin Zhao felt helpless when he heard Lin Yu's words. Okay, where did you go tonight? Looking at his sister, Lin Yu opened his mouth. He didn't want to lie to this old sister, but as the middle-aged man said, the death game thing couldn't be said at all. It was as if some power blocked his mouth. In the end, Lin Yu could only smile and speak. The role I played this time was a life-and-death situation, and I was a little too deep in the play, so I rode my bike to the riverside to relax. After going through the game of death, Lin Yu understood that his acting skills had indeed improved to an almost qualitative level. It's not just about taking the stage today. He is even becoming more and more comfortable in applying his acting skills to daily life. No, it's not so much promotion as it is. The game of death reminded him that in reality, you can also use your acting skills to do these things. For example, tell a white lie to your sister. Faced with Lin Yu's sincere words, Lin Zhao naturally had no doubts. The original anger turned into concern. Then Xiaoyu, please go back and rest. Don't take your acting too seriously. No, let's take a break. My sister has her own shop now and can afford to support you. In the past, although as an experiential actor, Lin Yu's acting required him to be completely immersed in the character. There would often be a situation where he couldn't get out of the play. Lin Zhao had also seen that state, especially after browsing a few short videos on the internet and hearing the news that a well-known actor committed suicide because he was too involved in the movie and could not get out of it. Lin Zhao was naturally very afraid of this kind of thing. Lin Yu's only relative in the world is Lin Zhao. So why is Lin Zhao not Lin Yu? Looking at his sister Lin Zhao's concerned eyes, Lin Yu returned to the room. When he felt relieved, he felt somewhat guilty. People really have double standards. In other words, those who can enter the death game are all first-rate egoists. Lin Yu muttered and complained. He cheated in the death game, used a trap to kill 5 living people, and even killed 2 with his own hands, but he only had some feelings. But when he lied to a relative he cared about and looked at his cautious expression, Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. However, Lin Yu was not hypocritical enough to blame himself for it. He's a very quiet guy. In the final analysis, it's all the blame for this strange death game and the guy who killed me. We must catch her at tomorrow's rally, and also see if we can really use that rally to improve our lives. Lin Yu secretly made up his mind. And after Lin Yu had such an idea, he didn't hesitate, locked the door of the room, and opened the installation package sent by Harmony and Prosperity. After Lin Yu clicked to install soon, a brand new app icon appeared on the desktop, which was completely dark. The name is also very simple, with only 2 words, Forum. It's really called Forum. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. I thought it was some kind of nickname. Complaints are complaints, but Lin Yu has to admit that the name and icon of this app are indeed mysterious and high-end. He clicked on the icon, and then it was still in the extremely simple style, completely black, with only an input box in the middle without any prompts. If it weren't for the flashing white cursor prompting Lin Yu to enter something, he would have suspected that his phone screen was black. Click on the input box, and the keyboard will appear floating. Although there was no text telling Lin Yu what she wanted to enter, Lin Yu recalled the words of the uncle who said, "Harmony brings wealth. Fill in the WeChat ID for invitations." He filled in the WeChat ID of the uncle. Harmony brings wealth. Really? Next, the input box flashed twice and changed into 2 characters. Welcome. Then, a new input box appeared, but this time there was a prompt. Enter your nickname and account number. Lin Yu thought for a while and did not choose to treat his WeChat account as an account like the Harmony brings wealth uncle. Lin Yu entered the account number, Stanislavski, 1938. This is the English writing of the name of his favorite screenwriter and drama theorist, and the following 1938 is the year when this theater master died suddenly. Afterwards, Lin Yu was slightly confused about the nickname for a moment. Finally, he entered 2 words. Director. Originally, he wanted to enter actor, but Lin Yu felt that might expose himself too much. Although thinking from a rational perspective, it is almost impossible to determine your identity or anything else with just these 2 words. But taking a few more detours will make Lin Yu feel more at ease. Why not do it? After doing this, the input box flashes again. Soon, new words emerged. Welcome to the forum. The text disappeared, and then a very simple forum interface appeared. The forum only has 4 major sections: announcement, discussion, strategy, and reward. Lin Yu checked it and found that the announcement was like an ordinary forum, filled with a lot of content about how long a certain user had been banned. Most of the posts were of little value, and only a small number of posts that permanently restricted members of XX organization from logging into the forum interested Lin Yu. It seems that the management organization of this forum is not completely neutral. Lin Yu muttered. He also silently wrote down the names of organizations that were restricted from logging in. The 3 companies that have been pinned to the top are the Psychological Society, Freedom Alliance, and Predators. The Predators seemed to have an aura that was not like a good bird, but the other 2 made Lin Yu somewhat unpredictable about the tendency of this forum. Moreover, in the announcement at the top, there are only 3 rules about the forum: no personal attacks, no spreading rumors, and no publishing of irrelevant information. It didn't even explain why members of the three organizations were banned from the forum. Is it going to continue a large-scale quarrel above? Lin Yu didn't know, but these are not important. Lin Yu continued to browse the forum. In the discussion section, there are many posts that are constantly being upvoted, but Lin Yu seems to understand the title. Rational discussion. Can the intensity of the two professional tasks after completion be comparable to the exclusive props? Is the rule-based profession ruffian considered the most useless among the pure survival professions? Boys, I would like to know how long it takes for the referee ability to take effect in reality. Please exchange for powerful offensive items. Anyone interested can chat privately. General or Grandmaster, who is stronger in a one-on-one fight? Hi Chung, female, newbie, please take me with you. Video verification is available. Lin Yu seemed to understand each post one by one. He could vaguely outline the portraits of other players, but he couldn't fully understand them. Let's read the strategy first. Lin Yu muttered and opened the next section of the forum. And opened the strategy section. Lin Yu was shocked. Holy shit. When he opened the strategy section, Lin Yu noticed a post marked in red at the top. A must-read guide for newbies. Lin Yu clicked in one go very quickly. After browsing this post, Lin Yu had a sigh. It is indeed a must-read for newbies. It is well-organized and answers almost all his questions. It is better to say, any questions that a newbie might have are covered in it. The post contains 3 parts about the death game, about the forum itself, and suggestions on how to get along with other players. The first part is about the death game. The author of this guide also wrote about this part, most of which are everyone's speculations. There are basically many different opinions about the origin of the death game, and even many organizations were formed because of different interpretations of this issue. The current mainstream view is that it is a game created by God to give them another chance. All players who participate in the game are people who have died once. And every time you clear a copy, you can live 7 more days. Within 7 days, when the dungeon is about to open, there will be a new hint in blood telling the player how to enter the next game dungeon. Players can join another player's game through special team props to escape their original dungeon. In the dungeon, players have the opportunity to obtain props. As the uncle, Harmony Brings Wealth, said, the number of props is an important criterion for measuring the strength of early novice players. The author also mentioned that after players leave the novice period, there will be a test called Level Up, and the players who pass it will have a world of difference in strength with other players. But how to level up specifically, the author seems to be afraid of misleading newcomers, so he didn't elaborate. But no matter how powerful the player is, he can't escape the dungeon once a week. Although there are some special props that allow people to make additional dungeons, making additional dungeons in advance cannot refresh the 7-day countdown. Lin Yu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw this. Although it was expected, but knowing that it has to come like this once a week still gave Lin Yu a headache. Does this count as a fresh start? Having to think about this death game every week will take up a lot of energy. Lin Yu wanted to complain to the gods who wrote the bloody words about false propaganda. But Lin Yu finally calmed down. Not only because this life was free anyway, but also because Lin Yu looked at this forum and felt that it's not me anyway. Perhaps this is the meaning of the forum. Thinking that there are so many people in this world who are also tortured like this, Lin Yu felt much better. And the next guide mentioned some dry goods in the death game. For example, the types of profession and copy. Every player will awaken a profession, which is their biggest reliance for surviving in the death game. And profession is also divided into types. For example, the simplest and crudest enhancement type can greatly enhance a certain ability directly. There are also information type and rule type related to the game itself. The former can obtain key information in certain games, and the latter can make some changes to the rules of the game. There are also skill types that acquire certain specific abilities. In addition, there are special types that are difficult to define. There are only 2 types of occupations: ordinary occupations and unique occupations. The method of distinguishing is also very simple. Ordinary occupations may be repeated, but unique occupations will hardly be repeated. However, there is no saying that unique occupations are definitely stronger than ordinary occupations. According to general information at present, the professional abilities of unique occupations are often just particularly complex and unique. The owners are also extremely rare. Most unique occupations can be classified as special types. Lin Yu saw this and understood something. I have seen all types of occupations in this first game. Soldiers and otakus are enhanced types. Teachers are information types. Ruffians are the most typical rule types. Thieves and veterinarians are skill types. As for his own Fraudster, not only is it a special type, it is also an extremely rare, unique occupation. Because the professions seen in this first game were too complete, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh that he was lucky. His professional ability combined with this guide. With this information, it will be much easier to cheat again. Next, I have to find more guides and remember the abilities of several more professions. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. He was extremely grateful to the creator of this forum. In this way, as long as it is used properly, in future copies, he can be almost any profession he wants. No longer have to rack his brains like the first time he made up a detective. Just use the ready-made ones. Rather, Lin Yu felt that he might only be able to use the ready-made ones in the future. After all, most players must have been on the forum. You report a profession. As long as it is not the only profession, everyone will definitely know what your ability is. However, Lin Yu is not in a hurry to immediately look at the summary of other professional abilities. He continued to read this must-read for newbie strategy. After all, next, this strategy also introduces several types of game dungeons. And like the classification of professions, these are all classified by players themselves, not from the official statement of the game. According to the clearance conditions and main difficulties encountered in several game dungeons. The types of game dungeons are mainly divided into the following types: confrontation, survival, puzzle, and fighting. Confrontation, as the name suggests, is a dungeon that is mainly a confrontation between people. The passing condition is often based on defeating the enemy player camp or annihilating all other people. And the passing condition of survival is mostly to persist in surviving, how long to survive in the dungeon. In this type of dungeon, there is either an extreme environment or a powerful and terrifying existence that is almost invincible but has regular actions. The puzzle type requires you to solve a certain puzzle to pass the level. This type of game sounds the simplest, but it often has an instant death mechanism, and the actual mortality rate is not low at all. As for the fighting, it is the simplest and most brutal. There are monsters in this type of dungeon, but these monsters can be defeated. I see. After reading this beginner's guide, Lin Yu felt that he had a better understanding of the death game. Because of the profession of Fraudster, every time Lin Yu understood this game, he would become stronger. It's a pity that I don't know what leveling up is, otherwise I might be able to play a more powerful master. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. After this novice guide, he also downloaded several other guides and then read them carefully. Soon, Lin Yu also figured out a lot of things outside the death game. For example, the gathering the day after tomorrow. As the uncle, Harmony Brings Wealth, said, the gathering and this forum are inseparable. You can get forum points through transactions. And the reason why this forum points is hard currency is that at the beginning these points can be used to post bounties on the forum and trust others to take you through dungeons. Ask for information. You can pay with points. The forum itself also provides a service of exchanging points for RMB. The ratio is 1 point can be exchanged for 100 RMB. But in turn, players cannot obtain points by recharging RMB. If you want to get points from the official forum, in addition to getting them from others, you can only do so by posting posts with contributions or completing the commissions officially released by the forum. Among them, on the bounty list, there are many bounty tasks and bounty personnel officially released by the forum. Lin Yu felt that these were too far away from him, so he didn't learn about this in detail. What he focused on was the gathering itself. There are different gathering places in different cities. These gatherings are not officially held by the forum. Most of them are held by local organizations in some cities. After being officially certified by the forum, they could be released and promoted by the forum. Of course, there are also some spontaneous and irregular small gatherings that are not recognized by the forum. But whether this is safe or not, and whether it is necessary to participate, it depends on the players who see the information to judge for themselves. Although if someone kills and robs in this way, it seems that they will be blacklisted by the forum and may be targeted by an organization called administrators. But the victim has lost his life, and the subsequent punishment is of course meaningless to the victim. Fortunately, the address Lin Yu received that day was indeed the official gathering point certified by the forum in Jiangxing. The information included above also matches the time. There is even information about the person in charge of this gathering, named Tycoon. Lin Yu intuitively felt that this Tycoon might be the uncle whose WeChat account was named Hachi Shankai that he had met. Don't mention it. The name he gave is quite in line with his temperament, Lin Yu muttered. And after reading these strategies, Lin Yu also fell asleep in bed. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up from bed. Although there were 2 general education classes today, Lin Yu, who was not interested in entrepreneurship guidance for college students, took a whole day off and stayed at home to continue studying strategies. After careful consideration, Lin Yu had an idea in his mind. An idea to use this gathering to make money and compensate his sister Lin Zhao. Since this game already exists, my life can no longer be as peaceful as before. Then just use it to make some money to improve my and my sister's lives. Lin Yu exhaled. His expression became determined. The easiest way to make money is to sell props at the rally. After all, joining the copy of the death game, even if you have an arsenal in reality, you can't bring it in. Someone has done an experiment, and when you enter the game, you can only bring in the clothes on your body. Hairpins and the like are already the limit. Food, water, and even paper, pens, and lighters in your pockets cannot be brought in. Even the clothes themselves have restrictions. If you wear a bulletproof vest or clothes that obviously have special functions, you may be stripped naked and become completely naked when you enter the game. Therefore, props are very valuable in this game. Imagine if you were in a survival dungeon where finding food was the main difficulty. If Lin Yu had brought out a lot of bread and water from the novice dungeon before, wouldn't the difficulty of this dungeon for him be greatly reduced? Not to mention the many weapon props that can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Even though there are quite a few enhancement professions, many of them are enhancements like otaku. Professions like soldier that can greatly improve frontal combat effectiveness are very popular wherever they are placed, and are the objects of competition for major organizations. For other professionals who want to improve their combat effectiveness, it is best to rely on props. Lin Yu has a deep understanding of this. The must-hit revolver in his hand gave Lin Yu a strong confidence. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go to that address alone yesterday to find out. So, a sharper and better-looking prop hatchet can easily sell for more than 100 credit points. More than hundreds of credits. That's literally tens of thousands of RMB. If you are lucky enough to meet a player who is in urgent need of weapons and props, you may even be able to sell them for hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. There are so many exquisite werewolf weapons in the first copy. It's a pity that I didn't bring out much at all. Lin Yu is not stupid enough to sell his most trustworthy trump card, the must-hit revolver. Although Lin Yu estimated the price of this thing based on the auction information mentioned in the forum post, it may be more than 1 million. But Lin Yu still doesn't plan to sell. Making money is important, but it doesn't mean risking your life. As for that lie detector, not to mention that the price of this thing is not very high, the most important thing is this thing fits well with Lin Yu's deceiver professional ability. When Lin Yu was cornered by the lunatic Yu Longhua in the novice copy, he was able to change his destiny and achieve reverse through deception. This was partly due to the magic lie detector that allowed him to pass his most unbelievable sentence. Has become the truth that is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if he doesn't need it anymore, Lin Yu doesn't plan to simply sell this hero. And when these two props are not for sale, Lin Yu still didn't intend to give up just like that and use this rally as an opportunity to make money. He has come up with a brilliant idea. The purchase is now complete. Lin Yu walked out of Jiangqing's small commodity street, carrying a heavy school bag with a happy face. This was the first step in completing his plan. Next, it's time for the second step. Lin Yu turned on his phone and found the Penguin account of the club president Shen Bingmiao. "President, can you do me a favor?" Shen Bingmiao quickly replied with a question mark. Her Penguin nickname is Jiu Shui. "Jiu Shui, you want to order me around without coming to the club?" "Jiu Shui, last night your sister said you went to the club for dinner, using us as a shield, right?" "Jiu Shui, did you go to see your girlfriend?" "Speak." "Jiu Shui, sure, Lin Yu, you're really a big shot. You started to have private contact with fans and fall in love, right?" "Jiu Shui, the drama club is not your springboard for monthly subscriptions." Shen Bingmiao's messages were bombarded with messages, mixed with various highly aggressive panda head emoticons. Lin Yu ignored Shen Bingmiao's crazy messages and many emoticons and continued to type to express his demands. "Ermu, help me find someone." "Ermu, Chunjwa male, high school student, maybe from Jiangcheng from his accent. Likes to watch anime, a typical otaku." "Ermu, can you help me find him?" After Lin Yu finished typing, Shen Bingmiao's message bombardment stopped. Soon, Shen Bingmiao received a voice call directly. "Did this high school student offend you?" Shen Bingmiao asked directly. "Yes, he cheated me in the game, and then my information was exposed. I want to counter it, but my level is not enough. I only found out that his real name is Chunjua." Across the screen, Lin Yu's lies became more and more skillful. "I understand. I hate this kind of people who cheat people in the game and open the box the most. Look, I will punish him for you." Shen Bingmiao hung up the phone. Lin Yu waited for a few minutes with his bag on his back, and soon received a message from Shen Bingmiao. It was a file package. After clicking it, all of Chunjua's household information was inside, from his ID number to his home address to his various social media accounts. This guy's Penguin nickname is "It's Great to Like Xiao AI." When Lin Yu saw this, he felt that he didn't even need to look at the photo to confirm that it was him. Shen Bingmiao sent a message. "Jiu Shui, is it this Chunjua?" "Ermu? Yes, thank you." "Jiu Shui, how are you going to deal with him? Do you need me to hack his account for you?" "Ermu, no, I think he is from Jiangcheng, and I'm going to verify him offline." After replying to the president, Lin Yu exhaled. Chunjua is indeed from Jiangcheng. He thought so when he heard Chunjua speak with an accent before. And although the t-shirt Chunjua was wearing at the time was printed with anime beauties, he was wearing sweatpants. It looked like the school uniform pants of Jiangqing Middle School. Although this thing is similar across the country, there are still some regional differences. Lin Yu recalled that Chunjua's clothes looked too much like those of Jiangcheng High School. Since he is from Jiangcheng, it will save a lot of trouble. Although assuming that Chunjua is not from Jiangcheng, it will not have much impact on Lin Yu's next plan. At most, he will communicate with Chunjua online. And if he can meet Chunjua offline, it will be the best. Jiangqing number 6 Middle School. I didn't expect this little fat boy to have good grades. Looking at Chunjua's school, Lin Yu muttered. This high school is also considered the first echelon in Jiangqing. Although it is not the best, the annual undergraduate rate is also very impressive. Every few classes, every 3 or 5 days, there will be a student who goes to the 2 top universities in the country. When you're lucky, there will be 2 in 1 class. Lin Yu carried his school bag and rode his bicycle and went straight to Jiangcheng number 6 Middle School. Jiangqing number 6 Middle School is not close to Lin Yu's home, but Lin Yu started from the small commodity street almost in the center of Jiangqing. This place is not too far from anywhere in Jiangqing. Lin Yu rode for about 20 minutes and arrived at the gate of Jiangqing number 6 Middle School. After parking his bike at the parking area at the school gate, Lin Yu walked towards the message room with his bag on his back and a smile. "Hello, uncle. I am a college student of Jiangqing Media. My cousin is studying in class 25 of senior 6 Middle School. He left his exercise book at home. He was afraid of being checked, so I brought it to him." Lin Yu said, and took out his student card from his school bag. The security guard in the message room took a quick look and saw Lin Yu's ID and face. This sunny and cheerful college student with no bad intentions naturally made the security guard have no doubts. Moreover, it was Friday afternoon in broad daylight, and the security guard was a little lazy. "Go ahead. You don't have to register." The security guard picked up the remote control and opened a small gap in the school gate. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Yu to go in quickly. Lin Yu smiled and nodded and went in. "Thank you, uncle." Afterwards, Lin Yu ran across the playground with his bag on his back and headed straight for the teaching building. It was class time, and there were no students on the playground except for a few classes taking physical education classes. Lin Yu walked around the teaching building twice and soon found the pattern of class arrangement in the teaching building of number 6 middle school. The first and second floors are the 10 classes of Senior 3. The third and fourth floors are Senior 2. So the end of the third floor is, got it, Senior 2 and 5 classes. Lin Yu found a classroom of Class 2 to 5 very smoothly. But when he looked inside through the window, Lin Yu was a little dumbfounded. The classroom was empty. No one was there. Lin Yu quickly pushed the door open and walked to the podium. Then he saw the content of this class on the schedule, physical education. Lin Yu was a little helpless. It turns out that they're really the classes doing physical education on the playground. I wouldn't have run so far if I had known. Lin Yu turned back helplessly and walked out of the teaching building. Soon, he returned to the playground and began to look for Chunjua. After a fruitless search, Lin Yu was not ignorant of change and simply grabbed 2 students who looked friendly and asked, "Hello, classmate. Where is Class 2 to 5 of senior high school in class?" 2 high school girls wearing blue and white loose high school uniforms, with neat thick bangs and wearing black frame glasses that were a bit rustic. Being stopped by Lin Yu, the face of the drama club, it was inevitable that their heartbeats accelerated. "We are from Class 5, Grade 2, the taller girl on the right whispered. "What can I do for you?" "You are from Class 5, Grade 2. That's great," Lin Yu said with a smile. "I am Chunjua's brother. I came to give Chunjua something." As Lin Yu spoke, the 2 girls blinked. Chunjua's brother? Their faces were full of suspicion. Looking at their expressions, Lin Yu smiled helplessly again. Under the guidance of the 2 girls, Lin Yu quickly found Chunjua. He was just taken to the toilet on the first floor by several boys in the class. After returning to the main teaching building from the playground, Lin Yu heard a noisy voice coming from the men's toilet before he even approached it. "You are capable, right? I asked you to buy a bottle of drink. Why are you so busy? I really don't understand what you are showing off." Lin Yu looked out and saw that Chunjua was surrounded by 4 boys in the corner of the toilet. Chunj was squatted on the ground, holding his head in silence, letting the boys punch and kick him and throw the toilet paper soaked with water on his head, looking very embarrassed. School bullying? Lin Yu suddenly felt a little angry. Lin Yu has always been disgusted with this kind of bullying of the weak. "Hey, stop it!" Lin Yu walked into the toilet, and the 4 boys immediately turned their heads. Seeing that Lin Yu seemed older and not a high school student, they immediately dispersed and looked at Lin Yu with a smile. "Teacher, we are just joking." Lin Yu looked at them coldly and asked in a serious voice, "Which class are you from?" The 4 tall boys wearing expensive sneakers felt something was wrong and ran out. Lin Yu did not stop them and let the 4 boys escape. After all, they got in with fake identities. Then he looked at Chunjua. Chunjua also looked up at Lin Yu, blinked, and wiped the water stains on his face. "Administrator, how did you find this place?" Lin Yu shrugged. "I am an administrator. Of course I have my own way." Chunjua patted the stains on his body and stood up, looking a little restrained. Lin Yu looked at his embarrassed appearance and sighed. "Why don't you resist? Even if you have been submissive before, now you have participated in the death game and have died once, why not be braver?" Lin Yu couldn't help asking. Chunjua was a little embarrassed. He said, "It's useless to resist. I can't beat the 4 of them." "Mr. Administrator, you are handsome and probably have good grades. You definitely don't understand. This kind of thing, resistance is useless," Chen said helplessly, spreading his hands. "Anyway, it's already the 2nd year of high school. Just bear it for a while, and it will be almost the same." If I get the ability of soldier, I will definitely resist directly. But unfortunately, my profession is just otaku. Of course, having a profession is definitely better than not having one. And my recovery speed after being beaten has also become faster now. Chunjua optimistically pointed to the red part of his body that was beaten. The swelling here is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yu listened to Chunjua's words, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The power that the death game gives you is not only a profession, but also props. What if you have a prop that is powerful enough to give you great power? Lin Yu said aloud. Chunjua was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became firm. Then I have props. Can I still be bullied by others? Chunjua said firmly. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, then wait a moment. Lin Yu said, turned around and took out a baton and a bottle of light blue liquid in a beautiful glass bottle from his school bag. This is the prop baton and the prop agility potion. The former, as the name suggests, is just a baton that can be stored in your prop space, and its function is no different from that of an ordinary baton. As for this agility potion, after taking it, it can greatly improve your reaction speed and mobility within an hour. Lin Yu stuffed the two props into Chunjua's hands. Chunjua was a little stunned. Administrator, what is this for? Lin Yu patted Chunjua on the shoulder. This is what I gave you as an administrator. See if you can use it. It should pop up instructions. Lin Yu said naturally. After that, Lin Yu felt the power of belief emerged in Chunjua. Then, what Lin Yu said just now came true again. This was also the first time that Lin Yu activated the ability of trickster in reality. Chunjua opened his palm with some surprise, and his baton and potion disappeared in his palm. Really, Administrator, thank you for your generosity. Lin Yu nodded slightly and pointed outside the toilet door. Go, Chunjua. And now you have the power, do what you want to do. Chunjua nodded seriously, and then he summoned the baton and potion again. Chunjua twisted the potion and drank it all. It actually tastes like blueberry, and it tastes really good. He threw the bottle away, and then felt full of strength. Looking at Lin Yu's expectant eyes, Chunjua became even more ruthless. Chunjua rushed out of the toilet with the baton in his hand, and then yelled, Hey, you guys! Lin Yu stayed in the toilet, washed his hands elegantly, listened to the noisy fighting and scolding outside, and felt very satisfied. The baton and the medicine were naturally fake. The former was bought directly from the small commodity street, while the latter was mixed by himself with food coloring and flavors bought from the small commodity street. This was also the purpose of Lin Yu's visit to Chunjua. He wanted to use his ability of fraud master to deceive Chunjua, so as to achieve the effect of turning these fakes into real goods. After all, if he used his ability at the assembly, Lin Yu was afraid that those old players would see that his products were all fakes. But Chunjua, an inexperienced rookie, was different. Now I tried it. It really works. Moreover, it happened to coincide with Chunjua being bullied, and I happened to use this fraud to help Chunjua. Lin Yu was naturally very satisfied. After a few minutes, Lin Yu walked out of the toilet and saw Chunjua panting against the wall. Several tall school bullies fell to the ground, looking a little painful. They looked at Chunjua in disbelief, the clumsy little fat man in the past, who just dodged and moved quickly, beating them to tears. Chunjua was also holding a baton at this moment, and spoke in a condescending and cold voice. I didn't bother with you before, but today I can't stand it anymore. I suggest you avoid me in the future. After Chunjua finished speaking, he walked quickly towards Lin Yu. He showed a sincere expression again. Thank you, Administrator. I felt really good just now. You gave me potions and props without permission. Isn't that against the rules? Chunjua said with some concern. Lin Yu waved his hand. No, those are my own props. It's normal for me to give them to you as a player, and it has nothing to do with the administrator. As he spoke, Lin Yu opened the backpack on his back, revealing more batons and bottles and jars inside. I have a lot of small props like this. Lin Yu said goodbye to Chunjua, who had become completely confident. After experiencing between life and death in the bizarre death game, Chunjua had actually transformed. but his inertial thinking still made him dare not resist. With Lin Yu's little help, even if the potion has been used up, and even if those school bullies may not accept it. But Chenjue should not be bullied in the future. Lin Yu was also satisfied with this. Although the original purpose was to complete the fraud, judging from the result, it was still a good thing. Of course, compared with Chenjue, Lin Yu himself gained more. The baton and potion in the backpack have been transformed into real game props, under Chenjue's trust. Lin Yu was even somewhat fortunate that he came at the right time and ran into the moment when Chenjue was bullied. Otherwise, Chenjue might not have believed his fraud so naturally. After all, it was too abrupt for me to give Chenjue a few game props for no reason, although Chenjue might not disbelieve it. But if he had doubts in his heart, the degree of belief would be greatly reduced, and the effect of making it come true might not be good. In this case, it is very likely that there is no way to turn all the props into reality. After all, Lin Yu can feel. Chenjue's belief is a bit reluctant to convert all the props in the backpack into reality. It seems that I have to go to this gathering. In addition to Chenjue, I have to find some other players who are easy to deceive, so as to squeeze their trust in the future, Lin Yu muttered. Soon, Friday night arrived. The player gathering of Jiangcheng is about to begin. According to the tips on the strategy, Lin Yu, wearing a mask, a baseball cap, and sunglasses, parked his bicycle far away from the abandoned restaurant and walked to the gathering location. Many players who participated in the death game have become psychologically distorted in the games. For them, killing and robbing is a very common means. In recent years, with the growth of the two fair and just organizations, Forum and Order, they have jointly formulated some conventional player codes and jointly created the administrator organization to punish players who violate the player codes. The content of the code is also very simple. For example, it is forbidden for players to use their abilities to commit crimes in reality, and it is forbidden for players to kill each other in reality. The emergence of the code and the administrator has made the atmosphere between players much better, and the number of malicious incidents has been greatly reduced. But we must be on guard against others. The reduction of malicious incidents does not mean that they have been completely eliminated or disappeared. Although the Forum and Order are generally recognized as relatively powerful, and the subordinate organization administrator is also composed of high-level experts from the two organizations, but they are not strong enough. At least, is not strong enough to make everyone dare not commit crimes. Therefore, most strategies still recommend that when participating in offline assemblies, it is best to conceal your identity. It would be better to say, unless you are strong and confident enough. In most cases, it is best to conceal your identity as a player. When starting activities as a player, you should try to avoid exposing your identity as much as possible. Lin Yu listened to the advice. So before attending the rally, he naturally dressed up fully armed and planned his route carefully. He went out around 6 o'clock, but when he arrived at the door of the abandoned restaurant he had been to a few days ago, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu noticed that there were many guys around who were dressed very similar to him and moved in a sneaky way. People who covered their faces with scarves, masks, and even hoods of different materials walked silently towards the direction of the restaurant. Lin Yu understood. These must be players. He walked silently among these people, and soon everyone lined up at the door consciously. At the door, there were two tall and strong men wearing bandit hoods and vests holding machines, responsible for scanning the code to enter. The code scan was naturally the back-end QR code of the Forum app. Because no one was making a fuss, the efficiency was very high. The line seemed to be quite long, but it was Lin Yu's turn very quickly. He imitated the person in front of him and showed his personal QR code of the Forum app backend. Then, beep. The thing that was similar to the supermarket code scanning payment machine made a sound representing past. Then, a note was printed on the top of the machine. Nickname, Director. This is Lin Yu's Forum ID. The sturdy man with a mask on the door tore off the label and stuck it on Lin Yu's chest. Don't fight or set up stalls inside. Just find a table and sit down by yourself. Don't lose the label, or you'll be cleared out. The sturdy man who looked like a gangster seemed to see that it was Lin Yu's first time here, and he opened his mouth to warn him. Lin Yu nodded, and then walked in with his bag on his back. The abandoned restaurant, which was clean but desolate a few days ago, has now become completely lively. This restaurant is obviously full of old players who are familiar with the place. Many of them have already set up their stalls on the table and put the things they want to sell on the table one by one, waiting for others to choose. There are a few players who are mainly buyers and are strolling around these scattered stalls. Some of them start bargaining when they see the props they like. Boss, how much do you sell this toolbox for? One price, 15 points. Damn, why don't you go and grab it? I'm a student. Can you give me a cheaper price? You can't do it even if you're a beast. This trick doesn't work on me. Listening to these down-to-earth conversations, Lin Yu smiled helplessly and shook his head. Although he was a little nervous at the beginning, but after actually entering, Lin Yu found that this so-called gathering is actually similar to the feeling of him visiting the small commodity street in the afternoon. After all, they're all selling things. After realizing this, Lin Yu also relaxed a lot and found a table. He began to put out his baton and potion one by one. Afterwards, Lin Yu imitated other stall owners and sat behind the table calmly, waiting for customers to come and ask for prices. But Lin Yu had just sat down and was about to play with his mobile phone for fun. He heard an eager voice asking for prices. Brother, how much do you sell these batons for? If I buy all of them, can you give me a discount? Lin Yu looked up and saw a masked young man with burning eyes. 10 points per hand. It's better to pay in cash, so it's cheaper. Damn, 10 points? Then I'll take all of them here. The masked young man said with golden eyes. But before he took out his mobile phone to pay, a voice interrupted him hurriedly. Don't sell it to him, brother. I'll give you 13 points per hand. Pay in cash. You don't have to give me a discount. As soon as he finished speaking, an uncle wearing a mask and a fisherman's hat rushed over. The voice of the uncle in the fisherman's hat and wearing a mask was a little loud, which quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. Someone is selling weapon-type props over there. It seems to be a baton. Only 10 points for one. And you can pay cash. Damn, where did the philanthropist come from? For a moment, the players who were originally wandering around other stalls rushed over instantly, and the customers and other stall owners who were setting up stalls were robbed. No one expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Yu, because they also quickly closed their stalls and ran towards Lin Yu. A weapon prop worth more than 10 points. If you miss it, you will lose it. In an instant, more than 10 people crowded in front of Lin Yu's stall. Brother, I'll pay 15 points, pay cash. I'll pay 17 points. I'll pay 17 points for one. I want them all. Who doesn't want all? Damn. Lin Yu looked at the players with burning eyes and felt that he still underestimated the temptation of weapons. This is even just a baton, not a sharp weapon. The exchange rate between credit points and RMB is 1:100. In other words, 10 points is 1,000 renminbi. The quality of the batons that Lin Yu bought from the commodity street was not very good, and the price was 229 each. He bought 15 at once and bargained with the boss to 120 each, and he spent 1,800 renminbi to get it. Of course, this 1,800 yuan was almost all of Lin Yu's savings at the time. Lin Zhao felt sorry for Lin Yu, who was busy rehearsing and studying every day and didn't want him to work. Lin Yu also felt sorry for Lin Zhao and didn't want to ask for more living expenses. Because the purchase price was not high, Lin Yu, knowing that weapons were scarce, had already set the price as high as possible. But he never expected. The price is almost doubled tenfold, but it's still low. It's just an ordinary baton, but it seems reasonable when you think about it carefully. After all, having a stick in the death game may save your life at a critical moment. These people who have experienced the death game, no one thinks that it is not worth spending thousands of dollars to buy a guarantee for their lives. And soon, someone shouted in surprise, "Hey, wait, he still has potions to sell. Let me see agility potion, damn. This effect is too awesome. I didn't expect that you, boss, have good stuff." Agility potion. After taking it, it can increase the player's reaction speed and action ability by 200% within an hour. Because the previous fraud against Chun Zhua took effect, all the fake props at this time have become real. So, after these players picked up the props, there was naturally a bloody prop description from a game official. These people looked at Lin Yu with sharp eyes. "Boss, how is this potion sold?" With the previous experience of the baton, Lin Yu, who originally planned to price the potion at 3 points per bottle, that is, 300 yuan, was a little uncertain. He touched his chin and said tentatively, "This is also 10 points." Sure enough, the price of 10 points still did not make these people retreat, but made them more excited. "I'll still pay for all these." "Fuck, don't always pay for everything, so selfish." "Boss, I'll pay 15 points for the medicine too." Seeing that everyone's noise was getting louder and louder, they were almost going to fight in front of Lin Yu's stall. At this time, a crisp sound suddenly came from upstairs. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu raised his head and saw that the Uncle Harmony Makes Money, who had met him once before, was still wearing a well-dressed suit and walked down from the second floor. The sound just now was the sound he made by knocking 2 gold ingots against each other. He walked down and said loudly, "It's quite lively. It seems that a friend brought good things." The people who had been arguing and getting angry just now suddenly quieted down and looked at the uncle together. "Tycoon, it's Tycoon who's here." "You're here, Brother Hung." Several guys in the crowd who seemed to be somewhat familiar with the uncle greeted him with a very respectful tone. Lin Yu looked at this scene and understood. Sure enough, the uncle who Harmony Brings Wealth that he met yesterday was the Tycoon mentioned on the forum, and he seemed to have quite a reputation among these players. Yesterday, I saw in the forum that the strategy said try not to reveal your identity as much as possible, and I somewhat regretted exchanging contact information with this uncle. Although Lin Yu was careful and used a small account, but this undoubtedly increased the risk of being exposed. However, seeing that the uncle in front of him seemed to be respected by everyone, Lin Yu's worries were also reduced a little. Of course, this worry did not completely disappear, and the uncle called Tycoon by everyone walked up and walked to Lin Yu's table. "Is this the good stuff that caused you to make a commotion? Isn't it just an ordinary baton? This potion is quite interesting, but it's not something you guys should be scrambling for," the Tycoon said, looking at the crowd. The masked man in the fisherman hat was the first to say with a smile, "Tycoon, the things are indeed ordinary things, but he sells them much cheaper than the normal price. And there are so many of them." "Oh," the Tycoon turned his head and looked at Lin Yu, as if he didn't recognize him, and asked, "How much do you sell these things for?" "My original idea was to set the price at 10 points, and it would be cheaper if I used cash or bought more," Lin Yu answered truthfully. The Tycoon shook his head, took out his mobile phone, and fiddled with it a few times. "It's indeed too low. Why is it sold so low at one time? It's not easy to get so many props, right?" Looking at the similar styles, I guess they were made from one copy. Did you collect them individually and sell them? Or is there an organization behind you? Lin Yu was about to retort, but the Tycoon suddenly pointed to the screen of his mobile phone. Lin Yu understood and took out his mobile phone under the table and glanced at it. "Newcomer, I don't know how you got so many props at once, but you'd better say you have an organization behind it." Lin Yu felt awestruck, raised his head and glanced at the Tycoon gratefully and nodded slightly. "I do come from an organization, and it's not convenient to reveal my name, because the boss of the organization is in a hurry for money, so we took out the props we had saved and sold them. This is why I also need cash payment," Lin Yu said calmly. After hearing this, the Tycoon pretended to be thinking and said, "In that case, why not sell them all to me? I charge you 25 points for a stick and 20 points for a bottle of potion. It may still be slightly lower than a market price, but I can settle it all in cash, and you won't suffer a loss." With that said, the Tycoon turned his head and looked at the players. "After midnight tonight, I will put these for sale on the forum section. I will not increase the price. You can use your own hand speed, and each account can only purchase 1 copy." The Tycoon said that none of the players had any objections. "Since you said so, okay, I'll do as you say." The Tycoon turned to look at Lin Yu. "What do you think of this plan? In the future, If you and your organization have something you want to sell in Jiangsheng, you might as well consider it more and cooperate with me, the tycoon. How about it? Lin Yu naturally had no reason to refuse the tycoon. Okay, tycoon, just do as you say. With the help of the tycoon, Lin Yu originally planned to practice selling slowly all night, but now it was sold out in one go. Of course, even without the tycoon, with the popularity just now, Lin Yu should have sold out quickly. But Lin Yu knew that it was the tycoon who was helping him. After all, he was a newcomer who no one knew about, and suddenly took out such a bunch of low-priced props. It was easy to be targeted. And after Lin Yu sold all the things to the tycoon in one go, it was undoubtedly to reduce his own attention to the lowest level. What's more, the tycoon paid the money and delivered the goods, which saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. 15 batons, 20 bottles of medicine, a total of 775 foreign points. The tycoon fulfilled his promise and traded all in RMB. For this reason, the tycoon even invited Lin Yu to the second floor. The original second floor of the restaurant has been converted into a luxurious office by the tycoon. See you again, kid. The tycoon smiled and looked at Lin Yu. You really recognized me. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Even though Lin Yu was still wary of the tycoon, he still responded politely. The tycoon waved his hand. I didn't recognize you at first, but you're too young. This baton item is in Jiangsheng. The starting price is 30 points. You just took out 10 and quoted 10 points. I think about how you broke into my house yesterday. It feels like one person. I got closer. Hey, the size seems to be similar. Send a message, and it's confirmed that it's you. The tycoon said. Lin Yu smiled. There's no way. Even if I read the guide on the forum, there's still many things I don't understand. That's true. You're a real novice who just passed the first dungeon, the tycoon sighed, but you're really awesome. You got a dozen batons and 20 bottles of medicine in one dungeon, and you had a pistol yesterday. What? Was your first dungeon a reward level? Just lucky, Lin Yu said vaguely. The tycoon laughed when he saw Lin Yu's look. Look how scared you are. Don't worry. Since you have read the forum, you should know that I, the tycoon, can host and be responsible for Jiangsheng's offline gatherings, so my character is definitely guaranteed. Even if my character is not guaranteed, I won't covet your money. As he said that, the tycoon picked up his phone directly. Received a transfer, 70,000 yuan. Lin Yu's phone sent a notification. He was stunned for a moment. 70,000 yuan. You just gave it as you said? The tycoon waved his hand and took out another paper bag. There are still 7,500 yuan in it. New bills. Take it. Yesterday, I saw that you were wearing cheap shoes and clothes, and you're not very old. Is this the first time you have made so much money? Put some new bills in your hand, and it will be comfortable to light it when you go home. The tycoon said with a smile. Lin Yu took the heavy paper bag and put it into his backpack silently. Thank you. You are quite accurate in judging people. Lin Yu was a little helpless. Holding the heavy cash of more than 7,000 yuan in hand, it is indeed more satisfying than the transfer just now. Then I will go back first. Thank you very much for your help. After saying goodbye and thanking him, Lin Yu turned and left the second floor. This tycoon, uncle is too good to him. If they were not in Jiangsheng instead of the southwest city, and this uncle looked very straight and had a golden wedding ring on his right ring finger, Lin Yu almost doubted whether he was attracted by his handsome appearance. But because he could not think of a reason, Lin Yu was even more confused. Why is this? After Lin Yu left, the tycoon also stood up and stood by the window, quietly watching Lin Yu walk out of the gathering restaurant without looking back. And in this office, a door opened and a tall and dark-skinned man walked out. Boss, why do you think so highly of this kid? Although it is rare for a newcomer to take out so many props at once, it shouldn't be so important to you, right? The tycoon shook his head. I can feel that this kid has a temperament very similar to mine. His future is limitless, and he is a rough gem worthy of my investment. The tycoon said firmly, but the dark-skinned man didn't buy it. Don't talk nonsense, boss. You seem to be very good at judging people. What is the reason? The tycoon sighed helplessly. Well, when this kid came yesterday, He showed me a business card with our address. I took a look. It should be the work of the Psychological Society. He was selected by the Psychological Society, and I'm afraid it was the highest level of selection. Psychological Society? The dark man exclaimed in a low voice, and then his expression was solemn. Doesn't that mean that as long as this kid doesn't die, he will at least reach the level of level 3? The tycoon nodded slowly. Yes, and his profession is probably not too weak. Otherwise, no matter how lucky he is, he can't get so many ordinary items in a novice copy. Lin Yu, who had already left, didn't know the tycoon's evaluation of him. Because it ended quickly, it was not too late now. At this moment, Lin Yu was full of excitement about making money. Do you want to buy something for your sister? After all, many shopping malls in Jiangsheng are still open at this time. Of course, in addition to excitement, Lin Yu was also a little curious. What did the schoolmate who killed him and left him a business card want to do? Could it be just to guide him to attend the rally and quickly integrate into the local circle of Jiangsheng players? Before leaving, he walked around the restaurant twice. Even though everyone was masked, Lin Yu did not find the person suspected of being the murderer. The body shape and temperament did not match. And just as Lin Yu was thinking, behind him, there was a burst of laughter. Hee hee, not bad. Lin Yu, you are worthy of being the one we chose. Not only did you pass the first copy smoothly, but you also made such a big splash in the first auction. Your potential is really hard to estimate. Lin Yu turned around and saw a figure dressed in black and covered tightly in the alley next to him. The man's voice was hoarse, as if he was deliberately speaking in a low voice. Who are you? Lin Yu said coldly. The man heard Lin Yu's question and laughed hoarsely. Who I am is not important, but I can tell you that I am from the same organization as the beautiful girl who sent you into the death game and left you a business card. We are all members of the Psychology Society. Psychological Society? Hearing this name, Lin Yu understood clearly. Isn't this the same organization that I saw on the forum yesterday and was banned from accessing the forum? Sure enough, it's not a good thing. Lin Yu silently put his hand into his arms and hid the revolver. Must hit revolver. After returning to reality, there is still only one bullet, but the number of bullets will be refreshed every day, unlike in a dungeon, where there is only one bullet in the entire game. Lin Yu did not shoot rashly or even show his pistol rashly, although the bullet that is sure to hit is very strong. But the other party has already introduced himself. He is from an organization, and it's an organization specifically named by the forum. This means that this Psychological Society is not only probably not a good organization, but also has a high reputation and is very likely to be large and powerful. Taking 10,000 steps back, in addition to the unidentified man in black in front of them, their organization also had at least a madman who used a gun to kill himself. Therefore, Lin Yu decided to negotiate with the other party first. Who are you, and why did you kill me before? Lin Yu asked coldly. The man in black laughed. Kill? No. Our goal is not to let you die, but to let you join the death game. Because according to the organization's evaluation, you have great potential. As expected, you were selected and passed the test smoothly. Our organization is always looking for people with potential, those who have the ability to achieve extraordinary things in this game, but are not yet in it. And we will never allow them to let their talents go to waste. When Lin Yu heard the excited words of the man in black, he was even more convinced that the people in this organization seemed to have abnormal brains. What a bunch of lunatics. No wonder you are not allowed to visit the forum. The man in black was very disdainful when he heard Lin Yu's words. Forum? It's just a place for mediocre people to gather together and keep warm. Okay, we don't have much time. In order to prevent being disturbed by mediocrity, I'd better complete the task first. As he said that, the man in black looked at Lin Yu. So, respected Mr. Lin Yu, what profession have you awakened? The man in black looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Why should I tell you? Not to mention that he has awakened his only profession, the fraudster, which is a profession that cannot be told to anyone in the first place. Even if Lin Yu awakens to other professions, He has no intention of telling the people in black and the psychological association. Because this is also a further assessment, you'd better cooperate with us, otherwise. The man in black drew a dagger from his waist. I'm the only one who can force you to question this. Lin Yu looked at the sharp dagger of the man in black and felt the danger again. What will happen if players who participate in the death game are killed again in reality? The answer is direct death. Therefore, Lin Yu wanted to shoot almost instantly. But he resisted the urge. The man in black in front of him is his only clue now. This guy can't die. What's more, although he took out the dagger, the threat should be greater. Therefore, Lin Yu spoke coldly. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to you giving it a try. Lin Yu put away his pistol and bent down, and picked up half a floor tile from the ground with one hand. Like this old street in an old city, many bricks on the ground were broken and moved, and they could be picked up with just a pick. The man in black was a little surprised when he saw Lin Yu's confident posture. Don't you seem to be afraid of fighting me head-on? Bricks don't have an advantage when fighting daggers. Besides, you don't know my profession, right? It doesn't matter what your profession is, because the profession I awakened is the most suitable soldier for fighting. Lin Yu said. He has made his choice. Facing this man in black who didn't know his true identity, Lin Yu decided to pretend to be a soldier. After all, Lin Yu is deeply impressed by Yu Longgua's abnormal fighting prowess. What's more, Lin Yu saw the summary of the abilities of those common professions yesterday. Among the common professions, the most suitable for one-on-one combat is the soldier, who can obtain all-round and greatly enhanced physical fitness. The man in black was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Impossible. Your real-life occupation and experience have almost nothing to do with being a soldier. We have investigated you, and you are a college student. Lin Yu laughed. It looks like you haven't gone to college. Don't you know that college requires military training? As he spoke, he weighed the brick in his hands without any hesitation and held it flat in front of himself. Watch it, idiot. Even if you hold a dagger, you can't compare to the blessing that this soldier brings to me. The man in black's expression changed slightly. Lin Yu looked at the man in black, raised the arm holding the brick high, and without any restraint, slapped the brick towards his other arm. And while the bricks were falling, Lin Yu felt that what he just said come true. At this moment, because of Lin Yu's crazy behavior, the man in black believed that he was a soldier. After all, if you weren't really confident, how could you be so hesitant to cripple one of your arms before starting a fight with others? This is also Lin Yu's purpose. He deliberately raised the brick high to give the other party time to think and judge. Only in this way can he have belief in his heart. As for decisiveness and confidence, Lin Yu certainly showed it through performance. And he was right, as the belief in the man in black emerged. At this moment, Lin Yu really became a soldier. He instantly felt that his physical fitness had doubled. His whole body was full of strength, and his body was very light. Crack! The brick hit Lin Yu's forearm, causing slight pain. But the strengthened skin, muscles, and bones have improved Lin Yu's ability to resist blows. When the brick fell on it, it only hurt a little, nothing serious. But the brick hit Lin Yu's arm and broke into two pieces. Lin Yu looked at the man in black in front of him. Okay, you already know my profession. Since you just admitted that you and the guy who killed me are from the same organization, then is it reasonable for me to seek revenge from you? Lin Yu said, clenching his fists. It's time to report your occupation. Otherwise, don't blame me for forcing you to question me. The man in black looked at Lin Yu, who was full of aura, and also laughed. Oh, let me tell you, although your profession is a soldier, the organization sent me to contact you, naturally because my profession is enough to cope with this situation. Oh, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in black. The man in black put away his dagger and took out two dark balls from his body. Haha, I didn't expect it. Although my profession is not the only profession, it is also a relatively rare and powerful type. My profession is ninja. Farewell, Lin Yu. As he spoke, the man in black smashed two balls on the ground, and smoke rose rapidly. Ahem! The choking smoke also had a bit of spiciness, which made Lin Yu's eyes shed some tears and caused a slight burning sensation in his mouth and nose. After he waved his hand to disperse the smoke, Lin Yu opened his eyes again, only to find that the figure of the man in black had long disappeared. Looking at the empty streets under the dark night, Lin Yu was helpless. Ninja? Since the profession is related to the experience in reality, why would anyone awaken to this profession? That guy just now doesn't look like a Japanese. Did you play the Naruto mobile game? Although the black-clad man ran away, Lin Yu did not feel particularly frustrated. After all, no matter how strong the physical fitness of a soldier is, he cannot withstand a gun. He has already proved this with Yulonghua. And in the organization of the Psychological Society, there is definitely a guy who holds hot weapons. Although Lin Yu was full of displeasure and hatred for those who killed him and dragged him into this death game for an inexplicable reason, he was not blinded by hatred. Revenge still needs to be done slowly. Tonight is not a complete loss. At least I know that the person who killed me belongs to the Psychological Society, and I also know their general purpose. Lin Yu muttered, and just when Lin Yu was thinking, ouch, a short girl bumped into Lin Yu. The girl had a single ponytail that was only slightly longer than a small bun, and her head was round. It was the middle of the night, and she was wearing sunglasses and a mask. She was wearing a black jacket and carrying a mountaineering backpack. She looked like a gamer. But before Lin Yu could react to whether this guy was going to attack him, the girl rubbed her head and spoke angrily. Fuck you. You don't have eyes when you walk. Why did you bump into someone? The girl, who was only as tall as Lin Yu's chest, raised her head and spoke angrily. You could tell from her accent and momentum that she was a local in Jiangcheng. Lin Yu looked at the other person's small but cannibalistic posture, took a step back, and was about to apologize. But Lin Yu thought about it and figured it out. Hey, how can you talk like that? I was standing still just now. You bumped into me. You were the one who didn't look at the road when you walked. Why are you blaming me? The short girl was stunned for a moment, then puffed her lips. Then it's not right for you to stand in the middle of the road in the middle of the night. There's so much smoke here. You can't see at all. The girl's momentum weakened a lot, but she still said it stubbornly. But it seemed that she also realized that she was in the wrong, and after she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Oh, that's enough. I didn't look at the road, sorry. After speaking, the girl hurriedly apologized, walked past Lin Yu, and continued to walk forward. Lin Yu also turned around helplessly and followed the girl. After 2 steps, the short girl turned around and pointed at Lin Yu angrily. Why are you still following me? I've already apologized. Lin Yu raised his hands. I'm not following you. I'm going this way too. I don't believe you. You're also a player with your face covered in the middle of the night? Who knows if you're planning to rob me? She took out a utility knife from her bosom, pushed out the blade, and waved it. Don't come over. Keep your distance from me. I'm not easy to mess with. My profession is very powerful. I'm a soldier, the little girl said fiercely. Lin Yu looked at the utility knife that was as petite as her and sighed. The fraud about the soldier is still in effect. A team might be a little tricky to stab him with a dagger, but this utility knife, I'm afraid it really can't break the skin. And this little girl is definitely not a soldier. But he felt that the little girl was startled, so he didn't want to make any more trouble. Okay, I'll keep my distance from you. You go first. Lin Yu stood there and raised his hands helplessly. The girl looked back at Lin Yu, snorted coldly, turned around, and quickened her pace. Her speed became faster and faster, and finally she started to jog. Seeing that the girl was getting farther and farther away from him, Lin Yu started to walk again. Why do I feel that many players of the death game are not normal? He muttered and then walked to the street corner. When Lin Yu was about to unlock his bicycle and go home, he was stunned and found that the bicycle that was parked in the roadside parking area and locked well was gone. He touched his trouser pocket and found that the car keys were gone. Lin Yu hurried forward and saw a shared bicycle parked next to the place where the bicycle was originally parked. There was also a note on the shared bicycle with a line of sloppy and beautiful handwriting. I'm kidding you. I'm not a soldier. I'm a thief. There was also a grimace behind it. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the little girl who had bumped into him just now. This was definitely the other party's handwriting. He immediately ran towards the street, But after running over, he found that there was no one on either side of the road, and he had no idea where the girl had run to. Lin Yu exhaled. I'm really underestimated. That girl's acting skills are really good. And he couldn't even tell that she was acting. He, a top student in the acting department and the cheater appointed by the death game, was actually fooled by the acting skills of a little thief. There are really countless heroes in this world. Lin Yu stood there and sneered. Very good. First it was the ninja, then the thief. I just met some rats tonight. Don't let me catch you in the game. A group of sewer rats in the sewer. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, if I meet someone from the psychological society in the game in the future, I will definitely kill him if I have the chance. As for the thief who stole the car just now, no matter what, I have to give her a good beating and let her give her the car back. Lin Yu thought and slowly exhaled. However, the thief was quite conscientious and knew to keep a shared bicycle for himself. He pulled off the sticky note attached to the QR code on the bicycle. Then, a prompt popped up on the phone. The vehicle is damaged and temporarily unusable. Lin Yu took a look and found that the chain of the shared bicycle had bin removed. The evening breeze blew through the note, and there was a line of text behind it. With your IQ, you will basically say goodbye to bicycles from now on. Lin Yu saw the words behind this note and took 3 deep breaths. For a moment, just now, his hatred for the little girl who was a thief even exceeded the hatred for the mysterious schoolgirl who killed him at the psychological society. Lin Yu took a deep breath at this moment. You better not let anyone catch you. Otherwise, he would have to hang the little girl up with his own hands and use a bicycle chain to beat her to pieces. Forget it. Let's go home first. Otherwise, I'll have to worry. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took 2 steps forward. But just after walking out of the intersection, Lin Yu found that his bicycle was parked on the side of the road. He even had his car keys and a new note on the car seat. Haha, just kidding. I'll give you the car back. At the end of the note, there is still a simple grimace. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong with the thief? Why did you return the car to yourself? Well, he squatted down and was about to unlock the door. He realized something was wrong. This car lock isn't mine either. Lin Yu looked at the unfamiliar car lock and was stunned. There's a new note on the car lock, and this time the message is very brief, only 2 words. Lin Yu was completely speechless. I'm kidding you. He punched the car lock hard, and the soldier brought 5 times the force without reservation. With a bang, the car lock was broken open. Lin Yu shook his reddish hand and threw the smashed car lock into the trash can by the roadside. Fortunately, I'm more skilled. Lin Yu returned home on his bicycle. Like yesterday, Lin Zhao was still waiting behind the door, only this time Lin Zhao was sitting on the sofa with the light on. Seeing Lin Yu push the door open and come in, Lin Zhao immediately jumped up from the sofa, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards Lin Yu, with anger written all over his face. Lin Yu, today, is all ready. Before Lin Zhao could get angry, Lin Yu immediately opened his school bag and took out 2 stacks of RMB. It's business, sister. I'm going to make money. With that said, Lin Yu stuffed 2,000 yuan into Lin Zhao's arms. This pink piece of paper instantly cleared the anger on Lin Zhao's face. She subconsciously twisted the banknotes, and after confirming that they were all genuine, her tone was still a bit complaining. Why didn't you tell your sister earlier? Besides, wouldn't I let you work part-time? I kept it secret from you just because I was afraid that you wouldn't let me, sister. Lin Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not tired. I'll make quick money in just these few nights. Lin Zhao suddenly became suspicious. You can make quick money at night? Lin Yu, are you going to work as a male publicist or something? I tell you, you have to keep yourself clean. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking, sister? Why am I going to be a male publicist? As for the origin of the money, Lin Yu had already thought of an explanation. A senior in our school made a short video, and I made 2 guest appearances. This was the appearance fee he gave me. Lin Yu said it, and Lin Zhao believed it as expected. After all, in Lin Zhao's eyes, Lin Yu is a future big star and movie king. Of course, it's normal to earn thousands of dollars by filming a short video for a few days. There is such a good thing. If you tell me this kind of thing, I will definitely agree. I'm not completely unreasonable, Lin Zhao said, even a little excited. Hey, what's the name of your senior account? Let me see what you took. Lin Yu waved his hand. Oh, I'm still calling, so I've saved those videos and haven't posted them yet. I'll tell you when he posts them. I've been filming all night, and I'm a little tired. I'll go back and sleep first. After saying that, Lin Yu quickly fled back to his room. After closing the door, Lin Yu breathed out. Call. Finally, he got through with Lin Zhao. Lin Yu is already considering whether to actually shoot some short videos. Not only will I have an explanation for my sister in a few days. In the future, if you make money at the rally, you won't have to make up new excuses. But these are small things. The most urgent thing is to ensure that you can survive the death game. Lin Yu thought, opened the forum again, and began to browse the guide for that day. Because of the characteristics of the deceiver profession, Lin Yu decided to memorize the various professions and professional abilities currently known. For other players, memorizing other professional abilities cannot be said to be completely useless, but no one would deliberately do such a laborious thing. After all, as long as it is a non-confrontational copy, everyone will introduce themselves to their abilities. But for Lin Yu, the best way to use the profession of deceiver is to pretend to be other professions. According to the different characteristics of each copy, he can choose the profession that is most suitable for the current copy. Of course, besides that, Lin Yu is also watching and learning ordinary dungeon strategies. Soon, 4 days passed in a flash. Lin Yu spent the whole weekend in his room studying various game strategies on the pretext of reading the script. Even during the 2 days of school, he was studying strategies like crazy during his spare time outside of classes and rehearsals. This greatly enriched his theoretical knowledge about the game of death. Even on the way to school after school, Lin Yu was riding a bicycle while recalling those careers in death games as if he were memorizing words. It almost feels like I'm back on the eve of the college entrance examination. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. And just after 12 o'clock at noon on Tuesday, the words in blood in front of me also showed some changes. It's less than 24 hours before the latest start time of the next game. Please find a water area with a depth of more than 50 centimeters before midnight tonight. Completely submerge yourself in it and wait to enter the game. Lin Yu looked at the bloody words in front of him and understood in his heart. That's how to get into the next game. After browsing the forum these days, Lin Yu already knew entering the death game every week is not something you enter all at once. Instead, you have to enter the game through some kind of blood prompts, and these methods are probably similar to some kind of methods of death. Like today's one, it's probably imitating death by drowning. Fortunately, it's not very harsh, otherwise it would have taken a lot of trouble. Lin Yu muttered, if you fail to complete the entry into the dungeon according to the prescribed method, after 0, it won't be wiped out, it will just be forced into the dungeon. But usually in that case, you will be severely punished in the copy. Some even died as soon as they entered. To put it bluntly, it was no different from death punishment. As a newcomer who had just passed the novice copy, Lin Yu didn't want to challenge the difficulty in the second copy. Therefore, Lin Yu found the water area early in the morning. Fortunately, he had this thing at home. Although this house is old and small, the bathroom is quite spacious. Lin Zhao had bought a huge bathing barrel on a whim before, planning to take a hot bath. But later he found that it was a waste of water, especially to boil such a large barrel of hot water, which consumed a lot of natural gas. So, the barrel was not used many times after it was bought, but was just placed on the balcony. Today, while Lin Zhao was not home, Lin Yu also came back from school early and dragged the barrel to the toilet to clean it. Then, Lin Yu waited quietly until Lin Zhao came home in the evening. You came back early today. Did you drag the barrel out? Well, I want to take a hot bath after studying tonight, Lin Yu said, and Lin Zhao was not surprised. After the brother and sister had dinner, Lin Yu returned to the house and read a few strategy guides for the last time, consolidating the professions he had memorized before. Then, when it was almost midnight, Lin Zhao had already fallen asleep in the house. Lin Yu walked quietly to the bathroom and then locked the bathroom door. People in the forum also generally believe that most of the entry methods are related to the game content. My game copy this time is likely to be related to water, so I will try my best to play the role of fisherman and sailor. Lin Yu thought of this, wearing slippers and tropical pants and shirt, took a deep breath and got into the bucket. Holding his breath in a few minutes, Lin Yu felt his consciousness was scattered, and blood words appeared in front of him. About to join the game. Game percent, name, island, existence \U0026. In a trance, the blood words in front of him seemed to wriggle a little. But soon, these blood words became regular again. Game name, fatal questions and answers. Clearance conditions, solve the necessary puzzles. Number of players in this game, 5. Ahem, bah. Lin Yu sat up from the water and coughed out the water in his mouth. His clothes and hair were all wet, and the air was filled with a damp smell. He immediately wiped the water stains from his bangs on his forehead and looked around. It was an empty room about the size of a classroom, surrounded by pure white walls and ceiling that exuded soft light. There are square holes at the top and bottom of the wall. The upper hole slowly flows water, while the lower hole drains water. The speed of drainage is obviously faster than the speed of water injection. The original water level in the room is dropping rapidly. The water that was still above the chest when I sat up has quickly reached the lower abdomen. The whole room contained nothing but these. Lin Yu looked around and saw the other 4 players as the game prompt said. Ahem. Pooh. They all just got up from the water and spat out the water in their mouths and noses. Lin Yu looked at them as usual. A dark-skinned, sturdy man, wearing a blue shirt and trousers and a white helmet on his head. Not far from the uncle, there were 2 young men and women supporting each other. The boy was wearing a gray sweatshirt and jeans, and the girl was wearing a pink sportswear. They all looked like ordinary college students. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows rather strangely. These 2 people seem to know each other, and their relationship is too close. They're probably a couple, guaranteed to be an ambiguous relationship. He had seen team formation mentioned on the forum. Some special props can temporarily allow 2 or more people to participate in the same instance. I just didn't expect that I would encounter a pair in my second copy. Lin Yu's eyes fell on the last player. Then, he was stunned for a moment. In the end, this person was still a somewhat young girl. He is probably not much taller than his good President Shinbing Miao. He was wearing a black jacket and overalls, with a short ponytail and a round head, and a pair of black disc sunglasses. Lin Yu only felt that this outfit looked familiar, but he was not sure for a while, until he saw the little girl's head turning towards him. Even though they were separated by sunglasses, Lin Yu was still very sure that the 2 people's eyes were on each other. And at this moment when their eyes met, the lower half of the other person's face without a mask had his lips slightly open, as if he was a little surprised. It was at this moment that Lin Yu was sure. This is the bastard who stole his bike. Lin Yu was furious at that time, and at the same time he smiled happily. What a reward for this world. It came so quickly. Lin Yu climbed up from the ground and walked toward the little girl while dripping water. See if I don't break your legs. The little girl was instantly frightened when she saw Lin Yu's expression. Hey, don't come over here. She also quickly got up from the ground and started to retreat. You can tell from the prompts that this dungeon is very likely to be cooperative and puzzle-solving. We don't need to fight and kill. The smile on Lin Yu's face became colder. I know, but it doesn't matter if the puzzle solver breaks his leg, right? The little girl quickly took out the utility knife, her face pale. Then don't come over here. If we 2 really fight, it's not certain who will win. You want to pretend to be a soldier with me again, right? Do you think I don't know you are a thief? Lin Yu's face. How dare I? Besides, it's useless even if I'm a soldier. Aren't you the same? The little girl said with a sad face. But don't think that a soldier can do whatever you want. My knife is very sharp. Lin Yu sneered when he heard this, and then took out the must-hit revolver from his arms. Really, your sword is so useful? The appearance of the pistol completely crushed the little girl's last psychological defense. She fell to her knees in the water with a plop, crying, Brother, I was wrong. I was just joking. I gave you back the bike in the end. That lock didn't even bother you. I saw it from a distance, and you gave it to me in no time. Break it open. Seeing the little girl giving in so quickly, Lin Yu felt helpless. The same goes for the previous ninja. It seems that the profession of soldier is quite intimidating among ordinary professions. Coupled with the pistol in his hand, this combination can probably go sideways among ordinary players. Sure enough, when the other three players saw the interaction between Lin Yu and the thief girl, they all looked in awe of Lin Yu, who was a soldier by profession and had a pistol. Finally, looking at the kneeling little girl and Lin Yu holding a gun, the man wearing a white helmet bravely spoke. "Ahem, young man, I heard it. You seem to have some conflicts with this little girl in reality. She locked your bicycle as a prank, right? In my opinion, this little girl is indeed naughty, but it doesn't mean that you would go to war with her in a death game, especially since this is a cooperative game. There is no need to put yourself in danger just to vent your anger, don't you think?" The man in the white helmet said cautiously. Lin Yu was almost relieved when the other party knelt down just now, but he still didn't put the gun away, because he wanted to confirm something. "But why did you play a prank on me for no apparent reason? Were you sent by some organization to test me?" The little girl raised her hands above her head and shook her head. "I swear to God, absolutely not." "Then why? Tell me," Lin Yu asked sternly. The thief girl cried, "I went to the market to sell props that day. I worked hard to get 2 speed-up spells in the last dungeon, and originally wanted to sell them for a good price. But when I got there, a player told me that the price was too high. Just now, someone sold more than 10 bottles of agility potions that were better than mine. I asked around and found out that it was true. Then I only sold 1 spell after lowering the price overnight. I was a little angry, so I asked about your general characteristics. Then I didn't expect to meet you on the road. You were confronting a ninja at the time. I thought the opportunity was good, and I was so angry that I wanted to play a trick on you," the girl said with a sad face. Lin Yu felt angry and funny after hearing this. "Okay, you are really a child." He waved his hand helplessly. Since this guy was not a big organization trying to test him, Lin Yu's last bit of worry disappeared, and his anger was completely gone. Lin Yu felt that it was unnecessary to compete with such a childish girl. "Okay, now that the misunderstanding has been solved for the time being, let's briefly introduce ourselves. After all, this is a cooperative puzzle game, so it is necessary for us to get to know each other." After Lin Yu put down his pistol, the atmosphere on the field relaxed instantly. The old man wearing a white helmet also quickly started to smooth things over again. In this kind of game that focuses on puzzle solving, the situation is generally not particularly urgent, and sufficient time is usually given for players to communicate and understand each other. He took the lead and set an example. "You can call me Uncle Tai. This is also my forum ID. My profession is craftsman, and I have passed 10 dungeons so far." Lin Yu understood clearly after hearing Uncle Tai introduce himself. 8 copies. That is, I have participated in the death game for 2 months. This is already considered a more senior player out of the novice range. After all, the forum was established 2 years ago. The oldest known group of players only started joining the game 2.5 years ago. Since death games become more difficult as they progress, players who survive more than half a year are very rare. This Uncle Iron can survive for 2 months and 10 copies, which is already quite good. And his occupation is still artisan. This is also a relatively common and widely used occupation, and it is an enhanced type. Lin Yu still remembers the ability of the craftsman. He can increase his proficiency in using various tools and improve his understanding of mechanical structures. This is also a profession with a wide range of abilities. After all, most craftsmen only need to buy or collect a wrench, screwdriver, and other props to give full play to the advantages of this profession. And no matter what kind of copy it is, there will always be mechanisms in most game copies. If there are craftsmen around, a lot of trouble can be saved. After Uncle Tai finished speaking, the young man and woman who seemed to be a couple spoke. "My forum ID is April. My occupation is doctor, and 6 copies have been approved so far." The girl introduced herself and then poked the boy next to her. The boys also spoke quickly. "My forum ID is number 8. My occupation is student, and I have passed 6 copies so far." The 2 men spoke backwards. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The ability of the doctor is very simple and very powerful. It does not require any props or medicines and can unconditionally perform treatment once a day. It can be regarded as a typical skilled profession. As for the students, they are of the rule type. When a non-player object that can be negotiated appears in the game copy, the student can have a chance to significantly increase the success rate. The self-introductions of April and number 8 also made Taishu realize something. You two seem to be together. Did you come in as a team? The two people nodded, and Dr. April did not shy away. He nodded and said, "Yes, we use team props." Uncle Tai also sighed with emotion. Among the 5 people, 2 teams actually know each other. Then he looked at Lin Yu and the little girl. "Although I already know that you two are soldiers and thieves, let's introduce ourselves." The little girl nodded and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. My forum ID is Don't Forget, and I have played 3 dungeon games so far." Lin Yu was a little helpless. To be honest, in this kind of game that seems to be mainly about puzzle solving, Lin Yu really doesn't want to be a soldier. He would rather get an information-based career, such as a teacher, reporter, etc. But there's a guy here who knows me. Therefore, Lin Yu could only admit it. "Yes, my profession is soldier. You can call me Nine Waters. I just passed a dungeon," Lin Yu said calmly. The little girl's eyes widened. "What, you just passed a copy?" Lin Yu looked at her and nodded. "Yeah, what's so weird about that?" The other people were also in disbelief. Uncle Tai held up his helmet and asked, "Brother Lin Yu, how did you know about the forum just after you passed the first dungeon? And for what you're saying, you even participated in an offline rally in your city. Novice copies will not meet veterans, only other newcomers. Therefore, most new players only learned about forums, props, and the like after being popularized by other veteran players in the second copy." Lin Yu smiled humbly. "Just good luck." Several people looked at Lin Yu in surprise, obviously curious. The college boy named number 8 showed a relieved expression. If there are newcomers, it means that the difficulty of this dungeon may not be too high," he said somewhat optimistically and thankfully. After the self-introduction session ended, the water in the room was finally emptied. After all the water has been drained, everyone heard a soft click sound coming from the surrounding walls. Lin Yu and others followed the sound and found that 4 doors appeared on the wall. The 4 doors are of different colors, corresponding to red, yellow, blue, and green respectively. Among them, the green door slowly opened and a person walked out. But Lin Yu and others were sure that it was not a person. A near-humanoid creature wearing a crow head, mask, and covered with a black feather cloak walked out. "Ga. Hello, all players." The crow head made a hoarse sound, like the voices of dozens of people overlapping. Lin Yu and others looked at it solemnly. The bloody prompt before entering showed the name of the dungeon and the conditions for passing the level. The name of the dungeon was Fatal Questions and Answers, and the conditions for passing the level were solve the necessary puzzles. In other words, the crowman in front of them was most likely responsible for setting the questions. Sure enough, the crow spoke again after a few seconds. "Haha, I will be the examiner in this game. I will give you questions and hints. Haha, there are 3 rooms in this game. Haha, I set 3 questions in each room. 2 reward and punishment questions, and 1 choice question. Haha, haha, there will be rewards for answering the reward and punishment questions correctly, and there will be penalties for answering them incorrectly. And only if you answer the choice questions correctly can you enter the next room. If you answer all the choice questions correctly, you can pass the dungeon. The above are all the rules of the Fatal Questions and Answers game," the crow said, flapping its wings. At this moment, the water flow from the top water outlet hole suddenly increased. Boom! The water gushed out and fell on everyone again, causing several people to scream. "Oh my God!" The voice of the crow man sounded again. "Everyone, please listen to the first question. At the current water outflow and drainage speed, how long will it take for the water to completely fill this room?" Lin Yu was slightly in a trance when he heard the crow man's question. This is a very typical water filling in the swimming pool problem. From a mathematical perspective, it belongs to the primary school level. Sure enough, number 8, the student who heard the question wiped the water drops on his face and said, "The problem of water filling in the swimming pool is simple. Just assume that the time is X." He said somewhat eagerly. Lin Yu shook his head. "No, the difficulty of this question is not the mathematical part." Before he could speak, his girlfriend next to him, the doctor with the ID, April, said helplessly, "But do you know the volume of this room, the speed of water inflow, and the speed of water outflow?" Number 8 was a little dumbfounded. "Ah, yes. Examiner, how much are these data? Can't you give a hint? These should fall into the prompt category." He looked at the crow man eagerly and asked aloud. The crow man's feathers and hood on his head were also wetted by the water, making him look wet. He looked at number 8 and said loudly, "Quack, this is not within the scope of prompt." Uncle Tai looked at number 8, shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid what you're asking is the difficulty of this question. How can a math problem that is difficult for elementary school students appear in the death game? This test is our estimation ability." With that said, Uncle Tai had already reached the edge of the room and started waiting around the room. Both number 8 and April were a little confused. What is this uncle doing all of a sudden? Before Lin Yu could speak, the little thief girl named Boo Forget spoke up. "I think he is using the step distance to measure the length and width of this room. This uncle is wearing a helmet. Is he a professional? A craftsman should be good at this kind of thing." Not forgetting to say this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. But when the uncle measured the length and width of the room, Lin Yu was not idle. He walked towards a crow man. "Excuse me, should the final answer be accurate to minutes or seconds? This should be within the scope of the prompt, right?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. The crow man glanced at Lin Yu, shook the water on his body, and said, "Gaga, let me think about it. That's it. Just give me an answer with an error within 5 minutes." The crow man said, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The error must be controlled within 5 minutes. This means that the estimate does not need to be particularly accurate. Soon, the uncle completed the circle and returned to the crowd. "According to my estimation, this room should be about 9 meters long and 6 meters wide. The floor height." The uncle stretched his hand toward the ceiling. "Based on this data, the floor height should be about 3 meters. Number 8 quickly answered, "Then I understand. The volume of this classroom should be about 162 cubic meters." He said and quickly said, "Next, as long as you know the speed of drainage and water discharge, you can calculate it." Number 8 said, Uncle Tai and April nodded, seeming to start thinking about how to measure water and drainage speed. If the speed of each water outlet is uniform, we can find a container to catch all the water flowing out of a single water outlet. In this way, the time of each water outlet unit can be calculated based on the time it takes to fill the container. And here there are 10 water outlets in total. April suggested first, but these words were interrupted by Bu Wang. "Don't be so troublesome. Although there's an error of 5 minutes, the more data you estimate, the greater the error will be in the end." Not forgetting to look at Uncle Tai, he said, "Uncle, I just want to ask, are you sure the height of this room is 3 meters? Can the error be controlled within 10 centimeters?" Uncle Tai nodded. "Although the height is not easy to measure, according to my experience, the ratio is almost 3 meters. After working on the construction site for so many years, my eyes are like rulers," he said with some confidence. Not forgetting the utility knife he took out from his pocket. "My utility knife is a standard length of 15 centimeters. Woohoo walked to the corner and stuck it against the wall. The tip of the knife touched the water and the blade got stuck in the corner. Then you only need to calculate that the water will completely submerge it. The time it takes for this utility knife, then multiply it by 20, and that's the approximate time it takes. Don't forget to say it, and then the timer starts in your mouth. 1, 2, 3. At this time, Uncle Tai also reacted. "It's a great idea to turn this problem into the speed at which the water level rises. I have a pocket watch here. This is the prop I got. Use this to time it." He also walked to the wall, took out his pocket watch, and started counting the time. April and number 8 also understood the intention of not forgetting, and they both showed expressions of admiration. "I see. If this is the case, We can estimate a more accurate time, April murmured. This is indeed an oversight on my part. Number 8 curled his lips. I thought it was a math question, but I didn't expect it to be like a brain teaser, making this thief shine. When April heard her boyfriend's sour words, she poked him in the back. Be careful what you say. Don't always talk nonsense to save face. April's tone was a little unhappy. When number 8 heard his girlfriend's words, he could only touch his nose in embarrassment and squat down. At eye level, it might be more accurate. Let me help you see when the water has stopped. Looking at the few people gathered in the corner to observe the speed of the water level rising, Lin Yu felt something was wrong. As Uncle Tai said at the beginning, a simple elementary school math problem would not appear in the death game. At first, everyone thought that the difficulty of this problem was estimating various data. But when all the data was simplified into the simple indicator of water level, plus the 5 minutes error allowed by the Crow Man, this problem is too simple. But what if we think about it from another angle? As number 8 just said, what if this is not a logic or math problem, but a brain teaser? The biggest feature of brain teasers is that there are traps in the questions. Moreover, the Crow Man in front of him is obviously not an NPC who mechanically reads out the rules and questions. He should be a being with high intelligence and independent consciousness. It will judge which of his own questions and number 8's questions he can answer. But it was because of the answer just now that Lin Yu felt that his tone was a little wrong. Let me think about it. Then that's a hint answer, even involving answer rules. It uses 3 uncertain and precise tones. The Crow Man didn't seem to care much about the error of the answer, just casually said it for 5 minutes. It's better to say that the Crow Man didn't tell the error at the beginning, which made Lin Yu feel a little strange. Thinking of this, Lin Yu walked towards the Crow Man again. Looking at the wet Crow Man in front of him, Lin Yu spoke again. Assessor, I would like to ask. After you ask the question, can we ask you any questions? The Crow Man didn't know why, but when he heard Lin Yu's question, he flapped his wings twice as if he was a little happy. Quack, of course, this is how I give hints. If you ask for an idea, I will tell you the corresponding hint. Really, Lin Yu knew it in his heart. This question further confirmed his suspicion. The answer given by the Crow Man was definitely not meaningless. Lin Yu made an assumption about his casual attitude when asked about the error just now. Suppose the final answer is not a specific time, so the error really doesn't matter. But to confirm this conjecture, Lin Yu still needs to continue asking questions. At this time, several people in the corner also noticed Lin Yu's actions. Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu with a stopwatch. Jiushui, what are you doing? The somewhat enthusiastic senior man asked again. It's just to confirm some conjectures. Uncle, you guys are busy first. I might have to use the results you calculated later. Lin Yu waved his hand and said. Number 8 glanced at Lin Yu and opened his mouth as if he was planning to say something. But thinking about the strength of Lin Yu's professional soldier and the revolver he took out at the beginning, number 8 still did not criticize Lin Yu's behavior in the end. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man again. So, I have 3 questions. The first question, Examiner, are the 4 surrounding doors related to the choice question in the first room? The Crow Man turned his head to the side and pointed his single eye at Lin Yu, as if he was looking at him carefully. After a while, the Crow turned his head back and said, Quack. Yes, the final decision question is to let you choose one of all the doors in the room, which has the door leading to the next room. Door, the Crow Man said, and Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. So, Mr. Examiner, what's behind the wrong door? The Crow Man laughed softly. Quack, of course it is the endless void. If you fall, you'll fall into death. Quack, but is it too early to ask about the choice problem? Your first question is still there, there's no answer yet. But are these really irrelevant to the first question? Lin Yu said, looking at the drainage outlet at his feet. Mr. Examiner, you seem to be very good at misleading and deceiving people by telling half the truth. At this point, Lin Yu grinned. For my third question, you can answer any one of the following questions. Is the this room you refer to in your question the closed space we are in consisting of 4 walls, ceiling, and floor, or does it generally refer to the first room of this game? Do these drains lead to the same void as the wrong door? Are the empty spaces you mentioned included in the category of the first room? Lin Yu asked in a series of words. The Crow Man chuckled softly. Gaga, you are really awesome. As a player, I can answer all the above questions. Quack, the answer is the same. Yes, just as you guessed. As the Crow Man said, Lin Yu looked at the 4 people gathered in the corner of the room. Hey, you don't need to mess around with your utility knife and water level. The answer is obvious. He shouted, and the 4 of them looked at him in confusion, because the sound of rushing water is a bit loud. Therefore, although they heard Lin Yu asking Crow some questions, they did not hear clearly what Lin Yu was asking. At this time, the 4 of them happened to have finished measuring the time. Uncle Tai pressed the stopwatch and walked over with a few people. Jiushui, we have also measured the results. It takes about 2 minutes and 40 seconds for the water level to rise 15 centimeters. In other words, the approximate time should be about 53 minutes and 20 seconds. We can say it is 55 minutes. Although Lin Yu made some strange remarks just now, Uncle Tai still followed his own pace and stated the unified conclusion reached by the 4 people after calculations and calculations. Lin Yu shook his head and denied Uncle Tai again. No, Uncle Tai, this question is more like a word trap than measurement and calculation. With that said, Lin Yu told Uncle Tai and the other 3 people all about his reasoning and questions. After hearing Lin Yu's words, number 8 had an incredible expression on his face. What, it's like this? Doesn't this mean that we were almost trapped and died? He spoke in complete disbelief. On the side, April reluctantly reminded her boyfriend again, Hey, this is just a reward and punishment question. Even if you get the answer wrong, you won't die directly. You will just receive some punishment, April said, and number 8 also said with a naive smile. Oh, that's right. There was clear stupidity in his eyes. However, both April and 8th had obviously believed Lin Yu's statement. When Uncle Tai heard Lin Yu's analysis, he nodded slightly and agreed. That being said, your idea does make a lot of sense. And with the answer of the Crow Man as evidence, it is almost certain that it should be. Lin Yu nodded and took over Uncle Tai's words. Yes, the answer is that with the current drainage speed and water injection speed, no matter how long it takes, this room cannot be filled. Lin Yu said firmly. After all, the scope of this room actually includes the endless void mentioned by the Crow Man, not this house with a volume of only 162 square meters. And after hearing Lin Yu's words, although the 3 people have expressed their conviction, only Buwang looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Really? Jiushui, you are not lying to us, right? Lin Yu looked helplessly at the thief girl who inexplicably began to question himself again. Why would I lie to you? This is a cooperative game. Buwang shook his head. I don't know, but what if you're crazy, petty, and hate me, and want to torture me by deliberately giving the wrong answer? Buwang said this, and Lin Yu almost laughed at her. You have a rich imagination. If I torture you, would it be so thankless? Lin Yu took out a revolver and pointed it at Buwang's knee. I'll shoot you twice in the leg. Isn't it better than any punishment? Chevron underscore left. After Lin Yu took out his pistol, his attitude immediately changed. The little girl pushed up her sunglasses with a sneer on her face. Oh, Brother Jiushui, I'm just questioning it. It's really mostly a joke. Actually, I'm basically convinced by your answer. It's just that I'm a little bit dissatisfied that I've just been busy for nothing. He didn't forget to say that and made a please gesture. Just go with your answer. Lin Yu put away his pistol and looked at the Crow Man. Okay, then, our answer is no matter how long it takes, this room will not be filled with water, he said calmly, and the Crow Man looked at the other 4. Do you agree with this answer? The other 4 people nodded. Agree. The 4 of them said almost in unison, but among them, the one who had just questioned Wu Forget had the firmest tone. When the Crow Man heard this, he flapped his wings again. Quack, the answer is correct. Congratulations on your reward. I will eliminate a door with the wrong option. The Crow Man said, turning around, his wings touching the wall through the door he came out of, and then the green door disappeared. Then the crow turned again and spoke. Gaga, There is a second reward below, dash. It flapped its wings, and then, in the middle of the ceiling, a new black square suddenly appeared. The middle of the square cracked, two black trapdoors appeared and opened, and then a larger stream of water gushes out of the trapdoor. For a moment, the 5 players present were stunned. Originally, they naturally thought that after the first problem was over, the water outlet would definitely stop flowing again and the water in the room would be drained away. But not only did the water flow not stop, but an additional water outlet was added from the ceiling. The water output was almost the total of the remaining 10 water outlets. The water level suddenly rose faster. From this point of view, the estimate in the first question just now that the room, in the narrow sense of 55 minutes, will be filled with water does not seem to be meaningless. Because now, they can easily calculate that if the room is filled with water, the survival time left for them is probably less than half an hour, considering that I wasted nearly 5 minutes just answering the question. The time left for everyone now is less than a quarter of an hour. Soon, the water in the room reached their waists. What kind of reward is this? Isn't this a punishment? Uncle Ty couldn't help but said angrily. The Crow Man laughed. Gah, this is indeed a punishment. Although you answered the first question correctly, so I will give you a reward. But your answer time is too slow, so I will also give you a punishment. With this restriction, you will continue. It should be faster to answer the questions. The Crow Man smiled, and Uncle Ty's face became even more ugly. Number 8 also looked unhappy. How would you do this? You didn't say beforehand that you should answer the questions faster. He looked at everyone and whispered, how about I use my power to let him close these water outlets? At least let him close the biggest one above his head. As soon as these words came out, both Uncle Ty and April were a little moved. Lin Yu frowned and was about to stop him. But don't forget to speak first. No, I don't think you need to use your abilities here. This is the first room. At least we were stumped by the second and third questions in the first room. We really couldn't think of an answer for a while. It would be better for you to use your ability to buy us time. Without forgetting to say it playfully, he added at the end, oh, none of you can't swim, right? Not forgetting to say this, both number 8 and April shook their heads. We took swimming classes together in college. April said aloud. Uncle Ty also laughed. I can also swim. I like swimming very much in my early years. Lin Yu nodded. He can also swim. Although he's not a particularly good swimmer, it's not difficult to stay afloat in such still water. Don't forget what he said just now. It's basically his thoughts. This little girl convinced everyone for him and made Lin Yu slightly change his view of this thief. Okay, anyway, don't waste time now. Lin Yu looked at Crow Man. Since you don't like wasting time either, then tell me your second question. When the Crow Man heard Lin Yu's question, he spread his feathers and floated on the water. Gaga. Then the second reward and punishment issue comes next. Now that the water flow is increasing, you already know that there is not much time left for you. So, let's assume that I will assign 3 tasks to the 5 of you. The 3 tasks are crack the safe code, find a padlock key, and turn the switch to close the black trapdoor, the Crow Man said, and a projection of a safe appeared on the wall around them. The Crow Man looked at Uncle Ty and number 8, whose eyes became eager, and called twice. Quack, interrupt. These are just hypothetical tasks. You don't need to do them, so the trapdoor can't really be closed. The Crow Man warned, dispelling number 8 and Uncle Ty's unrealistic fantasies. Assume it takes 10 minutes to crack the safe code, 12 minutes to find the padlock key, and 15 minutes to turn the switch to close the black trapdoor. It takes 1 person to crack the combination of a safe. It took 3 people to find the padlock key. It takes 2 people to turn the switch. So, can you make sure no one drowns when the trapdoor is closed? Crow Man asked, and number 8 spoke subconsciously. Why is it another elementary school math problem? This is a more classic elementary school mathematics than draining water in the swimming pool. The time allocation problem. Brush your teeth and make breakfast while boiling water to achieve the purpose of saving time. It is still a question type that is engraved in DNA by everyone who has studied primary school mathematics. But this time, no one really thought about it like an elementary school math problem. After all, we have learned from what we have just learned. Even number 8, who just subconsciously said it, quickly reacted and looked at Lin Yu. Joshua, is this question essentially a word trap question? Lin Yu shook his head. I don't know yet, but based on the experience of the previous question, this possibility is relatively high. Without forgetting to nod, he said, but we can't just think that it must be a word trap type of question. After all, the questions in this game are likely to be deliberately contrary to the answer. Using our habitual thinking, we think that this question also has a word trap. But in fact, this is really an ordinary elementary school mathematics question, and this possibility is not impossible. Lin Yu basically agrees with the statement of not forgetting. Despite the first question, the Crow Man did play a word game and set a trap. But this cannot be used as evidence that this question must have a text trap. In a sense, this is also a fraud. Therefore, it is not difficult for Lin Yu, as a fraudster, to come to a conclusion after thinking from his perspective. If it were him, Lin Yu would definitely make the truth and the lie false. Therefore, after Lin Yu thought about it for a moment, he took over what he had never forgotten. Then let's treat this problem as an ordinary elementary school math problem for now. If we discover the possibility of a text trap during the process of solving it, it's not too late to consider that aspect. Lin Yu whispered, because the first question just now was almost solved by Lin Yu independently. Therefore, even though he is the newest one among everyone, he has still become the backbone of everyone's hearts at this time. Naturally, the other 4 players had no objection to Lin Yu's proposal at this moment. Number 8 quickly calculated. We have 5 people now, but the total number of people required for these tasks is 6. Number 8 looked at the Crow Man as if he had thought of something. Assessor, does this number of people have to be strictly met? Is it possible to do it with 1 more or 1 less person, but it will affect the completion time? Number 8 asked aloud. The Crow Man shook his head. Quack, the number of people who complete each task must be no more and no less. After finishing speaking, number 8 scratched his head in embarrassment. So that's it. I thought the trap was hidden here. Then he began to do mental arithmetic. Then if this problem is solved strictly according to mathematical problems, if you follow this algorithm, it will take 25 minutes at the fastest, Woohoo said at the side. 1 person will crack the password, 3 people will find the key, and 1 person will be on standby, and then the person who has cracked the password will immediately go with the person on standby. Turn the switch. 25 minutes, Uncle Tai thought. At this time, it seems that there is a higher possibility that one of us will die. After all, under the most optimistic scenario, this room will be filled with water in about 15 minutes. Even if the length of breath holding is taken into account, some people will definitely die because they can't hold on. April also frowned. So the answer, someone must die? No. This is a conclusion based on the algorithm of mathematical problem. Bufforget shook his head. We haven't considered the possibility of word trap. Yet, I don't know if you noticed it just now, but the Crow Man just asked the question is, can you ensure that no one drowns when the trap door is closed? He didn't tell us that he had to complete all 3 tasks. In other words, if we complete the longest task of turning off the switch first, then 15 minutes later, the trap door will be closed and water injection will be stopped. If you count the breath-holding time in that situation, we probably wouldn't have killed anyone. Not forgetting to say, Uncle Tai and number 8 were both convinced. That makes sense. This seems to be where the word trap lies. Only April frowned. I felt like something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Lin Yu also felt something was wrong. At this moment, the water level had risen to his chest, and a shorter man had to tread water before he could speak. April is not very tall, so she also stood on tiptoes in the water. Number 8 was a little anxious. Whether it's right or not, at least the analysis of not forgetting sounds reasonable. How about we just answer this? Anyway, if you answer too slowly, there will be a punishment. April was also shaken by number 8's words. However, just when April also decided to agree with the analysis of not forgetting, Lin Yu spoke. No, not forgetting everything analyzed is the biggest trap. Even though Lin Yu said that he would put aside the word trap for the time being, everyone still cannot really ignore the possibility of the word trap. It is difficult for people to overcome their subconscious, preconceived notions. After experiencing the deception of the novice copy, Lin Yu knew very well that if he could calculate and use other people's subconsciousness when defrauding, the success rate would be very high. So the trap in this question is not in his words, but in the wall. Lin Yu looked at the safe projection on the wall. It was an old-fashioned safe projection with a knob-type combination lock. Whether it's 25 minutes or 15 minutes, it's still a bit too ambiguous. This is the category where death is possible and immortality is possible. Therefore, the answer cannot be such an uncertain time. And I'm curious why you have to use a hypothetical mission form instead of actually giving us some missions to do. The Crow Man shrugged. After all, this game is called Deadly Quiz. As he said this, Lin Yu shook his head. No, it's more than that. The safe on the wall should be the schematic diagram of the first mission. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man. Then what about the schematic diagram of the next two missions? The Crow Man heard Lin Yu's question and laughed loudly while floating on the water, flapping his wings on the water surface. Ah, you found the key again. The Crow Man waved his hand, and then the projection diagrams of the other two tasks appeared one after another. First, there was a long and narrow hole that a human hand could not reach, and there was a metal iron key inside. This should be the diagram of the second find the key task. Then, an old-fashioned rotary switch projection appeared on the wall, and the switch was wrapped with a circle of fist-thick iron chains. At the end of the iron chain, there was a huge lock. This is the diagram of the third task, turn the switch. And the style of the lock and the metal key are almost the same. Seeing these three diagrams, the remaining four players realized something. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man and whispered, "Let's confirm it for now. Mr. Examiner, you must complete one of these three tasks before you can complete the next one, right?" The Crow Man laughed. Haha, yes, there are magnets and thin wires in the safe, and the key can open the lock on the switch. You are really too smart. Lin Yu exhaled. So, the time to close the trapdoor above is 10 plus 12 plus 15, a full 37 minutes. In this time, let alone whether anyone will die, it is estimated that none of us may survive. So, my answer is, we can't guarantee that no one will die. The Crow Man looked at the other four players. Before he asked, the remaining four people also spoke one after another in a hurry. We all agree with Lin Yu's answer. After all, the water level has risen a lot at this time, and even the three taller men can't help but tiptoe at this moment. The Crow Man also announced the answer afterwards. Haha, congratulations. You answered the second reward and punishment question correctly. The reward this time is in the choice question in the next room. After your first answer, I will open a door in this room that you did not choose and give you a chance to change your choice. After the Crow Man finished speaking, Lin Yu moved slightly. This hint, combined with the layout of the room and the information he got from the first question, the combination of these made Lin Yu immediately think of a very classic probability theory problem. As expected, the Crow Man spoke next. Gaga, congratulations. You have arrived at the choice question in the first room. Quack, as you can see, there are different colored doors in this room. Only one door leads to the next room. Quack, the other doors, you already knew in advance, are leading to the endless void. If you fall into it, there's only one way to die. Ga, all of your answers must still be consistent. You must choose the same door before I will take you into it. So, please next, make a choice and say the color of the door you want to choose. The Crow Man said, and Lin Yu understood instantly. Don't forget to also speak at the same time. This is the Monty Hall paradox, also called the three-gate problem. Not forgetting to whisper, Lin Yu looked at her in surprise. You actually know this? Don't forget to look at Lin Yu with an unhappy expression. This is not a very profound or cutting-edge theory. I know it's not normal, right? Although I was wrong for stealing your bicycle, you can't question my knowledge. Lin Yu was a little dumbfounded. He did subconsciously look down on the knowledge of not forgetting. After all, this little girl's profession is a thief. Based on the high probability that each person's awakened profession is closely related to his life, and in addition, Lin Yu also encountered a thief in the first dungeon. Therefore, Lin Yu almost subconsciously thought that this little girl was a professional thief, just like Yao Jingye. A professional thief at this age must have never gone to school. It's okay if you know elementary school mathematics before. These three problems are part of probability theory, although they are very basic. But the popularity is not too high. Lin Yu looked at April, 8th, and Uncle Tai. These two college students and a white hat construction site supervisor had obviously never heard of this theory. They all looked at Lin Yu and Bu Wang in confusion. What is the three-door problem? Don't forget to look at Lin Yu angrily. Then Zhou Shui, please explain. The water level was getting higher and higher, and Lin Yu was not in the mood to be angry, so he briefly explained the three problems. This problem stems from a lottery TV show, which is exactly the same situation as ours. To put it simply, a person has to choose a door from three doors. Only one of them has a prize and is the correct door, and the other two are wrong doors. When the person chooses a door, the door will not open immediately. The host will open another wrong door and then ask him whether he wants to change the door. The issue is whether changing the door will increase the probability of picking the right door. Because time was tight, Lin Yu did not give them time to think freely. Let me tell you the conclusion directly. The answer is yes. If you don't change the door, the probability of winning is 1/3. But if you change the door, the probability is 2/3 /. This conclusion, which sounded a bit counterintuitive, immediately aroused doubts from Uncle Tai, April, and number 8. What do you mean, we will choose one door first, and after this crow man opens the door for us, we will immediately change it? Uncle Tai said in an unbelievable tone. Yes, Woohoo said eagerly. This is a question of probability theory. The mathematical community has already concluded it. If you want to know the reason, Zhou Shui and I can explain it to you after we are safe in the next room. Now, just do it like this. Because the water level is rising higher and higher, remember that now it is completely out of reach of the ground. She kept making famous strokes, and her tone was naturally a bit anxious. Okay, I'll trust you for a moment. Uncle Tai gritted his teeth and said, now let's just choose one, right? Then let's choose red. Okay, just red. April and 8th also spoke quickly. The 5 of them chose red together, and the crow man laughed. Gaga, did you choose red for the first time? Good. Now I'm going to start the prompt. Then the crow man flapped his wings, and the yellow door opposite the red door opened. Wow! Behind the yellow door is a pitch-black nothingness. Water rushes out from the door. The huge current pushes several people towards the yellow door. Although the water level began to drop, the 5 players were relieved, but they soon realized the flow rate of this water is also a bit dangerous. This reward is quite deceiving. Number 8 yelled and quickly hugged April to prevent his girlfriend from being washed away by the water. Uncle Tai on the side also paddled against the current with both hands and took a horse stance to steady his body. Bu Wang, who was already completely unable to reach the ground, now completely lost his balance. Help! She rode desperately into the famous water and was about to be swept away by the current. And when she was less than half a meter away from the yellow door, Lin Yu, who was as steady as a mountain in the current, sighed and took advantage of 5 times the physical strength of the soldier to walk over easily in 2 steps. He grabbed the back collar of the unforgettable jacket and carried her back to the center of the room. In shock, Bu Forgot looked at Lin Yu and said, Thank you, Zhou Shui. You are really a rich man. Although you pulled out a gun to scare me just now, in the end you had to save my life. Don't forget to gasp and say. Lin Yu helplessly knocked her out of her mind. I just don't think you deserve death. Although it was disgusting that this guy stole a bicycle, Lin Yu didn't think she had to die. After participating in the death game, Lin Yu had some changes in his mentality. Lin Yu could definitely kill people when necessary. But this does not mean that Lin Yu has turned into a cold psychopath, refusing to save people or killing people at will. Although, don't forget, is somewhat contradictory to him. It is indeed not to the point of killing her. Not to mention, Lin Yu has vaguely discovered that although Bu Forget's profession is thief, she might be the most useful teammate in this fatal quiz game. After all, it seems smart not to forget. As the yellow door opened and the water discharge speed could not keep up with the drainage speed, the water level in the room also dropped quickly, and in a short time it was back to everyone's waist level. The speed of the water flow also slowed down a lot, and Lin Yu loosened his collar. However, the little girl seemed a little frightened and still hugged Lin Yu's arm. "This little water can't wash you away," Lin Yu said helplessly. "No, besides, the couple over there haven't let go." He didn't forget to point to number 8, who was still hugging April. Lin Yu was helpless. "You also know that we are a couple. We don't know each other. Then it's not impossible for me and you to become a couple." Wu forgot said in vain, "Brother Jiushui, I like you. Get out of here, you're so talkative." Lin Yu said helplessly, but in the end, he no longer forced himself to let go. The conversation between the two was heard by the remaining 3 people. April pushed number 8, and number 8 let go of his hand. The water flow is indeed fine. Uncle Tai, who was walking alone, suddenly felt a little emotional. It's great to be young, but even though the water level has gone down, we'd better change the door quickly. All that's left now is the blue door, isn't it? After the water level in the room gradually went down, and there was no longer the pressure of being drowned at any time, everyone's tension did dissipate a lot. Lin Yu also got some time to think calmly. So, he suddenly thought of something. "Wait a minute, don't rush to make a choice now." Lin Yu interrupted everyone who was about to choose Blue Gate and said in a deep voice. Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. "Is there any problem, Jiushui? Is this 3-door question wrong?" "There is no mistake. This is something that has been concluded in the mathematical community. Don't forget to say in a deep voice." Lin Yu shook his head. "No, this has nothing to do with the conclusion of the 3-door problem itself. I was just thinking that even if we think about it in terms of the 3-door problem, the final result is not 100%, right?" April remembered Lin Yu's words just now. "I remember if you said that after changing the options, the probability of choosing the correct door would become 2/3, right? In other words, we still have 3.1 chance we'll die." Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, that's what I was thinking about. No matter what, the probability of 1/3 is still too high." As soon as these words came out, Uncle Tai sighed. "There is an element of luck in the death game. Among the 8 dungeons I have experienced, there is even a dungeon that requires all players to play Russian roulette. After all, this is death game." Bu Forget also nodded and said, "That's right. To be honest, a 2/3 chance of survival is pretty good." After hearing Uncle Tai and Bu Forget's words, Lin Yu was still not convinced. But that's not the style of this fatal trivia game. The first 2 questions are reward and punishment issues, and this question is a choice issue. Don't forget to wave his hand. Isn't it normal for there to be differences? Number 8 also showed an expression of wanting to die heroically. "Yeah, I think it's better to make a decision as soon as possible. Sometimes, if you want to win the game, you just need a little courage. When you are brave, Lady Luck will be on your side." Lin Yu looked at number 8 with some surprise. This student has been submissive since the beginning of the game, and his character seems to be even more cowardly than Shenjua. This meeting actually said such words. However, number 8 suddenly became hardcore for a second before being interrupted by his girlfriend April. April stabbed him. "Don't make a decision in a hurry. I think you just don't want to get wet, right?" April said in a bad tone. Number 8 touched his nose in embarrassment. "Oh, you discovered me." April sighed. "So, don't interfere with other people's thinking about this kind of life and death matter." Although most of the water has flowed out through the door, water is still flowing out of the 10 drains and trapdoors above the head. The water kept wetting several people's calves and shoes from time to time, and the room was also wet. The splashing water wetted several people's upper bodies and hair from time to time, which was really uncomfortable. However, I heard April's words. Lin Yu suddenly realized something. "I understand. This is not a 3-door problem at all." He suddenly spoke and then looked at the Crow Man. "Because there are actually 4 doors for us to choose from just now before you open the yellow door, and now there's still 3, right?" Lin Yu said, and the Crow Man laughed. "Quack. Yes, it's still one of 3 choices." The Crow Man's words surprised Uncle Tai. "What do you mean? Could it be that the reward of the first level is fake?" Is the disappearing green door still a choice? No, the rewards are all real, Lin Yu said calmly. And both reward reminders are real. He pointed to the black trapdoor overhead that was releasing water. Throughout the whole thing, this guy was talking about choosing from doors, but it never said it had to be one of these 4 doors. And if we don't have the correct answer to the first question, I'm afraid the trapdoor won't open, and we have no way of knowing that there is a trapdoor above us. This choice question has the same trap as the previous 2 reward and punishment questions, and it is a trap that combines the first 2 questions. Lin Yu said and laughed, and it just said, if we choose the door, it will take us into the door. Why do you use such strange words? Its behavior of laying traps and a mystery has in a sense proven. Every word it says may be designed. So, this is also a hidden hint. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man and said, in this game, there is no need for probability. If you want to use the 3 problems in probability, it is also a mathematical solution. In this game, at least the tone of all the questions in this room is to use mathematics to cover up traps. Hearing this, Crow asked, but isn't that enough? What if this black door is also a trap? Lin Yu shook his head. Then this is the part that requires luck. However, since there's water flowing out of this black trap door, I think it does not lead to the void. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he grinned. And the designer of this game copy shouldn't make it so boring and set up those meaningless traps, right? The Crow looked at Lin Yu, his eyes sparkling. Quack, as expected. I admire you. Tell me your choice. Which color door do you want to choose? Lin Yu pointed to the top of his head and said, I choose the black door above my head. As Lin Yu said this, the Crow looked at the others. Quack, are your choices the same as his? And seeing that Lin Yu's choice of black door was successful, then there would be no other options for others. I also choose the black door. Uncle Tai said quickly. April and number 8 then said in unison, we choose the black door. Not forgetting to look at Lin Yu, he also gave a thumbs up and showed an admiring look. It's amazing, Brother Jiushui. All 3 questions in this room can be answered thanks to you. Then, she looked at the Crow and grinned. Then I will choose the black door too. The Crow Man nodded after hearing their choice. Okay, the choice has been made, the Crow Man said, and then fully spread its wings. The black wings were wider than everyone thought. It used these wings to roll up everyone, and then flew towards the black trapdoor. When it was about to hit the trapdoor, the black trapdoor suddenly became larger, and the entire ceiling opened in 2. Then, they came to the second room. After the Crow flew up for a while, it slowly stopped after about 5 minutes. Lin Yu felt that he was put down steadily. The ground under his feet seemed to be made of wooden boards, and it creaked a little when he stepped on it. But Lin Yu was not sure. The reason why he was not sure was that this room was pitch black compared to the first pure white soft room. Lin Yu lowered his head and could not see the black ground clearly. There were only 2 black candles on the 2 candlesticks in front, which barely illuminated a little space around. On both sides of Lin Yu, the other 4 players were also adapting to the darkness. Soon, Tai Shu, who was the first to adapt to the darkness, spoke. Wait, where's the Crow? Everyone noticed that the Crow Man, who was the examiner, was gone. It was originally covered with black feathers all over its body, and it was naturally completely invisible in this dark room. Number 8 was a little flustered. What should I do? The examiner is gone? Do we have to figure this out on our own? At this moment, the Crow Man's very distinctive hoarse and overlapping voices sounded. Quack! Welcome everyone to the second room. This room still has 2 reward and punishment questions and 1 choice question. The Crow Man's voice echoed in the room. Quack! In this room, asking me questions will be replaced by asking specific creatures, and the number of questions will be limited, so I wish you good luck. As the Crow Man finished speaking, a sound of flapping wings came from the air. Then 2 black crows landed on the candlesticks on the left and right. As the 2 crows landed, the candles seemed to be brighter, illuminating the left and right of the candlesticks. In the middle and on both sides of the 2 candlesticks, there are 3 shaky suspension bridges. The Crow Man's voice sounded again. Quack! Among these 3 bridges, only one can allow you to reach the other side safely. The other two will suddenly collapse when you reach the middle, causing you to fall into the endless void. Quack! And in front of you are two crow clones of the great gods. One crow represents reality, and the other crow represents falsehood. Quack! Reality only tells the truth, and falsehood only tells lies. And both of them can only answer yes questions. You have two chances to ask them questions to decide the route you have finally planned. After the crow man finished speaking, he fell into silence. This time, after listening to it, number 8 became excited. I have heard similar things before. Just ask one of the crows. If I say that the bridge is safe, what will the other crows say? And you can get the answer. If we ask the real crow and the bridge happens to be safe, it will naturally answer no, because that is the answer that a lying crow will give. Similarly, if the bridge is not safe, it will answer yes. But the same, if we ask the false crow, if the bridge is safe, the answer based on the truth will be yes, so it will lie and answer no. And if the bridge is not safe, it will answer yes. So no matter which one we ask, the result is the same. April looked at him in surprise. You can actually think of this section. Number 8 said a little embarrassedly. I saw it in a magazine before. Because there are 3 bridges, 2 questions are just right. Uncle Ty also nodded. If you were lucky, maybe 1 question can confirm it. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and said nothing. No, this question is not that simple. But he didn't say anything, because Lin Yu's realized one thing. What is the difference between the second room and the first room? And among the crowd, Buwang also remained silent. Number 8 walked excitedly to the crow on the left and asked, Crow, if I ask the other crow whether the bridge on the far left is safe, will the other crow answer yes or no? But the crow on the left did not speak. Number 8 was a little strange. Why don't you answer? April and Taishu also looked at each other. Did the crow lie to us? Or is it stuck? Lin Yu, who couldn't bear it, sighed and reminded him, because this is not a yes question. You have to standardize your questioning. If I ask the other crow whether the bridge on the far left is safe, will it give a positive answer? Lin Yu whispered. Number 8 suddenly realized. So that's how it is, huh? Number 8 scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Ahem, I neglected it, sorry. At the same time, number 8 was also a little annoyed. In the previous room, Lin Yu was almost the only one in charge. When he came to the second room, he finally heard that he knew the solution to the first question and wanted to show off in front of everyone, especially his girlfriend April, but he didn't expect that there was a flaw in the way he asked. But fortunately, the problem is not big. Number 8 raised his head again, looked at the crow on the far left, cleared his throat, and asked again using Lin Yu's questioning method. If I ask the other crow whether the bridge on the far left is safe, will it give a positive answer? And this time, the crow on the left finally spoke. Its answer was, Goo. This syllable came out, and number 8's defense was instantly broken. Goo? What the hell is that? He shouted in despair. Uncle Ty and April on the side also looked at each other. Goo is its answer? April asked in disbelief. In the darkness, Buwang, who had remained silent, laughed. Aha! After all, the crow man didn't say from beginning to end that these 2 things would answer yes and no. They're crows after all. Buwang slapped his thigh and laughed. Number 8 was a little anxious. Then what do you say we should do? Buwang waved his hand in the dark. I don't know, but I think that with one problem left, it could be handed over to Joshua. Brother Joshua should have known from the beginning that these 2 crows are not very good at speaking human language. Lin Yu heard this and looked at Buwang with some surprise. Although he did guess it at the beginning, Lin Yu was a little curious. What do you know I guessed it? Because when you just standardized the question of number 8, you finally said whether you will give a positive answer. Plus, you were very smart, so I concluded that you can't fail to guess what I have vaguely guessed. Buwang said with a happy smile. And I believe you should have thought of a way to break the situation, right, Brother Joshua? Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed number 8 to ask this question just now. Hearing the words, don't forget, Lin Yu shook his head slightly. It can't be called breaking the game, but there are indeed ways to clear it. Lin Yu looked at number 8. Don't be confused by its words. Although we only have 2 questions, don't forget that there are 3 bridges here. When it is known that only one bridge is safe, no matter for the crow, what does it mean? As long as you ask the same crow, its answers to 3 questions will be 2 the same and 1 different. In other words, we can just choose a random bridge to ask questions and see what the answer is. If the 2 answers are the same, then the remaining bridge is naturally safe. Lin Yu said. Number 8 looked at Lin Yu in shock. How can it still be like this? Lin Yu nodded slightly. Sure, but April realizes something is wrong. What if its answer is different from the previous one? Lin Yu laughed. Then I have a way anyway. Let's ask first and then talk. He said, then looked at the crow on the left. If I asked another crow if the bridge on the far right is safe, would it answer yes? Lin Yu looked at Crow and asked. The crow on the left raised its head and gave the answer again. This time the answer was still a non-human syllable. Gah! Lin Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard this answer. It's such a shame. It's different. Lin Yu said in a relaxed tone. Uncle Tai realized something. If the 2 are different, it means that one of the 2 bridges must be correct. Uncle Tai said. Lin Yu nodded. That's right. The probability is 50-50, Lin Yu said, and number 8 blinked. The probability of 50. Isn't this even lower than the 2/3 probability in the previous round? April also nodded. Does this mean that there's a trap in this question? Lin Yu heard this and shook his head. No, it's a pity. I think the question this time is not a trap, but it really requires us to choose one of the 2. There is no trap in the mystery of the Crow Man this time. The theme of this room is different from the previous room. Lin Yu whispered, and the remaining 4 looked at each other. Number 8 said in a panic, So, is it really time to try your luck now? That's not the case. You still haven't noticed the essential difference between the second room and the first room? This is just a little trick played by the Crow Man, but it's not enough to be called a trap. Lin Yu said and took out a pistol from his waist. In the first room, we all have to give it a direct answer to the questions it asks. But when we get to this room, what we need is an answer with action. So we no longer have to have one answer, all at the same time. At this point, Uncle Tai had already reacted and said in a low tone, Understand. So this level is more like letting us choose people to sacrifice than a trap, right? Lin Yu laughed. Yes, although we do have to try our luck next, there's only one person who has to try our luck. It only takes one person to walk one of these, and we'll know what's next. Under the weak candlelight, the expressions of April and number 8 also changed slightly. Then, who's going to be the one trying their luck? April asked aloud. Uncle Tai said, For the sake of fairness, let's draw lots. As he spoke, Lin Yu interrupted him. Draw a hammer to sign. I took out the gun just to remind you of something, Lin Yu said coldly. I will decide who will be the unlucky guy. Having said this, Lin Yu pointed his gun at the thief who had been huddled in the darkness and said nothing. Okay, dear Miss Thief, it's your turn to play your role. A charming smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Looking at Lin Yu, who suddenly became angry, he sighed, raised his hands, and walked out. Why me? Lin Yu shrugged. In this case, someone has to do it. First of all, I can't do it. I can only choose from the remaining 4 people. Among the others, you have the least number of clear copies. Uncle Craftsman has the most, and the remaining 2 are still bound, although I'm confident that no one could be a match for me, a soldier with a gun, in a head-on battle. But, just in case, let's start with you, the weakest persimmon. What's more, you really offended me, didn't you? He did not forget to raise his hands, with a somewhat helpless and unwilling expression. She looked at the others. Hey, you just watch him behave like this. What if it's your turn next time? Lin Yu interrupted her with a smile. Don't talk about bad luck. Don't forget, don't you still have a half chance of not dying? For the sake of fairness, you can choose a bridge yourself. This way you can control your own destiny in hand. He didn't forget to grit his teeth and said, I'll choose the one on the left. Damn, if I really die, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Faced with the threat of Wu Forgot, Lin Yu had no worries in his heart. While keeping his gun pointed at Wu Forget, he looked at the other people. Speaking of which, does anyone have a prop like a rope? As Lin Yu said this, Uncle Tai was stunned for a moment and quickly said, I have one, and it's a safety rope. As he said this, Uncle Tai immediately took out a bundle of very long safety ropes. Lin Yu glanced at Siua. Go and tie the safety rope to her. Siua looked at Lin Yu in surprise, then took the safety rope from Uncle Tai and walked to Buwang's side. She quickly tied the safety rope for Buwang. Lin Yu said, now throw the other end of the safety rope to me. Siua threw the rope to Lin Yu, who caught the rope in the air, then wrapped it around his hand twice and held it firmly. After all, there is no solid place to tie the rope here. Looking at Lin Yu's actions, Buwang, who was wrapped with a safety rope, looked much more relaxed. But she still looked unhappy. You bastard. However, Lin Yu still did not put down the muzzle of the gun, but spoke coldly again. Go ahead, he said coldly. Buwang raised his middle finger to Lin Yu, then turned and walked onto the swaying suspension bridge in the dark. Looking at Buwang's disappearing back, Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu and spoke in a low voice. You've worked so hard. In that situation just now, someone had to come out to be the villain. You chose that little girl just because she was the lightest and you tied her up with a rope. You were taking a big risk yourself. The look in April and number 8's eyes when they looked at Lin Yu was also a little different, but overall they were mostly grateful. Although Lin Yu's way of forcing Buwang just now obviously frightened them a little, but at this moment he personally held the rope, which also made the two of them come to the same conclusion as Uncle Tai. Lin Yu was just looking for the best solution just now. But Lin Yu shook his head. No, I'm not that noble. He tied a rope to Buwang, perhaps with some idea of don't kill anyone if you can, but more of it was based on other reasons. Lin Yu said softly, if there's no rope, and Buwang chooses the right suspension bridge, but keeps silent on the other side, or simply screams in the middle and pretends to fall down to mislead us, what should we do? After all, we don't know if the suspension bridge will collapse completely if it collapses, and whether we can see any clues here. And even if Buwang has no subjective intention to harm us, what if there are any soundproofing measures on the other side of the suspension bridge? Lin Yu said, this explanation still did not completely convince the other three. Perhaps, in the eyes of Tai Shu, April, and number 8, if Lin Yu, the strongest person in the current dungeon, has humanity and kindness, it is obviously more beneficial to them. And Lin Yu did not explain more. He just looked at the ropes spreading in the darkness. Even the words just now are not the only reason why Lin Yu chose Buwang. What an interesting thief, da. Soon, a light pull came from the rope. In the darkness, Buwang's cry was also heard. This bridge is fine, this is it. After Buwang called out, Lin Yu gently tugged on the rope, and after confirming that Buwang should be standing on a relatively stable ground, he stepped onto the bridge on the far left. The remaining 3 players follow closely behind. Although the suspension bridge is a bit swaying, it does not pose a problem to a few people. Soon, they arrived safely on the other side of the bridge. It was still dark, but the visibility was slightly improved. Because this time, there are 3 candlesticks, and the size of the candlesticks has also become a lot larger. Woohoo stood helplessly on the opposite side of the bridge, seemingly without too much resentment. If you still need someone to find the way in the end of this level, don't look for me. He didn't forget to point at the dark environment ahead. Then the pulled light looked forward, and everyone discovered that the bridge was still spreading into the depths of darkness. But this time, it's 5 bridges. Then, 3 crows landed on the candlestick with fluttering wings. The crowman's voice sounded again in the darkness. Gaga, congratulations on passing the first reward and punishment question. Since no one died, the number of questions you have asked this round is 5. Lin Yu listened and nodded slightly. The explanation given by the crowman was within Lin Yu's expectation. This is the difference between the first room and the second room. In the first room, everyone is a whole, and the options must be consistent. But in the second room, everyone can choose their own path. In other words, the second room's reward and punishment question can remain divided and choose different answers. Those who answer correctly will live. Those who answer incorrectly will die. However, as long as someone answers incorrectly, there will also be rewards and punishments for those who survive. The number of answers to the second reward and punishment question is related to the number of people, which illustrates this point. Sure enough, the next step is to reduce deaths as much as possible. Lin Yu thought to himself, and then continued to listen to Crow's words. Quack, among the 5 bridges in this round, only one can allow you to reach the other side safely. The other 4 of them will suddenly collapse when you reach the middle section, causing you to fall into the endless void. Quack, in front of you this time are crow clones transformed by 3 great gods. In addition to truth and falsehood, there is also a crow that represents change. It may tell the truth or it may tell lies. After the crow man introduced the rules, everyone naturally looked at Lin Yu. Jushui, what should we do this time? Each of us has a question. What should we do? Uncle Tai asked. Number 8 was also in trouble. There is someone here who may be telling the truth or lying. This is too difficult. April was somewhat calm. But the number of questions is 5. Lin Yu thought silently. 5 questions. Then maybe no one will need to risk their lives to find the way. Lin Yu already had the answer in his heart. I didn't forget to look at Lin Yu, a little surprised. So fast? Lin Yu nodded. Of course, after all, there are 5 chances this time. Lin Yu said, then looked at Uncle Tai. Asked the first question to the one in the middle. Uncle Tai, the question is this. If I asked you if the crow on the left represents change incarnate, would you answer Ku? Uncle Tai's trust in Lin Yu was almost infinite now. He took a step forward and repeated Lin Yu's question to the crow in the middle. Hey, if I asked you if the crow on the left is the incarnation of change, would you answer Ku? The crow looked at Uncle Tai and then made a Ku sound. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Very good. It seems that Gu and Ji may indeed be the same. Through the first reward and punishment question just now, Lin Yu can confirm one thing. Ku, in the crow's mouth, represents affirmation. Although I'm not sure if the clones are the same one. I'm also not sure if the meaning of Gu has changed. But as long as the answer is Gu, those 5 questions are definitely enough. Through the question just now, Lin Yu has been able to confirm that at least the crow on the far right is definitely not the one that represents change. Therefore, Lin Yu waved to April in number 8. The next question, April, you asked the crow on the far right. If I ask you whether you are the incarnation of the crow representing falsehood, will your answer be Gu? When April heard this question, she subconsciously wanted to think about the reason, but she couldn't figure it out for a while, so she could only do what Lin Yu said. April walked up to the crow on the far right and asked Lin Yu's original words, and the crow on the right quickly gave the answer. Ga. Lin Yu nodded. Very well, the rest will be easy. Number 8. Ask him if there is a safe bridge among the 3 bridges on the far left. You must follow what I say and don't miss a word. Lin Yu said in a deep voice, and number 8 scratched his head. Jiu Shui, why do you need to give me an extra warning when you come here? April immediately said, of course it's because you look the most unreliable. Number 8 was speechless. All right. Despondently, he came to the crow on the far right and repeated Lin Yu's question. But this time, the question for the crow on the far right is still J. Lin Yu looked at Buwang. Don't forget to wave your hand. Okay, I already know what to do. Before Lin Yu could speak, I didn't forget to walk to the crow on the far right and pointed to the suspension bridge on the far right. Raven, is this suspension bridge safe? The crow didn't forget it and said again, Ga. Don't forget to draw the conclusion. Okay, this crow represents truth and J represents negation. This means that the second suspension bridge from the right is safe. You don't need to ask the last question, Jiu Shui. Not forgetting to say this. He turned around and looked at Lin Yu with his hands on his chest. Lin Yu also looked up and down without forgetting. Sure enough, the thief followed his own train of thought the whole time. She also realized that the one on the far right was the one that represented reality. You are quite smart, but what if the meanings of Gu and J are reversed between the first and second questions? Lin Yu said calmly. Don't forget to be speechless for a moment. I think it shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Yu said coldly. What if it happens? This is a game that can kill people. Don't forget to shrink your neck. Oh, don't you have another question? She said cautiously. Can't you just ask a question to confirm whether the meaning has changed? Lin Yu breathed out. But what if it changes? If it changes, I'll just go to one of the 2 roads on the left, and it'll be over. Don't forget to say anxiously. Lin Yu laughed. That's what you said. He looked at the crow on the far right and spoke again. Crow, is one of the 3rd and 4th suspension bridges from the left safe? The crow on the right flaps its wings. Goo, it said without forgetting to let out a long sigh of relief. Holy shit, you scare me to death. The fourth suspension bridge on the right is indeed safe. Lin Yu looked a little disappointed. TSK, what a pity. What a pity. You are happy to force me to choose one of the two. Don't forget to say indignantly. Lin Yu sneered. This time, you did it yourself. Who told you to be self-righteous in the first place? Uncle Tai, April, and number 8 were all stunned to watch the negotiations between the two. The three people looked at each other with expressions of, I don't understand, forget it, just leave it like this. Chevron underscore left. Along the fourth suspension bridge from the left, the 5 people reached the other side safely. But this time, the brightness was different again. This time, the illuminated candlestick turned into a huge stone altar. There is a circle of candles placed on the stone altar, and on both sides of the stone altar, there are only 2 suspension bridges. In the darkness, the crowman's voice sounded again. Quack, congratulations, you have passed the reward and punishment question again. Therefore, there will be a prompt when the next decision question starts. Gaga, welcome to the choice question in this room. As soon as he finished speaking, a crow flapped its wings and landed on the stone altar from the darkness. Then, the crow's figure expanded rapidly and turned into the appearance of a crowman. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and took a step forward. Hey, is this the Rive prompt? God, the crowman in the stone altar called out, then sat among the candles on the stone altar and spoke in a low voice. This time, both bridges can lead to the next room. Beat. It's just that one can carry 3 people and the other can carry 2 people. Everyone must step on both bridges at the same time, otherwise both bridges will collapse. You only get one chance to ask me questions. I won't answer questions that reveal which bridge can carry how many people. The crowman said, and the 5 of them looked at each other. Number 8 was the first to say. The crow said it would not answer questions that reveal which bridge can carry how many people. So can we think of an indirect way to ask? For example, if the 3 of us take the bridge on the left, can we pass the customs? Before the others could react. Hearing this, the crowman interrupted him first. Quack, I won't answer this kind of question. It said, and Lin Yu spoke again. I thought of a solution to this game. I plan to ask, if there are 2 people walking on the suspension bridge on both sides, and the remaining 1 person is dead, will the suspension bridge still collapse? With that said, Lin Yu took out his pistol. If the answer is yes, I will randomly collapse one, so that 4 people can survive. After Lin Yu finished speaking about his proposal, he immediately screamed. Only a ghost can believe that you can be random. You are 100% trying to destroy me. Don't forget to look at Lin Yu in horror and say, Lin Yu looked at Wu Wang. Oh, you saw through it. How about I collapse first and then ask again? To be honest, I think if we walk 2 at a time, it will definitely not collapse. As Lin Yu spoke, he stretched out his left hand from his trouser pocket and took out a revolver. Don't pull out your gun. Damn it, don't bet on this possibility. Boo Forget said with sweat profusely, and this choice question is likely to have a trap. Not forgetting to say this, Lin Yu laughed. Really, where's the trap? After being pointed at gunpoint, Wu Wang's speech speed obviously accelerated a lot. Well, you see, didn't the crowman say at the beginning that in this room, asking questions to it will be replaced by asking questions to specific creatures? So the crowman sitting there is probably not the crowman who is the assessor, right? Not forgetting to say this, Lin Yu nodded. That makes sense, but so what? He still didn't put down the gun. Just now it flew over in the form of a crow. Does this mean that it is actually an incarnation? And among the 3 known incarnations, apart from the one that represents the truth, the other 2 crows can all lie. If this guy is one of the changes or illusions, then you probably don't need to believe what it says about the 2 bridges. Boo Forget spoke quickly, and the other 3 players also looked thoughtful after hearing Boo Forget's eloquent words. It does seem to make sense. Uncle Time murmured. Lin Yu nodded. It makes sense, because I don't forget what I said is right. Lin Yu took his right hand out of his trouser pocket, holding a lie detector with a red light in his hand. When the crow man said his first words just now, he pressed the button. This is the lie detector I got in the first copy. The beep sound just now was made by it. This means that the first sentence the Crow Man said was false. Its first sentence is, both bridges can lead to the next room, which is the main premise of its entire paragraph. This shows that all its subsequent words are wrong. So, we don't have to worry about what this Crow Man said. It's just here to mislead us. Lin Yu said calmly, was stunned for a moment, and then spoke with a cry. If you have such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? And, you know it's lying. Wasn't it just trying to scare me? I just want to test how smart you are. Lin Yu said with a smile, and put away the pistol. Why, you are allowed to tease me, but I'm not allowed to tease you. Uncle Tai coughed and spoke. Okay, so since its words are misleading, does it prove that only one of the two bridges can lead to the next room? Number 8's eyes lit up. In this case, wouldn't it be a good time to ask it? You don't need to ask which bridge can carry how many people. Just ask it which bridge can lead to the next room. Lin Yu shook his head. If there are only two incarnations of truth and false in front of it, it doesn't matter even if what it tells is a lie. You just need to listen in reverse. But there's the incarnation of change in front of it, which means that it is meaningless to ask him any questions on the premise that it may be the incarnation of change. Lin Yu explained. Number 8 was stunned. It can still be like this. What should I do? Could it be another choice between two? After saying that, Number 8 also looked at Wu Wang. Not forgetting to notice Number 8's gaze, he took out his utility knife angrily. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't have a gun and you want me to take the lead, right? Believe it or not, I will stab you to death. Student boy, if I can't beat Jiu Shui, I can't beat you. Don't forget to scream in anger. Number 8 said quickly, I definitely don't mean this. I will obey brother Jiu Shui's arrangements. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yu with a flattering smile on his face. Lin Yu, on the other hand, walked up to Wu Wang without saying a word, gently reached out and pinched her utility knife and pulled it out of Wu Wang's hand. I didn't forget to look at Lin Yu's actions with some confusion and anger. What do you mean? You're still afraid that I'll stab it with a knife? You're not really going to let me choose one at random, are you? Lin Yu shook his head. No, because if both can lead to the next room is a lie, then the fact may be only one can lead to the next room, and it may also be neither can lead to the next room, combined with the voice of the examiner Crow Man in the darkness at the beginning. The Crow Man who can't believe every word before him should, and is indeed some kind of hint. So what is it telling us? Considering the answer to the choice question in the previous room, let me make a guess. Lin Yu said, throwing the utility knife behind the Crow Man. Hey, my knife! Don't forget to scream. But before she could finish her words, a crisp sound came from the darkness. Crack! Lin Yu laughed. The candles are arranged like that. From our angle, we can't see the road ahead. But it's a pity that you can hear it just by throwing something away. Just like the final choice in the first room, the black trapdoor above the head was also the correct choice. The final choice question in the second room. The suspension bridges on both sides are fake. The real path to choose is in the middle. The circle of candles on the stone altar is designed to mislead the player like water pouring from a trapdoor. This circle of candles makes everyone think that it is the boundary of the stone altar, but this is not the case. And after Lin Yu pointed this out, the crow disguised as a crow representing change disappeared, and then the crow flew into the darkness. From the darkness behind the stone altar, the real Crow Man slowly walked out. Gaga, then, what is your last choice? Of course it's this way. Lin Yu looked at the direction the Crow Man came from and said calmly. The Crow Man chuckled again. Congratulations, you answered the choice question in the second room correctly. The Crow Man spread his wings and flew, and then the room suddenly lit up. On the ceiling and walls on both sides of the second room, there were countless candlesticks that were originally extinguished. As these candlesticks lit up, this room, which was much larger than the first room and was about the size of a football field, was fully illuminated. Lin Yu's face changed slightly as he looked at the scene in the room. April on the side was even more frightened and screamed. There was only a narrow wooden plank for up to 4 people abreast under everyone's feet. Other than that, it was an abyss. The suspension bridges they walked along were not spacious, And what was even worse was that, except for the two correct suspension bridges, the remaining suspension bridges had cuts in the middle ropes. There was no doubt that as long as walking there will definitely cause the suspension bridge to collapse. The same is true for the last two suspension bridges. Especially the place where these two suspension bridges lead is also a crumbling, lonely stone pillar. Number 8, who was beside April, was also a bit dishonest, but he still managed to comfort his girlfriend. It's okay, we're already here. On the other hand, Uncle Tai and Boo Forget were relatively calm. It's so high, it reminds me of when I used to climb a tower crane. Uncle Tai smiled, and then looked at the stone altar where the Crow Man stood in front of him. Under the stone altar, there's a stone bridge that was completely hidden in the darkness, extending all the way to a black door. The utility knife that Lin Yu threw over was lying quietly on the stone bridge. Let's go. Without forgetting, he jumped onto the stone altar with light steps, then jumped off the stone altar, landed on the bridge, picked up his utility knife, and walked briskly forward. Uncle Tai also jumped over cautiously and followed Buwang. Although Lin Yu has excellent physical fitness, the height still makes him hesitate. But in the end, Lin Yu kept up with the pace of the two people in front. The couple on April and 8th were much more cautious. It took the two of them a while just to jump onto the spacious stone altar. After arriving on the stone bridge, although the stone bridge was wider and more stable than the previous suspension bridge, April and the 8th still walked much slower than before. After all, I couldn't see the abyss on both sides before. However, in the end, everyone arrived at the black door safely. After opening the door, there's a spiral staircase. After climbing up the stairs for about 5 or 6 minutes, I encountered another black door. The person who was walking at the front did not forget to push open the door. What appeared in front of the 5 people was a gray room. There was gray smoke floating around, making it difficult to see where the ceiling and walls were. The Crow Man's figure emerged from the mist again. "Gah, welcome everyone to the last room," the Crow Man said, and then took out an ancient key from his arms. The surrounding thick fog dispersed to both sides, forming a narrow passage sandwiched between two towering fog walls, like the sea divided by divine power in ancient legends. At the end of this passage, there's a locked door. Gah, there's only one choice issue in this room, and there's no reward and punishment issue. Gaga, as long as you answer the following questions correctly, you can choose to leave this instance. Quack, but I want to remind you that not everyone can pass the choice. Gaga, please find the lies in my words. Everyone must find one and explain why you know it is a lie. Otherwise, you will be punished below. I will make 5 statements. The Crow Man said, spreading his wings and pacing in front of everyone. 1. All of you are honest, and no one has tampered with their names. 2. All of you trust each other, and no one hides the number of copies he has cleared. 3. All of you have been very forthright and considerate of others, and none of you have lied about your profession. 4. Between the two of you who know each other, no one has betrayed each other. 5. No one among you has ever had the thought of it would be nice if the other person died towards any one of you. After the Crow Man finished these 5 sentences, the faces of everyone on the field became unhappy. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. It's so funny. It's almost a bad idea. These 5 statements, and this question seem to be specially designed for these 5 players. In these 3 rooms, the antagonism between players seems to be gradually increasing. From the first room, everyone worked together to solve puzzles and find traps, to the second room, where the number of survivors was used as a resource. Now in this third room, I always feel that the Crow Man did it on purpose. While Lin Yu was thinking, Uncle Tai was the first to speak. Ahem, I think the 5th sentence must be a lie, Uncle Tai said, and the Crow Man looked at Uncle Tai. Please give your reasons. Crow Man said. Uncle Tai pointed at Lin Yu and Buwang. Well, as soon as this copy started, the soldier wanted to kill the thief. Several times in the middle, he also had murderous intentions. Uncle Tai said, and the Crow Man laughed. Haha, that's not a good reason, it said, looking at Uncle Tai with interest. Please tell me the sentence that you are sure is a lie. Uncle Tai was silent. After a long time, he smiled and shook his head. Well, the first sentence was a lie. I lied about my forum ID. My previous forum ID was Tiangong, but now I don't have a forum account. When this ID came out, Lin Yu had no reaction. April 8th and Bu Wang looked at Uncle Tai in surprise, as if they had seen some terrible monster. Tiangong, who joined the Predator, April exclaimed, I saw you in the new bounty on the forum this month. You are wanted by the Order because you killed 5 other players in reality. Although Lin Yu had never heard of the name Tiangong. After all, he didn't pay much attention to the forum's bounty module. But Lin Yu was still impressed by the name of the organization Predators. It was one of the 3 organizations banned from the forum, the same name as the Psychological Society, the psychotic organization that killed him. And after hearing the deeds exclaimed by April, Uncle Tai, no, this Tiangong is obviously also a ruthless character. Killing other players in reality is a default violation of the rules for all players, although there are no courts and police stations among the players. However, the largest organization, Order, and the administrators under its name basically act as a judicial and law enforcement agency. Anyone who uses the abilities in the game to return to reality to do evil will be wanted by Order and will be posted on the forum. Moreover, members of the Order will also unconditionally hunt down those wanted violating players in the game and in reality. After the showdown of Tiangong, his expression was no longer as peaceful as before. He sighed and looked at Wu Wang, April, and 8 who were on guard, with a gloomy expression. So, it's because of this that I concealed the truth. Although I have joined the Predators, I will not kill innocent people indiscriminately in a cooperative puzzle game. If you had this attitude towards me from the beginning, it would be difficult to play this game. After Tiangong finished speaking, he looked at Lin Yu. I admire you very much, Jiu Shui. To be honest, your calmness is beyond my imagination. Lin Yu shrugged calmly. No, I just didn't think of you as a good person from the beginning. Although in this game, the self-proclaimed Uncle Iron Tiangong tried his best to play the image of a good old man. But is the guy who has survived 10 dungeons in this game a good guy? The probability is very small, although there are naive guys in this game who are lucky enough to survive, such as Chunjua. Another example is number 8. Over there, there's a high probability that he is also a real timid guy. But Uncle Iron is definitely not a good person. In the final analysis, this guy's acting skills are not good enough. At least, not good enough to fool Lin Yu. During the second dungeon, Lin Yu wanted to laugh when he looked like he was clearly indifferent to human life but still trying to disguise it. However, Lin Yu's calm look caused Tiangong to burst into laughter. Haha, I admire you very much. Your profession is still a soldier, and you have obtained an item as powerful as a pistol. You are really a good candidate to join the Predators. Lin Yu shook his head. Allow me to refuse. I want to go to the forum for 2 more days, he said, and Tiangong laughed. It's okay. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. And Tiangong finished speaking. The Crowman tossed him the key. Gaga, you can leave the dungeon now. Tiangong unexpectedly took the key. Oh, can I leave now? The Crowman nodded. Quack, of course. Tiangong laughed. That's fine. I don't need to be here. Everyone is a little bit reluctant to let go. After finishing speaking, he walked toward the door at the end. He opened the door and walked into a white light. Then, the door was closed and locked again, and a new key appeared in the Crowman's hand. After watching him leave, April and number 8 breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Scared me, number 8 said with lingering fear. Lin Yu looked at him, shook his head, and said, What are you afraid of? I'm a soldier with a gun. Even if he is wanted, can he kill you all in front of me? Number 8 looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression. Brother Joshua, even if your profession and items are very strong, but that Tiangong is a player who has already been upgraded, and it was completed in 10 copies. For masters who have been upgraded and invited to join the Predators, it may be difficult for you to take advantage of them. Lin Yu could tell that number 8's statement was already a bit euphemistic. Is it upgrading again? What exactly is upgrading? Lin Yu was a little confused. But before he could ask in detail, April on the side added, Yes, The reward points for him are as high as 8,000 points. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. How many? 8,000 points. April said seriously. Lin Yu felt that his eyes were hot in an instant. 8,000 points. Isn't that 800,000 yuan? If I take him down, I can directly change my sister's store. Even if you don't give it to your sister, if you save it, you won't even have to think about finding a job in a few years after graduation, and you can continue to act in the plays you like. Lin Yu suddenly felt a little pity. If I had known this earlier, I would have just thought of ways to kill this guy in the dungeon. I couldn't help but speak. Do you usually read the forum? Tiangong is the most popular bounty post recently. Lin Yu shook his head. I told you I just passed the first dungeon, so I haven't studied it clearly yet. Lin Yu said, not forgetting his surprise. Huh? Have you really just passed the first dungeon? I'm going to use you to question whether the second statement is a lie. Lin Yu spread his hands. If you don't believe me, you can try it. It's not necessary, Woohoo said, smiled, and looked at April and number 8. But the two of you here must hurry up, or I will take away what you are sure of. Lied. What the Crowman said just now, it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone can pass. There may be some truth mixed in these 5 statements. Not forgetting to say this, the expressions of both April and number 8 changed slightly again. Lin Yu also looked at the two of them with interest. To be honest, after the Crowman made his statement just now, April and number 8 had the ugliest expressions. Something interesting will definitely happen between this young couple. And just as Lin Yu expected, under the reminder, April and number 8 gritted their teeth and spoke at the same time. I choose 4. The two voices sounded in unison. The Crowman looked at the two and laughed. Interesting. Please state the reason. This boy needs to be faster. So, it is you who will state the reason. The 4th point stated by the Crowman just now. The content is exactly between two people who know each other. No one has betrayed each other. Number 8 and April looked at each other with ugly expressions. April spoke in a low voice. Tell me, where did you betray me? Number 8's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and spoke. I'm sorry. Last year during finals week, I told you that I stayed in the library all night reviewing. Actually, I went to meet my ex-girlfriend. After number 8 confessed with a guilty look on his face. April exhaled slowly, and his eyes gradually became colder. This young woman, who is a doctor, looked relatively gentle. But at this moment, her cold expression made even Lin Yu shudder. April looked at her boyfriend and spoke in a low voice. In fact, I had some guesses about this matter a long time ago, but I didn't expect that you really had reached the point of betraying me that day. Number 8 wanted to defend himself, but in the end he could only lower his head helplessly. I'm sorry, Yao. April sneered. You don't have to apologize hypocritically. You are not sorry for me. You are just sorry for yourself. After saying that, April paused. No, it seems that you are indeed sorry. Let's not count the final homework I did for you. Just in this death game, how many times have I saved you? Even if you have lived and died with me, you are not as good as that woman. Just because she is beautiful and playful, aren't you afraid of getting sick? April said sarcastically. After hearing April's accusation, number 8 couldn't help but retort. Don't slander her. Besides, that happened a year ago. Only that one time a year ago. April interrupted him and said coldly, think about it carefully. Don't fool yourself. Number 8's face changed drastically. You knew it a long time ago. Before this copy, it was just speculation. No, it was just wishful thinking. April smiled and shook her head. You actually defended her just now? Good, very good. As April spoke, number 8's face flushed. So what? She didn't do anything wrong. Besides, I entered this broken game because you insisted on going out to travel that day. You owed me this life. Number 8 growled. April was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Okay. So that's what you think. So what? Number 8 changed his cowardly image and shouted completely. You are a psychopath with a strong desire for control and lack of love. I have never felt relaxed when I am with you. You will only belittle and insult me over and over again. So what if you save me? I didn't ask you to save me in the first place. April looked at the roaring number 8 coldly. This made number 8 even more hysterical. You are the same. You also wanted to answer the fourth one, just now you actually betrayed me, right? He said, staring at April angrily. April shook his head. No, I didn't betray you. I chose the fourth one. In fact, I also thought of the incident in the library last year, and you said you went to the internet cafe last week, and you said you had a high school reunion last month. But compared to clearing the game, I actually hope to verify the truth of those things. The voice of the Crow Man sounded at the right time. Quack, congratulations, you can leave the copy now. The Crow Man said, throwing the key to number 8. April looked at number 8 and just shook her head. Go away. She waved her hand, and number 8 growled, go away. Then number 8 said, holding the key and walking to the end of the fog. April looked at number 8's back, exhaled, and her face looked very tired. Lin Yu and Bu Wang looked at this doctor lady with interest. It's really a good show. It turns out that scumbags can be more than just playboys. The anger after being cheated can also be so restrained. Lin Yu touched his chin and thought. Bu Wang walked forward and patted April on the shoulder. Hey, is it really okay to let that guy go like this? April shook her head. It doesn't matter. He can do whatever he wants. To be honest, I'm tired too, although the god who designed this death game said that only those who really want to live will be selected. I really wanted to live before, but now I'm really tired. April said tiredly. Bu Wang put his hands in his pockets and shook his head. Don't let your emotions cloud your mind. Are you an orphan? You don't have anything else except that useless boyfriend, right? You two are classmates, right? You are both students, but you have awakened to the profession of doctor. You should be a medical student with good grades, right? Isn't it more valuable for you to live than for that scumbag who can't do anything well and has corrupt morals to live? Bu Wang said a few words, and April's heart seemed to be touched. She looked at Bu Wang hesitantly, but I don't know which of the remaining 3 is a lie. Actually, Bu Wang laughed, took out the utility knife, and pushed the blade out one by one with a click-click sound. Sister April, didn't you really have such a moment just now? When he defended that bitch, when he accused you, when he was ungrateful, didn't you really have this thought at all? This is the death game. April looked at Bu Wang, silently took the utility knife, and her eyes sank a little bit. If it was cold just now, then at this moment, April's eyes had become a bottomless abyss. Then she looked at the Crow Man. I think your 5th statement just now is a lie. The Crow Man looked at April and laughed. Gaga, then, please give proof. Without saying a word, April held the utility knife and walked quickly toward the door. She walked faster and faster, and finally almost ran. At last, near the door, the figure of number 8, who was holding the key and preparing to open the door, was knocked down by her. What are you going to do? Io, it hurts. I was wrong, Io. Don't poke me again. Help. You bitch, go to hell. Ah, piercing screams came one after another. Then, the sound completely disappeared. After a while, April, covered in blood, came back from the door. She gently wiped the blood spatter on her face, held the blade of the utility knife, and handed it back to Bu Wang. Thank you, miss, don't forget, she said, then looked at the Crow Man. Is this reason enough? The Crow Man looked at April covered in blood and laughed happily. Gaga, it's wonderful, very enough. You can leave here. It said, beckoned again, and a key appeared out of thin air in its hand. The Crow Man threw the key to April, and the doctor picked up the key and looked at Bu Forget again. Don't forget to smile and wave your hands. You're welcome. And how do you feel now? April laughed. I feel great, she said, turning around and walking towards the end of the mist channel. April's figure quickly disappeared into the door at the end of the fog. Only Bu Wang and Lin Yu were left on the field. Lin Yu looked at Bu Wang with a strange expression. Although April has indeed had murderous intentions towards number 8 for a long time. But most of the reason why April finally took action against number 8 just now was because of the instigation of the little girl in front of him. Sensing Lin Yu's gaze, he smiled sheepishly. Brother Jioshui, do you want you to choose first? Lin Yu looked at it without forgetting it and whispered, You choose first, The one you want to choose should be the number of copies. You don't look like you've only passed 3 copies. Not forgetting that after being exposed by Lin Yu, he put his hands on his chest. Oh, I was seen through. I just couldn't hold it back. After all, I hate scumbags. A bright smile appeared on Bu Forget's face. Your acting skills are very good. I was almost deceived. Lin Yu sighed. Then what's the point of hiding the number of copies you have? Don't forget to shrug. It's just my acting style. After all, my profession is a thief. For me, showing weakness to others is more conducive to activating my abilities. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. If you don't believe it, check yourself. Lin Yu had a look of panic on his face, and then summoned his 2 props. But thankfully, both the polygraph and the pistol were there. He looked at Wu Wang in surprise, and the other party laughed again. Aha! You've been fooled by me again, soldier. Bu Wang laughed, waved his hand, and showed a dark hammer. This is what I stole. The guy just blew himself up. Since I'm at Tiangong, of course I will keep an eye on him. This thing is much more valuable than your pistol. Don't forget to say with a smile. Lin Yu didn't forget to watch, picked up the lie detector, and said coldly, Who are you? How many copies have you passed? And what is your purpose in approaching me? Don't forget to purse your lips. So your lie detector still works? Of course, each copy of it can be used 3 times. Lin Yusin said nonsensically, so don't lie to me. Otherwise, even if you may be stronger than me, I will still fight you to the death here. After finishing speaking, Lin Yu felt a power of belief coming from Buhu. Subsequently, the deceptive words he just said that the lie detector can be used 3 times now came true. And it was similar to Lin Yu's estimate. He estimated that if he had said it 4 times just now, these beliefs might not be enough to support the fraud coming true. Oh, don't be so nervous. I'm just a little girl who likes to have fun, and I didn't mean to find you. I am indeed not from the Psychological Society, nor am I from the Predators. You can rest assured on this. Without forgetting to say with a smile, Lin Yu released his hand that pressed the button. What I just said is true. Then, Lin Yu said coldly, Then how many dungeons have you passed? Actually, there are only 12 of them, just 3 months. He didn't forget to stick out his tongue. And I'm actually not that strong. My frontal combat power is very weak. The lie detector remained silent. Lin Yu breathed out. All right. He put away the polygraph and immediately said to the Crow Man, I chose the second one because she just admitted that she had passed 12 copies, which did not match the 3 she reported at the beginning. Lin Yu spoke very fast. After he finished speaking, the Crow Man immediately responded. Gaga, congratulations, you found the lie. You can leave here. Don't forget to be surprised. Then, the girl laughed again. Ah ha ha ha. So that's it. I was actually fooled by you. What a joke. It turns out that you don't care where I come from or if I have ulterior motives. You just want to plot against me like this. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said calmly. Of course, although your acting skills are excellent, I can still tell, Lin Yu sighed, although you're more confident than you show, but you are really here to have fun, he said, taking the key from the Crow Man's hand. Not forgetting to narrow his eyes. I see. It seems that my only way out now is to find out why the 3rd is false. My profession is really thief, which means you concealed your profession, right? Lin Yu shook his head. No, my profession is really a soldier. This is the difficulty of the last level of choice problem. Among the 5 statements, it seems that each one corresponds to a person, but actually one of them does not correspond to anyone. So, I must steal a person's Lin Yu said, not forgetting to look at him. I don't really believe it. Then isn't this a big disadvantage for you? But even so, Lin Yu could feel it. His profession as a soldier had not disappeared. In other words, don't forget that you actually believed what he just said. This was also expected by Lin Yu. After all, what he said was true. Therefore, Lin Yu laughed. Although this is only my 2nd dungeon, but Miss Buang, a senior player, I would like to ask you, after going through more than a dozen dungeons, do you still think this game is really fair? Buang laughed softly. Well, you are right. This game is indeed unfair. Lin Yu shook the key in his hand. Right, what's more, now it's your headache. Buang exhaled. Yes, but fortunately I like to keep things in reserve. You are very good, Soldier Juche, you are so interesting, she said with a smile and waved her hand. I hope to see you again next time, whether in the outside world or in the dungeon. Hearing Buwang's words, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Can you still go out? Of course, you should realize that there seems to be only one key, but that is not the case. Lin Yu looked at the corpse, still lying at the end of the mist and in front of the door. I see. That's why you instigated the other party to kill him. Buwang laughed. Yes, because if someone must be unable to leave this copy, let that boring guy stay here. She turned and walked towards the door. Goodbye, Brother Jiu Shui. Buwang walked briskly to the corpse, quickly took out a key from it, and showed it to Lin Yu from a distance. Then, she opened the door and walked in. After watching Buwang's figure disappear, the Crow Man looked at Lin Yu and spoke again. Haha, you can leave too. Lin Yu turned his head, looked at the Crow Man, and exhaled. He threw the key away, his face full of curiosity. When did I say I was leaving? The Crow Man looked at Lin Yu and fell silent. God, this is the last question. No, this is the first reward and punishment question in the third room. The reward is to choose to leave the dungeon directly. Lin Yu interrupted him and grinned, but I don't accept this reward. Really, one or two of them are lying to me. The honest uncle is actually a villain, and the cheerful guy has other intentions. Even you, the examiner, are full of lies. Lin Yu stepped forward and raised his head to look at the Crow Man. Don't waste time anymore. All your tricks and lies have been seen through. Honestly, your acting skills are not as good as the thief just now. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the Crow Man laughed softly. Gaga, you're really better than I thought, player Lin Yu. I'm curious. How did you figure out? Is it just because of my acting? After being called out by the Crow Man by his real name, Lin Yu said calmly and unhurriedly. Honestly, it's more than just your acting. Also, you yourself have been prompting us. To be honest, the prompts are quite obvious once we react. So in the end, I had to deliberately steal the key to not forget to mislead her, limiting her thinking and focusing on how should I get out of. After all, she is also very smart. Lin Yu said, and the Crow Man spread his wings. So, what did I warn you? GA, in the second level, we learned that J represents a negative answer, Lin Yu said. However, in addition to appearing alone, it can also be used at the beginning of a sentence as a negative logo, am I right? From the time you enter the game to now, everything you say that has a single J at the beginning of the sentence is a lie. And with two Gas, it's a double negative, which means yes and represents the truth. So most of your questions introducing the rules are all lies. When Lin Yu said this, he paused. And when you came to the third room, when you said it was the last room, and there's only one problem in this room, you just said J, which means these two sentences were false. And this also corresponds to when you introduced the general rules of this game in the first room. There are 3 rooms in this game. It sounds like a lie, which proves that the third room is indeed not the last room. 3 questions are set in each room. 2 clicks, really, proving that this room should indeed have 3 questions. And the last sentence among all the rules at that time. You said it twice first, then paused and said it again, which means that the sentence is true or false. I prefer the first half to be true and the second half to fake. And the second half of that sentence is, you can clear the dungeon by answering all the choice questions correctly. This is false. Even if you don't answer all the choice questions correctly, you can still clear the dungeon. And talking about the first 2 rooms, you also hinted through the questions at that time that you, the examiner, can also light up. Lin Yu spoke clearly, and the Crow Man laughed. Quack, what a wonderful analysis. Although it is not difficult to realize the meaning of quack and quack, but you actually remembered every word I said. It's a small thing, Lin Yu said humbly. This is indeed not difficult for him, and his memory has always been pretty good. If he just memorizes irregular numbers and patterns, he may still have some difficulty and effort, but remembering other people's words, it's still relatively easy. After all, memorizing lines is the basic skill of an actor. The Crow Man looked at Lin Yu with admiration in his eyes. Gaga, very good, very good. I really like you more and more. Although Lin Yu just criticized his acting and deception, Crow Man didn't seem angry. It paced back and forth, looking at Lin Yu up and down. Then, Lin Yu spoke in a low voice. Can we move on to the next question now? The Crow Man laughed. Quack, of course. Please listen to the second question from this room. Who designed this copy? Please name him. The Crow Man said, and Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. You immortal Banban. Why are you asking such an irrational question? He cursed subconsciously. All the previous questions may be full of traps or very twisted, but they are always traceable, can reason and analyze to arrive at answers. But this reminded Lin Yu of a scene in the novel he had read before, a duel between two smart people who could defeat each other. As a result, one of the guys who asked the questions was not ethical and asked the other guy who answered the questions, "What did I eat this morning?" This was a meaningless and almost ridiculous question that was completely impossible to answer. Although the protagonist in that novel has very high intelligence and has reached the point of almost omniscient, even when faced with such unreasonable questions, he can still analyze it through clues. But Lin Yu doesn't have that ability. He is just a sophomore student in the performance department of Jiangxing University of Communication, and he loves acting more than ordinary college students. Although this question is not completely unreasonable, after all, Lin Yu's played this copy from beginning to end. But this kind of question is entirely possible as long as the questioner doesn't want others to answer it. What if the guy who designed this dungeon is called Dala Bin Bada Bi Dbi Du by Ru Wang, or some similar nonsense? Faced with Lin Yu's doubts, the Crow Man laughed. Gaga, you can still ask me questions or ask for tips, but I won't answer questions like, how many characters in the name, or what syllables does it contain? The Crow Man said, and Lin Yu breathed out. Can. Hearing the Crow Man's words, he calmed down. Think carefully, although this Crow Man has a bad taste, even worse than never forget. But the whole copy from beginning to end, there are traces to follow. In other words, this seemingly irrational problem should also have its solution. It must be hidden somewhere in the game. Lin Yu thought slowly, and then a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Lin Yu thought of the Crow Man's first words. Haha, I will be the examiner of this game. To represent the truth, plus it is an opening statement, so Lin Yu subconsciously ignored this sentence. But think carefully, just like what the Crow Man in the first room did. One of its usual methods is deceiving people with the truth. So, the opening statement of this Crow Man is a trap. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man. I want to ask, what is your name? The Crow Man laughed. Haha, I refuse to answer this question. Lin Yu understood. Sure enough, you are not only the examiner of this game, you are also the designer of this game. He exhaled, and the Crow Man laughed softly. He laughed humanely for the first time, but the timbre of the sound was still like thousands of people overlapping together. It's so surprising, Lin Yu, you reacted in an instant. But this doesn't count as you passing. You still have to say my name. The Crow Man said so.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.